या कुण्डेनु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करा प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहम्। हस्ते स्वाटिकमल्लिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तं परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्। Thank you.
रिसोर्स पर्सन्स के रूप में आगंतुक माननीय सदस्य भारतीय दार्शनिक अनुसंधान परिषद प्रोफेसर के राम सुब्रमण्यम जी फ्रॉम IIT मुंबई।
नमस्ते।
हार्दिक वंदनम स्वागतम भवतां करोमि भारतीय दार्शनिक अनुसंधान परिषदतः अस्माकं अध्येता मिलन इत्यस्मिन् कार्यक्रमे।
महान् सन्तोषः।
सुप्रभातं च करोमि माम्। And we have here in second resource person, Professor Sirajul Islam Ji from Vishwa Bharati, Shantiniketan. He is a renowned professor and a renowned scholar of philosophy and also the member of the council as well as our research project committee. We have also Professor G.P. Das Ji, member of council and research project committee, and we have also the member of council as well as governing body, Professor K.C. Pandey, head of the department philosophy, Lucknow University, Dr. Pooja Ji from Lucknow, Director Academic Center, Dr. Jaishankar, Senior Consultant from Lucknow, and other distinguished scholars who are there in our live streaming, which is going around the country, and people across the subjects are joining and listening to our young fellows and their presentations over their research works, this online and cloud platform. So I warmly welcome all of them and gathering this very august and distinguished gathering here and a noble program of this kind. And I, since Dr. Jaishankar Ji is a moderator of this program, and I also hand over to our very respectable resource person, Professor Kirshnamurthi, Professor Ramasubramaniam Ji, and Professor Sirajul, please have a word if they would like to address to our fellow, and then we may begin with the session.
Yeah. I'm delighted to be a part of this program. So I'm extremely happy that this program is being organized because it is extremely important for the fellows to present their work. So this idea of making this presentation so in front of scholars, so this is something which is very crucial, and I would request all the participants who are going to make presentation to just restrict it to their time, so that they will be able to make time for answering the questions that may be posed by the panelists. Okay. So with these few words, I think there is not much time. We should just go ahead. Few words I can say in this regard. Thank you, Professor Krishnamurti. But first of all, I would extend my greetings and thanks to the organizers, especially Professor Dubey and the scholars, those who came to today's meeting. But one thing, because we have 3 hours in our hand, therefore only 7 minutes presentation and 3 minutes discussion we can permit. And not only the reading of the paper, rather I would request to our scholars to give this of their work and some new or innovative aspects of their work that will have to give focus within the short period. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
One more thing, sir, I would like to bring upon to the very kind consideration of our resource persons, that our fellows have been actually given this coming on this online platform, and also to use their PowerPoint, their PDF, their any certificate they have received during this COVID-19. Also, they have written research paper, so that they are trained for, if they are interviewed somewhere else, they can also show such research materials. So they may be allowed for any kind of such presentation, so that they are also trained and their confidence may also develop on this online platform.
So can you just tell me how many participants are going to make presentation, so that we will be able to divide the time appropriately? 14 they have sent.
14.
All the 14 are coming. So
that is not known exactly whether they are right now here or not. We will be calling, moderator Dr. Jaishankar Singh Ji will be inviting them.
Okay.
Maybe some of them are not present, or they may join not as per the sequence, also because of the internet connectivity.
Okay. So then, so let a message go to each of these presenters that their time is restricted to 8 minutes. So this should be strictly followed, and then we can have 3 to 4 minutes of discussion. Okay. So since there are 3 hours, we will be able to divide among the 14 participants. So giving 10 to 12 minutes each. 12 minutes also is fine. Okay.
Not more than 12 minutes.
Let the moderator take over, and then we can start the presentations.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में अध्येता मिलन कार्यक्रम में चूंकि कल एक मिस्टर महीप कुमार भारती का प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुका है, वो कोविड-19
प्लीज अनम्यूट योर वीडियो।
हेलो,
विजिबल
माइक ठीक करिए जयशंकर जी, माइक करिए।
You are audible, Jaishankar ji. You are audible. Go ahead.
only audible.
Go ahead. Audible, visible both.
हेलो,
Not visible.
सिराजुल जी, आपको थोड़ा पीछे हटना है। आप कैमरा के नजदीक हैं, आपका मुख भी नहीं दिख रहा है।
हाँ
कैमरा से थोड़ा पीछे हट के रखिए।
जी, आवाज आ रही है?
पीछे
हाँ, आपको
Yes,
थोड़ा पीछे
Jaishankar
जाना
ji,
है।
you are audible, visible both. Please proceed.
दुबे जी, आवाज आ रही है अब?
Please proceed.
आवाज
Yeah.
आ रही है।
ओके,
आपको पिक्चर आ रहा है।
सर्वप्रथम मैं मिस्टर अरुण कुमार जी कनेक्ट है हमसे। अरुण कुमार जी कनेक्ट। नाउ इनवाइट अरुण कुमार जी नहीं है। मिस्टर रंजन मंडल वंदना देवी so many scholars चिलुबीर यू रमेश, अच्छा वंदना देवी, ओके वंदना देवी प्लीज जी। ओके,
मेरा नाम
आप
हाँ जी सर,
ये अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देते हुए समय सुनिए। वंदना देवी 8 मिनट का आप जो है 8 मिनट प्लस 3 से 4 मिनट जो आपका डिस्कशन होगा, आप जो है अपने कार्यक्रम को प्रेजेंटेशन को शुरू करिए।
थैंक यू सर।
Jaishankar ji,
सर मेरा नाम वंदना है।
Jaishankar ji, Vandana ji, एक मिनट। Jaishankar ji, several are absent, so let the fellows present as per their work properly.
ओके, ठीक है वंदना जी।
सर मेरा नाम वंदना है, मैं जम्मू विश्वविद्यालय संस्कृत विभाग की PhD की शोध छात्रा हूँ। मेरे शोध सर मैंने PPT तैयार करी है, मैं शो करना चाहूँगी। मेरा शीर्षक है सर शिशुपाल वध में दार्शनिक चिंतन। मैंने अपने के प्रथम अध्याय में विषय प्रवेश है। द्वितीय अध्याय शिशुपाल वध में प्राप्त नास्तिक दर्शनों के तथ्यों का विश्लेषण है। तृतीय सांख्य एवं योग दर्शन के तथ्यों की मीमांसा। चतुर्थ अध्याय शिशुपाल वध की कथा वस्तु में न्याय एवं वैशेषिक दर्शन के तथ्यों का अंश। में उपलब्ध मीमांसा एवं वेदांत दर्शन समस्त तथ्यों का अध्ययन है। प्रथम अध्याय में है। प्रथम भाग में मैंने महाकवि माँ का व्यक्तित्व एवं कर्तृत्व विवेचन किया है।
साउंड ठीक नहीं आ रही है और साउंड ठीक नहीं आ रही है, उसको ठीक कर लीजिए, माइक्रोफोन नजदीक में ले आइए।
हाँ जी सर, अब
हाँ ठीक है,
बोलिए।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। ख भाग में सर मैंने शिशुपाल वध तो मैं इसमें भारतीय दर्शन संक्षिप्त सर्वेक्षण नास्तिक एवं आस्तिक दर्शन का सामान्य परिचय दिया है। द्वितीय अध्याय में सर मैंने करा है, इसमें शिशुपाल की कथा वस्तु में प्राप्त जो बौद्ध दर्शन के तथ्यों का विश्लेषण किया गया है और जैन दर्शन के तथ्यों का, ऐसा मुझे कहीं से भी कोई उदाहरण नहीं मिला है, तो इसमें चार भाग दर्शन का मैंने नहीं किया है। मेरे मूल रूप से जो है सर 3 अध्याय पूर्ण रूप से समाप्त हो चुके हैं। अपना तृतीय अध्याय का जो है लेखन कार्य पूर्ण रूप से समाप्त कर दिया है एवं लेखन कार्य भी 7 साल में सर चल रहा है। तृतीय अध्याय में सर जैसे सर शिशुपाल वध की कथा वस्तु, इसमें सांख्य दर्शन समय की सीमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं अपने महाकाव्य जो शिशुपाल वध है इसका थोड़ा सा परिचय देते हुए सांख्य दर्शन के सिद्धांतों का ही चाहूंगी।
Vandana, voice. Vandana, hold on. Vandana, hold on. Your voice is not coming properly. Keep your mic little closer to your mouth.
बहुत इको हो रहा है, बहुत इको हो रहा है।
इको साउंड हो रहा है।
हाँ जी सर नेट
इको हो रहा है।
बाकी all of them kindly close your audio so that one person is visible audible proper. So kindly rest of the please and mute your mic.
ठीक है सर, बोलूं?
हाँ
आगे चलो,
आगे बढ़िए।
हाँ जी सर, बोलूं मैं?
हाँ शुरू करिए।
हाँ जी थैंक यू सर। सर इसमें जैसे शिशुपाल वध में थोड़ा सा अपने महाकाव्य के बारे में थोड़ा सा परिचय देना चाहूंगी। जैसे महाकवि मार्ग द्वारा विरचित जो शिशुपाल वध है कहा गया है, जैसे बृहत शरीर के अंतर्गत श्री हर्ष रचित जो है नैषधीय चरितम, मार्ग विरचित जो है भारवी रचित जो है किरातार्जुन जो है प्रसिद्ध है। इस महाकाव्य की जो कथा वस्तु है वो महाभारत के आधार पर हुई है। महाभारत की ही कथा जो अपनी मौलिकता द्वारा इस महाकाव्य को 20 स्वर्गों में निबद्ध करा है। इसमें जो है सर 1650 श्लोक है। महाकवि मार्ग का अगर हम पांडित्य की बात करें तो इन्होंने हर प्रकार की हर तरफ का जो है इन्होंने विवेचन करा है। राजनीति की दृष्टि से हो, चाहे वो राजनीतिक दृष्टि से हो, चाहे वो व्याकरण की दृष्टि से हो। तो सर इस शोध कार्य में उद्देश्य है वो दार्शनिक दृष्टि को प्रकट करना है, तो मैंने दार्शनिक ही तथ्यों को उजागर करा है यहाँ पे। का दार्शनिक चिंतन, तो इसको सर मैं थोड़ा सा बताऊंगी आपको, जो मुझे तथ्य मिले हैं सांख्य दर्शन के और योग दर्शन के।
वंदना,
हाँ जी सर।
तो माघ के बारे में एक पद्य है, वो उस पद्य में,
हाँ जी सर जी,
माघ के बारे में एक पद्य प्रसिद्ध पद्य है, वो सुने हो? वो भारवी का
उपमा कालिदास से वार्विद अर्थ गौरवम।
हाँ आगे।
हाँ जी सर,
आगे क्या है?
हाँ जी सर,
आगे बताओ।
सस्य वार्विद अर्थ गौरवम दंडिनः पदलालित्यम आगे सन्ति त्रयोगुणः।
हाँ, तो अभी ये सब गुण माघ में है, ऐसा तुम सुने हो?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी
हाँ,
सर।
उसका कुछ प्रतिपादन कर सकती हो?
रिपीट करना सर, मुझे थोड़ा सा कट करके आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ ठीक है, आगे चलो, मैं बताता हूँ फिर।
हाँ जी सर। दर्शन का मैंने यहाँ पे पहले सामान्य परिचय दिया है, तो इसको मैं थोड़ा समय सीमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए सीधा शिशुपाल वध में सांख्य दर्शन के कहाँ पे उदाहरण मिले हैं वो मैं यहाँ जैसे सर प्रथम सर्ग में ही जब महर्षि नारद जो है भगवान श्री कृष्ण की स्तुति करते हैं, कृष्ण को कहते हैं कि हे भगवान,
नहीं
काल में
सुनो,
तत्व की
तो
खोज करने वाले कपिल आदि। हाँ जी सर।
वंदना जी एक बार सर बोल रहे हैं, जरा सा सुन लीजिए पूरी बात।
वंदना, तुम्हें कथा बताने की जरूरत ही नहीं, तुमने जो बताई
ठीक है सर।
तो यह दर्शन का प्रतिपादन उधर है, उन श्लोकों को ले लो और कैसा दर्शन की प्रतिपादन वहां हुई है ये थोड़ा बताओ। समय कम है ना।
ठीक है सर।
अभी योग दर्शन
सर
ले लो।
जैसे प्रथम सर्ग में ही, हाँ जी सर। सर यहाँ पे जैसे प्रकृति और पुरुष का सांख्य में का ही मार्ग ने यहाँ पे प्रथम सर्ग में पुरुष तत्व का विवेचन करते हुए कहा उनको, जो भगवान श्री कृष्ण है, तो नारद जो है उनकी स्तुति करते हैं, तो जिन्होंने अपने मन को वश में करके तत्व ज्ञान, आत्म ज्ञान से जो है आप जिस पुरातन पुरुष का साक्षात्कार करा आप ही है। इस प्रकार के जो जैसे सांख्य में ही भी वर्णन मिलता है कि प्रकृति और पुरुष दो प्रधान तत्व है, तो प्रकृति क्या है, पुरुष क्या है, तो इस प्रकार
देखो प्रकृति
तो
क्या है, पुरुष क्या है, हर लोग जानते हैं। तुमने क्या किस पर ध्यान दिया, क्या नया एस्पेक्ट क्या है तुम्हारा, उस पर तुम थोड़ा 2 मिनट में बता दो।
सर मैंने
उसको प्रतिपादन करो में क्या फिलोसॉफिकल एस्पेक्ट है, जैसे कृष्णमूर्ति जी ने कहा ना, बताओ प्रतिपादन करो जिसने कहा, कहा ना।
हाँ
जी सर।
वंदना
सर जैसे
सुनो वंदना, तुम्हें ये जानना है कि समय कम है तो श्लोक लेना है, उसमें यह तत्व कैसा प्रतिपादित हुआ है। ये सभी दर्शनों के लिए करने की जरूरत ही नहीं, एक या दो ले लो, उसका प्रतिपादन करो बस।
सर जैसे एक का तो मैंने कर दिया है ना, जैसे प्रथम सर्ग का 33वां श्लोक है, उधार सितारम निर्गृहित मान सर्गे रहितम मध्यम आत्म दृश्य कदाचन बहिर्विकार त्वाम पुरुषम पुराविदः। सर ये प्रकृति और पुरुष जो सांख्य दर्शन का सिद्धांत यहाँ पे मिल रहा है, उसका विवेचन है सर यहाँ पे। तो इसको मालूम कि सांख्य का क्या बोलते हैं इसको, शिशुपाल वध में जहाँ पे भी मुझे ये जैसे मिला है, तो मैंने उस सर की उसका उदाहरण जो है वो यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है, और इसका एक्सप्लेनेशन जो दी है मैंने यहाँ पे प्रकृति में पुरुष के साथ उसका वो करा है। इसी तरह जैसे राष्ट्रीय यज्ञ जो इसका 14वां सर्ग है, वहाँ पे राष्ट्रीय यज्ञ की बात हुई है, तो वहाँ पे भी इसका सिद्धांतों का प्रतिपादन है। जैसे वहाँ जो है युधिष्ठिर जो है वो राष्ट्रीय यज्ञ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसमें फिर भी जो पुरोहित वगैरह है यज्ञ का कार्य सारा वो ही कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो कर्तापन की प्राप्ति है वो महाराज युधिष्ठिर को हो रही है। इस तो ये भी सांख्य के अनुसार ही है, क्योंकि सांख्य में भी जो आत्मा है वो पाप पुण्य आदि कुछ भी कार्य नहीं करती है, बुद्धि ही सब कार्य करती है, लेकिन फिर भी जो कर्तापन की प्राप्ति है। सर इसी तरह कई उदाहरण है, लेकिन यहाँ पे मैं समय सीमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए थोड़ा सा योग दर्शन के बारे में कहाँ पे मुझे उदाहरण मिले हैं।
नहीं ये प्रेजेंटेशन है, तुम्हारा काम के बारे में डिटेल प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, तुमको उस पर ध्यान देना होगा। जैसे तुम क्या फिलोसॉफिकल नया एस्पेक्ट तुमने क्या तुम्हारा मकसद क्या है, इस पर ध्यान देना होगा, वही बता दो 2 मिनट में क्या है।
ये था कि जैसे ये 20 सर्गों में निबद्ध जो महाकाव्य है, तो इसमें दार्शनिक तत्व कहाँ है, तो उनको एकत्रित करके मन तक पहुंचाना मेरा शोध कार्य का उद्देश्य था, तो मैंने उसी जो है दृष्टि से इसमें कार्य करा।
तो प्रश्न ठीक है, तुमने बताया कि ये प्रकृति पुरुष विवेक जो है ये यहाँ बताया। और योग दर्शन में तुमने क्या उद्धरण किया करना चाहती थी, वो श्लोक बताना, श्लोक का व्याख्यान करना, ये कैसा सूत्र से संबद्ध है ऐसा बताना। ये शोध कार्य का मतलब अपने मन में जो है और किसी किताब में जो है उसको लिखना नहीं है, तुम्हें स्पष्ट करना है। वे वही सुनना चाहता हूँ। एक श्लोक ले लो तो इसमें क्या प्रतिपादित हुआ है, ये कैसा मूल ग्रंथ में उपलब्ध है, तो इसका ये पहले करो। एक श्लोक ले लो।
ठीक है सर, जैसे योग दर्शन का यहाँ पे
हाँ बताओ, श्लोक पहले बताओ।
चतुर्थ श्लोक है सर, और इसका 45 जो है इसका श्लोक है। इसमें वर्णन मिलता है कि प्राहणम लग्न सग्निज योगः ख्याति च सत्व पुरुषः अन्यतः अधिगम्यः वंचित काम अपि। सर इसमें योग दर्शन के जैसे ये मैत्री आदि चित्त परिक्रम सवीज योग सत्व पुरुष अन्य ख्याति क्लेश।
नहीं, ये मैत्री आदि
शास्त्र के सिद्धांतों का प्रतिपादन।
सुनो, मैत्री आदि
कुछ समझ में क्लियर नहीं।
मैत्री आदि का मतलब क्या
जो है? ये सर मैत्री जो है वो सुहृद भाव है, मित्रता, जिसको मित्रता बोलते हैं।
नहीं, मैत्री आदि का मतलब मैत्री एक्सेट्रा है ना। सो व्हाट आर द अदर थिंग्स?
सर ये चित्त की जो है सर प्रसाद वृत्ति है।
सुनो, मैत्री आदि बोलते हो तो मैत्री XXXYZ वो क्या है?
हाँ जी।
बहुत टाइम निकल गया तुम एक ही प्रेजेंटेशन में, 20 मिनट से ज्यादा हो गए।
वंदना जी, अगर आपको कोई दिक्कत हो रही हो तो आप सर से कुछ सजेशन ले सकती हैं, पूछ सकती हैं।
हाँ जी सर।
आप अगर एक्सप्लेन करने में कोई समस्या आ रही हो तो सर से भी बात कर सकती हैं, अपनी समस्या को रख सकती हैं।
हाँ जी सर। सर मैं सर
हाँ, सिर्फ ये प्रश्न का उत्तर बताओ, फिर आपका समय खत्म हो जाता है। ठीक है। हाँ, मई आदि का मतलब क्या है? तो सूत्र पढ़े हो? नहीं पढ़े हो?
नहीं पढ़े हो।
मैत्री करुणा
पढ़ा है लेकिन इतना डीपली
सुन लीजिए। वंदना जी सुनिए पहले।
मैत्री करुणा मुदितोपेक्षाणाम। आगे सुख दुख पुण्य विषयाणाम भावना चित्त प्रसादनम। ठीक है। ये आपको जानना है कि हम एक को ले लेंगे, सुस्पष्ट बताएंगे, तो और कहीं जो है ये सिराजुल जी बता रहे थे ना, तो जो विषय लेते हैं उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिपादन, इसका ही यहाँ अभ्यास है। तो इधर जो बताया गया उधर जो बताया गया ऐसा नहीं है। एक श्लोक ले लेंगे, इधर इससे ऐसा यह जुड़ा हुआ है, यह बताना है। वो मूल ग्रंथ इधर लेना है, मूल ग्रंथ उधर लेना है, उसका तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करना है, या उसका जो नया तुम्हारा जो अभिप्राय है तो वो सब वहां लेना है। ठीक है, बस। अब
सब जानते हैं करुणा मैत्री मुदिता उपेक्षा सब जानते हैं, लेकिन वो कृष्णमूर्ति जो कहा उस पर ध्यान दो, उसको प्रतिपादन करो, उसको इंटरप्रेट करो फिलोसॉफिकल वे से। यही है सलाह। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
ठीक है सर। हमें हमारे अध्येता के रूप में मिस्टर सचिन जी हैं जुड़े। सचिन,
हेलो। हाँ जी सर।
सचिन जी हैं?
यस सर, यस। शिलेवर रमेश भी हैं सर मेरे से पहले।
ओके। हाँ, तो रमेश जी आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए।
हाँ जी सर। गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
ओके, गुड मॉर्निंग
सर। गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Yes, proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, I am Silver Ramesh, research scholar. Sir, Usmania University, Hyderabad, sir, Telangana, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Hamara, my under guidance of Professor Padmavati, sir.
It's
Sir,
PhD
sir,
work or PhD?
Sir, PhD, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay.
my topic is, sir, philosophy of Swami Vivekananda, sir.
Yeah.
Philosophy of?
Philosophy.
Swami Vivekananda.
Vivekananda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, I will develop 4 chapters, sir. 4 chapters. First, introduction, sir. Introduction, sir. Swami Vivekananda, 12th January 1863. I born in 4th July 1902. He was died, sir. Narendra Datta.
No. Ramesh. So here you need not tell the story of Vivekananda.
Sir.
You should just straight away get into your research topic. So you tell me what aspect is being studied by you when you say philosophy of Vivekananda. So you just straight away get into the topic.
Sir, Swami Vivekananda teachings and philosophy, sir. Swami Vivekananda, he played a significant role in the growing Indian nationalism of the 19th and 20th century, reinterpreting and harmonizing certain aspects of Hinduism. His teachings and philosophy applied this reinterpretation to various aspects of education, faith, character building, was as well as social issues pertaining to India, and was also instrumental in introducing yoga to the West. According to the Vivekananda, a country's future depends on its people, starting that man-making is my mission. Religion plays a central role in this man-making, starting to preach into mankind their divinity and how to make it manifest in every moment of life. Swami Vivekananda with Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda was deeply influenced by the Brahma Samaj and by Guru Ramakrishna, who regarded as aspects of the same integral reality. Michael regarding the dualism of formless, regarding the impersonal and inactive Ramakrishna. The personal and impersonal are the same thing, like milk and its versus the diamond and its snake and its healing motion. Without the other, even mother of Brahman.
No,
रमेश जी 1 मिनट, सर बोल रहे हैं, कुछ सुन लीजिए रमेश जी.
Ramesh,
Sir,
you are saying you are studying the philosophy of Vivekananda.
sir.
Now, what is Vivekananda's contribution to the world is something which is known to us. You have to tell very clearly that this is something which is special to Vivekananda, which is not present in other. See, India has had thousands of teachers all the time.
Sir.
So when you say you are studying, I just wonder, the whole title of the thesis, this is philosophy of Vivekananda, when you are saying, so it has been so well studied by various people in Ramakrishna mission. What is it that you are focusing on? So that is something which you have to bring out to us. समझा कि नहीं समझे? ये जो नई बात है तो उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सावधान से तुम्हें बताना है. So how deep have you gone into it? What is it that you are bringing out by your study? ये थोड़ा बताना साफ. You cannot start from Vivekananda was born, Vivekananda went into, Vivekananda propagated this, etc., etc.
There are thousands books, more than 1,000 books on it. So what's the new thing in your topic? What you would like to interpret actually? Why Swami Vivekananda's philosophy is different from the philosophy of other Indian scholars?
So is it different? If it is different, what is it that is different? And even on this, a lot of studies have gone. You can take any position that it is different, it is not different. तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा चर्चा करो. एक दो अंश ले लो.
Vivekananda doing in the country, he was a great eminent person in the country. He is doing the capacity building of the youth, and he said,
your topic is not on the capacity building of youth. Your topic is related to philosophy.
So Ramesh, तुम्हें अंग्रेजी में तकलीफ होगा तो हिंदी में बताओ. साफ बताओ क्या कर रहे हो, किस टॉपिक पर तुम्हारा शोध है. वो नाम एक करना और दूसरा बताना वो ठीक नहीं है. You have to take specific aspect and explain clearly.
किताबें पढ़े कि नहीं पढ़े?
रमेश जी, आपको आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है? रमेश जी,
सर आएंगे सर.
हाँ, तो सर ने जो पूछा है कि आप अपने टॉपिक पे पूरे खेल में नहीं, आप क्या कर रहे हैं इस समय, क्या नया कर रहे हैं, ये बताइए.
आप घबराइए मत, आराम से बताइए.
हाँ, आराम से बताइए रमेश जी.
और आपको कोई समस्या है तो वो भी सुलझाएंगे सब रिसोर्स पर्सन.
Vivekananda is doing in Sanatana Dharma is organizing in the world, and in the Indian country revival.
Okay, no. See, the contributions of Vivekananda to the society can be in many ways. Your thesis, you said, is titled on philosophy of Vivekananda. So what do you mean by the philosophy of Vivekananda? How is it different from the philosophy which is held by other thinkers? समझा? तो कई तो फिलोसोफर तो है, तो इनका फिलॉसफी में क्या फर्क है और दूसरे फिलोसोफर से? उनका योगदान तो कई क्षेत्र में होगा.
समझ पाया कि नहीं पाया? Do you understand?
Sir, understand.
Kirshnamurthi is telling how many books you have consulted. Tell the name of the books.
Vivekananda life story, sir. Vivekananda.
How many volumes of it?
I study 3-4 volumes, sir.
How many volumes? Total volumes? Complete work? Total volumes, do you know?
Sir, I referred Ramakrishna Math books, sir. Ramakrishna Math books. Related books of Swami Vivekananda, sir. Life stories books, sir.
हे भैया, ये PhD वर्क में ऐसा नहीं होता है.
इतना चालू होने से कैसे काम चलेगा? फिलोसॉफी, इंडियन फिलोसॉफिकल काउंसिल ऑफ फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च का फेलो तुम हो, तो तुमको तो थोड़ा स्टैंडर्डिटी रखना चाहिए ना.
रमेश जी, आप आराम से जवाब दीजिए, घबराइए नहीं. सर क्या किया हम?
रमेश
सर
अभी तुम्हें 3 मिनट दे रहे हैं
सर,
उसमें जो बताना चाहते हो तुरंत बताओ।
फिलोसफी के बारे में बता दो, नया फिलोसफिकल एस्पेक्ट। फिलोसफी बहुत किताबें हैं, तो तुम क्या करना चाहते हो उस फिलोसफी पर? क्या न्यू इंटरप्रिटेशन कुछ है? क्या मकसद है तुम्हारा? बताओ 3 मिनट में, 2 मिनट में।
कुछ कंफ्यूज लग रहा है कि हो गए क्या?
नहीं,
कंफ्यूजन कुछ नहीं, ये तो डिस्कशन है ना, तुमको उस पर काम करना होगा। तो बोलिए क्या है कि कितना कौन किताबें कंसल्ट किया? नहीं तो लिख लो कुछ किताबें का नाम, मैं बता देता हूँ।
रमेश जी नोट करिए किताबों का नाम नोट करिए, सर बता रहे हैं।
नोट कर लीजिए। बद्रीनाथ चतुर्वेदी किताब है, स्वामी विवेकानंद लिविंग वेदांत पर। लिख रहे हो कि नहीं?
सर स्वामी विवेकानंद का समग्र स्वरूप का बुक है, एंड लाइफ स्टोरी है बुक है सर।
और तुम बद्रीनाथ चतुर्वेदी का किताब ले लो, लिख लो बद्रीनाथ चतुर्वेदी स्वामी विवेकानंद द लिविंग वेदांत। और रंजीत शर्मा का जो किताब है द आइडियलिस्टिक फिलोसफी ऑफ स्वामी विवेकानंद, वो भी पढ़ लो। कंप्लीट वर्क्स देख लो। दीननाथ शास्त्री का किताबें है प्रैक्टिकल वेदांत पर, वो भी पढ़ लो। रामकृष्ण मिशन से निकला।
यस सर।
हाँ लिख लो।
ओके, इन विच ईयर ऑफ योर
सजेशन है तो देख लो।
फर्स्ट ईयर, सेकंड ईयर, थर्ड ईयर?
यस सर।
नो, विच ईयर of your PhD program?
2017 sir.
17? You have spent 3 years.
Oh.
So first of all, Ramesh, when you come for a presentation, you have to come fully prepared. You should have a few slides in your hand and neatly present it. So there is no point in just getting degree unless you acquire knowledge, unless you acquire the necessary skills to make presentation. समझते हो कि नहीं? ठीक है, okay. We can invite the next person, please.
ठीक है रमेश जी।
Thank you.
ठीक है रमेश।
Thank you sir.
ठीक है, हमारे अगले अध्येता अरुण कुमार जी, रंजन मंडल जी, हाँ सचिन जी जुड़े हैं। सचिन जी आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि एक बात सुन लीजिए कि आपने जैसे आपकी जो टॉपिक है उस पे आप क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं, क्या करना चाहते हैं, इस पर जोर दीजिएगा।
Within 8 minutes, not more than that.
हाँ पहले
Hello.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Wish you a very good morning to all of you. Okay. Myself Sachin from Panjab University, Chandigarh. I am doing PhD under the guidance of VT Sebastian Valseri.
Okay.
Just
topic.
Give me Rawls theory of justice, a critical evaluation of egalitarian principles.
तो थोड़ा बताओ, within 3 minutes बताओ।
I am just showing you PPT, sir. Just give me one minute.
Okay.
रमेश जी अपना ऑडियो बंद कर लीजिए, म्यूट कर लीजिए। रमेश जी अपना ऑडियो म्यूट करिए।
My PPT showing to you, sir. Hello.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. My title is Rawls theory of justice, a critical evaluation of egalitarian principles. the concept of justice a historical perspective. The problem of justice can be called the fundamental problem of moral and political philosophy from the ancient times. Since then, philosophers in some way or the other have always attracted toward this problem. The theory of justice has been studied extensively by philosophers, political thinkers, economists, lawyers, evolutionists, religious believers, and others. Ever since man began to reflect upon their relations with each other, they have been preoccupied with the search for the meaning of justice. It has been the subject of most intense philosophical debate in human history. No stage of human culture was completely free from the cares and worries of human life. Man is always trying to put his best effort to solve his problem in the light of justice. Plato regards justice as the highest virtue and the supreme virtue. Justice, according to him, is a harmonious relationship that occurs when the members of various classes act in accordance with their nature. Aristotle exercised profound influence on the theory of justice.
Sachin,
Yes, sir.
Sachin,
Yes,
just
sir.
hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you don't need to narrate what various people have stated.
Okay.
So can you just focus on which aspect that you are going to focus in your thesis?
Okay.
Yeah.
My main focus is on Rawls' theory of justice and its criticism by Robert Nozick.
Yeah. So just tell us on that.
Okay,
Quickly
okay.
jump to that.
Yes, sir. John Rawls' A Theory of Justice is the most influential contemporary work on the concept of justice. His theory of justice can be seen as an expression of progressive liberal thought in 1960 and 17, particularly in USA. His vision of the just state is deeply egalitarian in spirit. His arguments make use of the idea of hypothetical social contract applied not to the nature of state's authority over the people, but to the nature of justice. Rawls says that we are to imagine ourselves in a contract situation in which we must agree with all those people who will live with us in a society on the principle of justice that will govern it. He argues that any principle or justice which is the result of the hypothetical agreement processes should be understood to be the most defensible conception of justice available to us. What is egalitarian and Rawls' theory of justice? Basic concern about equality and liberty. Egalitarian is a trend of thought in political philosophy, and egalitarian favors equality of some sort. People should get the same or to be treated the same or to be treated as equal. In some respects, Rawls states the general conception of justice in this fashion. All social primary goods, liberty and opportunity, income and wealth, and the basis of self-respect are to be distributed equally. Unless yes, sir.
Everybody knows Rawls' theory of justice. Everybody knows the critique of Nozick's critique on Rawls' concept of justice.
Okay, sir.
So your work is not to interpret all these.
Okay, sir.
Your work, you should what you expect, the intention, what you actually want to do. Tell me.
Okay. Sir, my main concern is that how we create just state and just society through the critical writings of John Rawls in India, we can say, or in the other part of the country.
So how many kinds of justice? Tell me.
How many types of justice?
Yeah.
If we talk about the absolute justice, there is no absolute justice, because if we see X loses his eyesight, Y is responsible for that. Then we Y gives some amount of compensation or some money to X for his eyesight lose, but there is no his eyesight come back. So there is no absolute justice at all.
No. Wait. See, what you have to understand is, you have to very clearly take one principle of X or Y whom you are studying, and how is it different from others. So when you try to defend your thesis, you can't be just reading some passages. This is what he has said, this is what he has said, and there is the absolute justice is not possible. ये क्या बात है? ये सब जानते हैं.
Okay, sir.
So you tell us what is the point that you are trying to convey in your thesis in 2-3 sentences.
Okay.
crisply.
I am just want to trying to do is that how we create a just society and just state.
Oh, good. Tell.
Through the critical writings of John Rawls.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a very simple question.
Okay.
So, John Rawls is one of the philosophers. There
Yes,
are
sir.
200 other philosophers who have spoken about justice.
Okay, sir.
Why did you choose John Rawls?
Because sir, John Rawls, he is talking about the concept justice. I am very much influenced from John Rawls. That's why I am picking this philosopher.
No, what is it that Socrates has not said which John Rawls says?
Socrates' writings, if we see in the Republic of Plato.
So what?
Plato is very old. That's why I am picking John Rawls.
Just because somebody is better, so does it mean that he is better than the earlier?
Not better than earlier, but I am just trying to also what we can say उसको भी मैंने सर इसमें ऐड किया है प्लेटो को भी हिस्टोरिकल बैकग्राउंड
सुनो ये प्लेटो या हो सॉक्रेटिस हो या विवेकानंदा हो या रामकृष्ण हो जो भी हो सभी लोग तो सोसाइटी का बेनिफिट के लिए की काम कर रहे हैं नाउ यू हैव टू टेल दैट दिस एस्पेक्ट इज नॉट फाउंड इन प्लेटो this aspect is not found in other philosophers this aspect is found in John Rawls.
That will be the distinctive.
My PhD work is going on, sir. Not yet I am conclude it.
So, how many books you have? Logic. What books you consulted? Logic's book.
State Utopia.
Yeah. State Utopia नहीं, Anarchy State and Utopia.
हाँ जी sir, Anarchy State and Utopia.
The books written by Amartya Sen.
Which book, sir?
The idea, लिख लो. The idea of justice. The idea of justice.
Okay.
Yeah, important book. And Marthana's book also. In the shadow of justice, Captain Foster. David Jefferson. Yeah. Limits of Justice. Michael Sandel.
Okay, sir.
They are very useful book. David Miller, Justice. On Justice, David Miller.
David Miller, okay, sir.
Yeah. These are the very important. Peter Springer and Rawls' book, Practical Justice and the Theory of Justice. These are two.
Sir, can you please speak slowly? I cannot understand what are you saying.
Yeah, Rawls का दो किताबें very important. The Theory of Justice, Practical Liberalism and Justice.
Theory of Justice and second one is sir?
Political Liberalism.
Philosophical liberalism.
Political liberalism. Political.
Okay, sir. Okay. What is?
And Amartya book, The Idea of Justice. Because critical analysis. Michael Sandel's book, Limits of Justice. That will help to you to bring out the new aspects.
Okay, sir.
So and David Jefferson's book, Brief History of Justice. So you can consult this book. This book will be helpful to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
No, Sachin.
Yes, sir.
Just wait. See, what you have to understand is you should be able to clearly present.
Okay, sir.
What is the distinction that is being brought out by John Rawls, which is not brought out by 100 other philosophers or who speak on justice?
Okay, sir.
So there has to be a clarity in your thinking. So you just can't make some statement and then get away with. ये क्या फायदा है research का मतलब क्या है?
जी sir.
So absolute justice is not possible. I mean, you can sing on the same song.
Yeah, there are many books on it.
Okay, sir.
So you have to tell if I say that I'm so interested in his philosophy, you should be able to defend Why am I interested in his philosophy? These are certain points which are not brought out by those people. So this is so nicely brought out here. So that you should be able to articulate. तो ये अभ्यास उसके लिए बनाया जाता है, and you should also come up with some nice slides where you are able to show these are the bullet points.
Sachin,
This is preparation.
Keep in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Keep in your mind that a scholar first, but at the outset, he or she will have to find out the problem of the research topic. Then you will have to solve that problem. तुम्हारा डिजीज नहीं है तो डॉक्टर के पास क्यों जाएंगे? क्या इलाज करेगा? तुमको find out the problem. So new aspect. There are many books on the justice, logics books and justice books, as Professor Kirshnamurthi said. So your problem is to identify and try to solve it in the logical way. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I will try, sir. I will read your suggestions.
Okay.
Read is not important. Digest is important. Articulation is important.
Yeah.
10 किताब पढ़ी, मैं एक सेंटेंस नहीं बता सकता हूँ, इससे फायदा नहीं है. So the essence of what you read should be in your mind. मैं यही बताना चाहता हूँ. समझा? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sachin ji.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Arindam Dubey. Arindam Dubey. अरिंदम दुबे जी. ये अरुण कुमार जी जुड़ चुके हैं क्या हमसे? अरुण कुमार जी जुड़ चुके हैं. हाँ जी. अरुण कुमार जी.
अरुण कुमार जी.
अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करिए. अरुण कुमार जी अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए.
हेलो. ऑडिबल. बड़े इको हो रहा है. इको देखो ठीक कर लो थोड़ा.
Hello.
So,
बोलिए.
Sir, myself, this is Arun Kumar, PhD research scholar, Department of Mumbai University. I am doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. R. Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Philosophy and Ministry. And my topic is a philosophical approach to transgender issues. I have 5 chapters. I have specialized in 5 chapters, sir. Namely, Introduction, Origin and Development of Transgender, the nature of transgender, the philosophical perspective transgender, and the conclusions, sir. In the introduction chapter, I say about the problem of research and methodology, objectives, limitations. Those things I have covered in the introduction, sir. In audio, hello.
Audible. Yes.
Hello.
दूर से रख.
सर
थोड़ा इको हो रहा है. आप थोड़ा दूर से रहिए और आपका वीडियो भी नहीं आ रहा है. वीडियो ऑन नहीं है अरुण जी.
वीडियो अनम्यूट कर दीजिए.
अच्छा, प्रेजेंट करिए आप.
अरुण कुमार.
बोलिए. कंटिन्यू अरुण कुमार जी. बोलिए. Not audible.
अरुण कुमार जी, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
हेलो
हेलो
हाँ अरुण कुमार जी,
सुन पाते हैं कि नहीं?
आप आवाज हम लोगों की सुन रहे हैं कि नहीं? हमें लगता है कि
काट गया, तो नेक्स्ट पे को बोलिए।
हाँ, अभी आप अपनी साउंड को म्यूट कर दीजिए। हमारे आप अपनी साउंड को म्यूट कर। हमारे साथ हीना मुश्ताक जी जुड़ी हैं, तो हमारी अगली अध्येता हीना मुश्ताक जी। हमारे साथ हीना मुश्ताक जी। अरुण जी अपनी माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए। हाँ हीना जी, आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए, माइक को ऑन करिए, प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए।
सर मैं ऑडिबल हूं?
हाँ ऑडिबल है। ओके
सर मुझे बस 2 मिनट दीजिए, मैं अपनी स्क्रीन प्रेजेंट कर लूं।
पहले अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दे करके फिर तब प्रेजेंटेशन करिए।
Good morning everyone, my name is Hina Mushtaq. I am a PhD scholar in the Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. The topic of my thesis is the position of Quran, the position of women in the Quran, a feminist perspective. Just give me 2 minutes to present my PPT.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Is my PPT visible?
No, not yet.
No.
First, you have to open your PPT on your desktop.
Yeah, I have opened it. I don't know why is it not.
And then go to then
बोल सकती है।
and now.
आप वैसे भी प्रेजेंट कर सकती हैं।
पॉइंट
Hina, on the screen there is a button present now on the bottom. When you take your cursor, then it will appear.
Sir, but I am not getting the PPT option there.
No, but you just first press the present now button first. Then screen will come, share now. Then you click on share now. You are doing from mobile or your laptop?
I'm doing it from mobile. Oh, sorry, laptop, sir. But I'm not getting the PPT option.
No.
You have to go on a window.
On the
you
bottom,
have to click a window.
There is a first you bring your cursor on the bottom, then present now button is there on the right.
Yes, I'm pressing it, sir. I'm pressing it.
And then option will come share now. Then click on
a
share
window.
now.
You have to click on a window. Your
But
entire screen or a window.
I'm getting all the options, but I'm not getting the PPT options over there.
No, don't worry about your PPT.
No.
You press share whole screen. Share your entire screen. Yes.
Okay.
So you can read out or you tell your views. Aims and objectives of your research within 2 minutes.
जी अगर सर पीपीटी नहीं हो पा रहा है तो आप जो है अपना प्रेजेंट कैसे करिए।
Is my PPT visible now?
Yes, visible.
Thank you so much.
Press F5.
Okay. So as I said, my topic is the position of women in the Quran, a feminist perspective. So in my thesis, I'm going to read and analyze different interpretations of the Quran. So I have divided different interpretations of the Quran that deal with women. So these are traditional, feminist and secularist. So I will be reading them, analyzing them, and I also will be analyzing them from the standpoint theory. So standpoint theory is that which says that we need to include the views and perspectives of the woman in order to call that thing objective. So I will be
going on.
हिना जाइए, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
Sir,
I think it got interrupted. So.
Sir, can I speak? Ordinam here, Ordinam Dubey.
Hello.
Yeah, Arindam here. Arindam Dubey. Sir, can I speak?
Okay.
Yeah, can I speak?
Start.
Yeah, so it's Arindam here. Arindam Dubey.
नो नो
जयशंकर
अरिंदम दुबे जी, आप अपनी माइक को बंद कर लीजिए अभी।
क्या कर ले?
अभी आप अपनी माइक को अरिंदम जी बंद कर लीजिए, अभी हीना जी का प्रेजेंटेशन चल रहा है।
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
हाँ, हीना जी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है?
सर मेरी आवाज आप लोगों को आ रही है?
हाँ हाँ आ रही है, बोलिए
बोलिए।
का दोबारा वो कर देती हूँ।
एक मिनट। हाँ, हमारे साथ हमारी आदरणीय राजकुमारी हैं और काउंसिल की मेंबर है मैडम राम।
Any problem?
So who is sorry?
नेक्स्ट वन को ले लीजिए जब तक हिना को कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो शील। नहीं,
वो प्रेजेंटेशन में उनके दिक्कत हो रहा है, पीपी प्रेजेंटेशन में। वैसे ओकली बोल सकती हैं चाहे तो।
का कोई जरूरत नहीं।
हिना जी पीपीटी का बंद कर दीजिए, आप वैसे प्रेजेंट करिए। हिना जी आवाज सुन रही हैं? आवाज को म्यूट की है आप, आवाज को ओपन करिए, आवाज आपकी म्यूट है। हिना
वेरी प्रॉब्लमेटिक।
हिना जी।
So Jaishankar ji, so just
जी सर,
you just keep going ahead. So I'll join in 2 minutes.
ओके सर, ओके सर। अंजलि शर्मा जी जुड़ी हैं? अंजलि शर्मा
जी सर।
हाँ, ओके अंजलि जी अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करिए।
ओके सर।
और अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देते हुए 10-12 मिनट का समय है आपको मिला। 8 मिनट अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में, 3-4 मिनट आपको जो है अपने उस पे। और चलिए शुरू करिए अंजलि जी, चलिए शुरू करिए।
यहाँ सभी को मैं सादर नमन करती हूँ। मैं अंजलि शर्मा इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय की शोध छात्रा हूँ। मेरे शोध निर्देशक प्रोफेसर देवाशीष गुहा सर हैं। मेरे शोध का मुख्य विषय अरस्तु, डेविड ह्यूम और क्रिश्चियन सैंटन के विशेष संदर्भ में सद्गुण आधारित नीतिशास्त्र का आलोचनात्मक व तुलनात्मक अध्ययन है। A critical and comparative study of ethics of virtue with special reference to Aristotle, David Hume and Christian Shanton। सद्गुण आधारित नीतिशास्त्र की वह शाखा है जो मानवीय सद्गुणों के स्वरूप, महत्व एवं विकास की विवेचना करता है और इन प्रश्नों पर ध्यान केंद्रित करता है कि उचित नैतिक जीवन क्या है, हमारे कर्म सद्गुणी है या नहीं, या फिर सद्गुणी कर्म की हमारे जीवन में क्या उपयोगिता है इत्यादि। यानी इसका मुख्य ध्येय मनुष्य के सद्गुणात्मक जीवन जीने के महत्व की विवेचना करना है। मेरे शोध कार्य का मुख्य उद्देश्य अरस्तु, ह्यूम और स्टैंटन द्वारा प्रतिपादित प्राचीन, आधुनिक व समकालीन सद्गुण संबंधी सिद्धांतों के गुण दोषों को उजागर करना है और उनके बीच तुलना करके नव दृष्टिकोण स्थापित करना है ताकि जीवन के मूल्य परक व्यवहारिक समस्याओं का सम्यक निदान हो सके। मेरे शोध कार्य की विधि यह है कि चूंकि सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र मुख्यतः जीवन के व्यवहारिक समस्याओं के आलोक में विवेचित होती है, इसलिए यह स्पष्टता एक सैद्धांतिक विवेचना है। इसे उचित ढंग से करने के लिए मैं विचारों की व्याख्या, युक्तियों का विश्लेषण व समीक्षा, मुख्य विचारों के मध्य तुलना के आधार बताते हुए उनकी तुलना करूंगी। इस कारण मेरी शोध की विधि गुणात्मक शोध की विधि होगी। मेरे शोध कार्य की नवीनता का ज्ञान इस बात से होता है कि यद्यपि अरस्तु की पुस्तक द निको-मैथेमेटिक्स, ह्यूम की पुस्तक अ ट्रीटाइस ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर और सैंटन की पुस्तक वर्चुअल एथिक्स में उनके बताए हुए सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्रीय सिद्धांत देखे जा सकते हैं, परंतु उन चिंतकों ने इस बात पर ध्यान केंद्रित नहीं किया कि अन्य महत्वपूर्ण सिद्धांत यथा कर्ता केंद्रित, कर्ता आधारित, कर्तव्यवाद, प्रयोजनवादी अन्य सिद्धांत भी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण हैं। इसी अंतराल को देखते हुए मैं अपना शोध कार्य पूरा करने का प्रयास करूंगी और इसी से इस कार्य की नवीनता का भी ज्ञान होता है। मैंने अपने शोध कार्य को मुख्यतः 5 अध्यायों में बांटा है। पहला अध्याय मेरा पाश्चात्य सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र का स्वरूप विचार है। दूसरा अध्याय अरस्तु के सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र की व्याख्या एवं समीक्षा है। तीसरा अध्याय डेविड ह्यूम के सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र की व्याख्या एवं समीक्षा है। और इसी प्रकार चौथा अध्याय क्रिस्टियन स्टैंटन के सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र की व्याख्या एवं समीक्षा है। और पंचम अध्याय उपरोक्त चिंतकों के सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्रीय सिद्धांतों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन है। मैंने विगत 6 माह में अपने प्रथम और द्वितीय अध्याय का लेखन कार्य पूर्ण कर लिया है। पहले अध्याय के अंतर्गत मैंने सद्गुण आधारित नीति शास्त्र की विवेचना में प्रयुक्त अवधारणाओं का स्पष्टीकरण किया है। तत्पश्चात उनके उदय और विकास को बताया है, जिसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु सिद्धांतवादिता बनाम सिद्धांत विरोधिता का विवाद है, थ्योरी वर्सेस एंटी थ्योरी डिबेट। इस अवधारणा का जन्म आधुनिक युग की मानकीय नैतिक सिद्धांतों की विफलता के परिप्रेक्ष्य में होता है, जिसकी मूल मान्यता यह है कि नैतिक मानकों की स्थापना करना और उनके आधार पर समस्त मानवीय आचरणों का नैतिक मूल्यांकन करना नीति शास्त्र के आवश्यक कार्य नहीं है। क्योंकि जब हम जीवन की वास्तविक स्थितियों में नैतिक द्वंद्व का सामना करते हैं, तो ये मानकीय नैतिक सिद्धांत जैसे कर्तव्यवाद, प्रयोजनवाद हमें समस्या का समाधान नहीं बताते, अपितु और अधिक उलझा देते हैं। एक उदाहरण के रूप में हम इसे अच्छी तरह समझ सकते हैं। यदि हम जीवन के किसी मूल्यपरक व्यवहारिक समस्या का सामना कर रहे हों और समाधान के लिए कर्तव्यवादी और उपयोगितावादी सिद्धांतकार के पास जाते हैं, तो उपयोगितावादी चिंतक हमें अधिकतम के संभाव्य सुख की वृद्धि के मार्ग का अनुसरण करने की प्रेरणा देंगे और कर्तव्यवादी सुझाव देंगे कि मैं कर्तव्य की दृष्टि से कर्तव्य करूं, जो आंतरिक रूप से मूल्यवान है, अच्छे परिणामों के लिए नहीं। परिणाम तो होता यह है कि सिद्धांत आपस में टकरा जाते हैं, जिसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न यह होता है विरोधी सिद्धांतों की स्थिति में हम कुछ भी नहीं करते, जो नैतिक दृष्टि से और भी निकृष्ट होता है। ऐसी स्थिति में कुछ नीति शास्त्री कहते हैं कि हमें स्वयं से यह प्रश्न करना चाहिए कि हमें किस प्रकार के व्यक्ति का चरित्र बनना चाहिए, मेरा चरित्र कैसा हो, मेरा वांछित चरित्र गुण किस प्रकार के हों, क्योंकि इन प्रश्नों के उत्तर से ही हम जान सकेंगे कि वास्तव में हम चरित्रवान हैं या नहीं। तभी हम जान सकेंगे कि वास्तव में हमें समय समय पर किस प्रकार के नैतिक आचरण करने चाहिए। क्योंकि हमारा चरित्र हमारे अभिप्राय का परिचायक है, अतः इसकी शुद्धता ही कर्ता के लिए प्राथमिक होनी चाहिए। मानकों का कृत्रिम रूप से अविवेकी अनुपालन गौण होता है। इस प्रकार सिद्धांतवादिता बनाम सिद्धांत विरोधिता का विवाद परंपरागत मानकीय सिद्धांतों की अस्वीकृति से सामने आता है, जिसने नीति शास्त्र में सद्गुण की चर्चा को समाप्त कर दिया था। सिद्धांत विरोधी चिंतकों में एलिजाबेथ एंस्कॉम्बे, मैकेंटायर, बर्नार्ड विलियम, पेनेट बायर, पीटर विंच, डीजी फिलिप आदि के नाम विशेष रूप से उल्लेखनीय हैं। मैकेंटायर मानकीय नैतिक सिद्धांत की आलोचना करते हुए अपनी पुस्तक आफ्टर वर्च्यू में कहते हैं कि आधुनिक मानकीय नैतिक सिद्धांत निरर्थक हैं, क्योंकि ये सिद्धांतों के मार्ग का अनुसरण करके नैतिकता के क्षेत्र को संकीर्ण कर देता है। इस प्रकार हम कह सकते हैं कि सद्गुण व्यक्ति की आंतरिक वृत्ति है, जो सतत अभ्यास से उत्पन्न होती है। सद्गुण कोई नियम नहीं है जिसे सिखाकर श्रेष्ठ मनुष्य बनाया जा सके, वो व्यक्ति के स्वयं संकल्प।
अंजलि,
जी सर।
What are you saying? Sadguru, is it?
Sir, virtue.
Huh?
Sadgun.
Sadgun.
जी सर।
Sadgun.
Okay. So now, so you have been narrating various things about Sadgun. So list to me some Sadguns which you consider the foremost among other guns.
Sorry sir, please speak in Hindi.
हिंदी में बताओ, ठीक है।
हाँ,
तो तुम तो बताती हो सद्गुण के बारे में ज्यादा बहुत तुमने कही, मुझे 3-4 सद्गुण बताओ तो जिनकी पालन से सभी गुण अपने आप में आ जाते हैं। तुम ऐसा कुछ सोची हो?
सारे सद्गुण सर, साहस हो गया सर, संयम हो गया, मिताचार हो गया सर, ये सब सद्गुण हैं।
क्या क्या एक दो बताओ।
साहस, संयम।
हाँ
साहस, करेज,
साहस, हाँ साहस,
संयम,
संयम।
जी सर।
संयम का मतलब क्या है?
सर संयम का मतलब हम अपनी इच्छाओं का ना तो पूर्णतः त्याग कर दे, ना उसको मतलब उसका अनुसरण कर दे। जैसे अरस्तु सर इसका बहुत अच्छा वर्णन करते हैं कि हमको इसके मध्यम मार्ग, गोल्डन मीन के अनुसार चलना चाहिए।
नहीं, वो सब शब्दों का प्रयोग मत करो, मुझे सिर्फ इतना बताओ संयम। तो उसमें क्या क्या शब्द जुड़े हैं, तो उसका मतलब क्या है, तो किसका संयम है? संयम मीन्स कंट्रोलिंग, है ना
सर? अपनी इच्छाओं को हम
तो कीप समथिंग अंडर चेक है संयम का मतलब। तो यह किसी को अपना वश में रखना। किसको रखना है, इसका मतलब क्या है?
सर अपनी इंद्रियों को नियंत्रित करना है सर।
इंद्रियों को, वो कैसा हो सकता है?
सर जैसे
थोड़ा सोच के बताओ, ये सिर्फ तुम्हारे चिंतन की अवकाश है। तो इंद्रियों का वश में रखना, ऐसा बोलती हूँ। इंद्रियों को हम कैसा वश में रखें? इंद्रिय का मतलब चक्षु, घ्राणम, है ना? कितने इंद्रिय है? कितने हैं? 6। क्या क्या?
सर आँख है सर, नाक है सर, त्वचा है, जीभ है, कान है सर।
हाँ,
उसके
कान है, नाक है, जीभ है, चक्षु है,
और सर हमारा
फिलोसॉफिकल भाषा में बोलो।
सर एक्चुअली सर मेरा जो वर्क है सर वो वेस्टर्न वर्चुअल एथिक्स पे है।
हाँ, लेकिन वो एथिक्स के साथ तो जुड़े हुए है ना, तुम कंट्रोलिंग के लिए बता रहे हो।
सर अभी अब फिलोसफिकल टर्म मेरे ध्यान में आ नहीं पा रहा है
सर। क्या है बताओ?
तुम बोलती हो संयम बोलती हो और बोलती हो 6 इंद्रिय है, तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ इंद्रियों का नाम क्या है? तो उसमें तुम्हें तकलीफ हो रहा है, तो उसका उत्तर बोलते हो मैं वेस्टर्न फिलॉसफी पढ़ रहा हूँ। ये क्या है बताओ? तुम
जानते नहीं इस बारे में?
सर हम जानते हैं सर, अभी सर हम आपको नहीं बता पा रहे हैं, वो सर फिलोसफिकल टर्म। जी सर।
जानते नहीं तुम?
नहीं सर जानते हैं सर, फिलोसफिकल टर्म की आप बात कर रहे हैं, वो मेरे ध्यान में अभी नहीं आ पा रहा है।
अच्छा बताओ, तुम्हारा जो टॉपिक है उसमें क्या न्यू क्या है, न्यू थिंग्स क्या है, क्या तुम्हारा इंटेंशन क्या है एक्चुअली?
सर मेरा इंटेंशन यही है कि जैसे हमने 3 थिंकर को लिया है, तो जैसे अरस्तु, ह्यूम और स्वेंटन, तो इन्होंने भी एक तरह देखा जाए तो वो जब एक सिद्धांत का प्रतिपादन करते हैं, तो अरस्तु का केंद्रीय सिद्धांत को प्रतिपादन करते हैं और डेविड ह्यूम सारे सिद्धांत को प्रतिपादन करते हैं। तो अंततः यह देखा जाता है कि सर ये लोग भी एक तरह से अन्य सिद्धांतों की उपेक्षा करते हैं, जबकि होना ये चाहिए कि उन्होंने ठीक है कर्ता सारे सिद्धांत को मानते हैं, लेकिन अन्य सिद्धांत को भी उसमें समाहित करके करना चाहिए।
अच्छा, इसको डिओन्टोलॉजिकल एथिक्स बोलना चाहिए। डिओन्टोलॉजिकल एथिक्स होगा या कॉन्सिक्वेंशियलिस्ट होगा, क्या यूटिलिटेरियन होगा? बताओ।
नहीं सर, दोनों नहीं होगा, क्योंकि सर वर्चुअल एथिक्स की मूलभूत मान्यता यही है कि हम किसी हटवादी, किसी निरपेक्ष वाले सिद्धांत को ना माने। हम ठीक है तब
तो नॉर्मेटिव एथिक्स में हो जाता है कि नहीं?
हाँ, एक तरह से सर नॉर्मेटिव एथिक्स ही है सर।
अच्छा, तुम्हारा क्या इंटेंशन है, क्यों तुमने इसको चुना?
सर चूंकि आधुनिक युग की, जैसे हमने बताया, मानकीय नैतिक सिद्धांत जो अपने सिद्धांत को निश्चित सत्य मानने लगते हैं, कहते हैं जैसे कर्तव्य, कहते हैं कर्तव्य की दृष्टि से ही कर्तव्य करना चाहिए। तो सर सद्गुण आहार के साथ ये कहते हैं।
अंजलि, one clarification.
जी सर।
When you say कर्तव्य की दृष्टि से कर्तव्य करना है, what do you mean by that? ओके, इसका मतलब क्या है? सभी तो काम करते ही हैं, वो कर्तव्य की दृष्टि से ही करते हैं, और दूसरा क्या होगा? वो चोरी भी हो या पूजा भी हो,
सॉरी सर, आपकी
ये
आवाज
मुझे
नहीं,
करना है।
रिपीट कर दीजिए सर।
नहीं, कर्तव्य की दृष्टि से कर्तव्य करना है, इसका मतलब क्या?
एक्शन फॉर द सेक ऑफ एक्शन।
सर वो एक मानक निर्धारित करते हैं नैतिक सिद्धांत स्थापना के लिए। सर वो अपने थ्योरी की जब मानक स्थापना करते हैं अपने सिद्धांत को स्थापित करने के लिए, तो उनकी मूलभूत मान्यता यही रहती है कि हमें कर्तव्य दृष्टि से कर्तव्य करना चाहिए
ना। वही उसका मतलब क्या है? थोड़ा वो सभी जो वो चोरी भी हो या पुजारी भी हो, ये मुझे करना है, यही कर्तव्य का मतलब क्या है? ये मुझे करना है, ऐसा दृष्टि है। और कुछ है क्या उसमें? और क्या है तो क्या है?
कर्तव्य सर उसमें भी सर सद्गुणी, मतलब उसके अंतर की आवाज होती है कि
देखो ये सब फिलोसॉफिकल नहीं, तुमको फिलोसॉफिकली डिफाइन करना होगा ना।
ओके सर।
सर कैन आई
फिलोसॉफिकली डिफाइन करना होगा। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेरा सजेशन है, नोट कर लो।
जी सर।
तुम का एस्पेक्ट एरिस्टोटल से कहाँ उसका फराक है, उसका देखो। उसके बाद
सर प्लीज रिपीट सर, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
खामियां क्या है उसमें, दोनों का खामियां क्या है उसको पकड़ लो।
अरिंदम दुबे जी अपना माइक बंद कर दीजिए।
सर आवाज नहीं आ पा रही है आपकी सर, प्लीज रिपीट कर दीजिए सर।
सर कैन आई टॉक?
आप अपने माइक को अरिंदम जी बंद कर दीजिए भी।
सर अरिंदम may I talk?
हेलो,
प्लीज वेट, आप माइक को बंद कर दीजिए। हाँ सर बोल, बता दीजिए इनको, अंजलि जी को कौन सी।
अच्छा, वही किताबें तुमने पढ़ो, डेविड ह्यूम का किताब पढ़े, इंक्वायरी कंसर्निंग द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ मोरालिटी पढ़ा?
जी सर उसको पढ़ रहे हैं अभी सर, तृतीय अध्याय।
अच्छा, और स्टेज ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर है।
जी सर।
हाँ, an inquiry concerning human understanding. These are very dialogue concerning natural religions.
जी सर।
Just their entire Hume's ethical writings, उस पर ध्यान। जैसे मैग्ना मोरालिया एथिक्स जो है एरिस्टोटल का, उसके साथ कंपेयर करो। एरिस्टोटल बुक्स ऑन वर्च्यू देख लो, सुन पाते हैं कि नहीं?
सर लास्ट वाला नहीं सुन पाए सर, फिर से रिपीट कर दीजिए।
मोरालिया किताब है।
आवाज बिल्कुल क्लियर नहीं आ रही।
अरिंदम जी अपनी माइक को बंद करिए।
माइक म्यूट कर दीजिए।
अरिंदम जी अपनी माइक को म्यूट करिए।
ठीक है।
सुन पाया?
नहीं सर, नहीं सुन पाया सर।
Aristotle on politics and ethics, मैग्ना मोरालिया, एक वेरी यूजफुल होगा। एसेज ऑन एरिस्टोटल्स एथिक्स, ये एरिस्टोटल से जो है, सारा बोरा का किताब देख लो, एथिक्स विथ एरिस्टोटल।
अच्छा सर।
हाँ, एंड ह्यूम्स किताबें है बहुत, 4-5 है। एलिसडेयर मैकेंटाइन स्पेशली क्रिटिसाइज ह्यूम्स एथिकल राइटिंग्स।
जी सर।
ये देख लो, इसमें तुम्हारा काम आ जाएगा। उसको चैप्टराइज करो और पिन पॉइंट। तो फिलोसॉफी उन लोगों का अलग है, तुम क्या उसका न्यू इंटरप्रिटेशन दे दो, वही तुम्हारा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन करना होगा, सॉल्व करना होगा। तो इसमें तुम्हारा न्यू एस्पेक्ट बन जाएगा। हाँ, तो ठीक है, कर लो। बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
थैंक यू सर।
ओके, हमारे अध्येता मिस्टर अरिंदम दुबे।
Yes sir. Thank you sir. Thank you.
एक मिनट अरिंदम दुबे जी।
Yeah, can you
हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर कृष्णैया जी जुड़े हैं। मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। प्रोफेसर राजकुमारी सिन्हा जी, उनको भी मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। हाँ अरिंदम जी,
आप सुन पा रहे हैं हमें?
हाँ, सुन पाते हो? स्टार्ट करो।
Okay. My research is on the
जस्ट अपना व्यू बता दो, प्रॉब्लम बता दो, क्या सब का इंटेंशन बता दो।
मेरा इंट्यूशन है the concept of the subject, the concept of the autonomous subject which has been deconstructed by Derrida and Foucault, and later on I want to work on that. That is to just say my intuition, and the political consequences I can say given time.
Okay, let's tell your coincide form of your work.
Okay, but to start from, you have to do a genealogical analysis, and my research is basically genealogical and partly deconstructive and hermeneutical. So you have to trace the concept of the subject as it has been used. See, in the English tradition, in our English language, we do not have the concept called the subject, because that is basically Greek, Latin, German, and French tradition. So basically, we do not have the concept of the subject in English language. So we have to trace the concept of the subject from its very inception, from its very birth. So the subject derives from the Latin subjectum. That is from Aristotle, basically. Subjectum wasn't, of course, derived from Aristotle, but it was Latin. Subjectum literally means that which is thrown under. Thus, the subject is that which is thrown under as a prior support, or more fundamental stratum upon which other qualities, such as predicates, accidents, and attributes may be based. It is basically like the Vaisheshika tradition of sir, I don't know much of Indian philosophy, so dharma or guna, something like that. The subject, something like that. So subjectum translates the Greek upokaimenon, that is, which lies under the substratum, a term which refers in Aristotle's physics.
Don't only tell this. What do you actually think about the disappearance of the subject?
The subject, yeah, of course. The subject is like, it started from the Enlightenment of Europe, that is the 18th century of Europe. The subject was like a mannequin, a supermodel, like a frame, like a structure on which everything can be hung. So we have to break away from that conception, from that very structure. We have to cultivate ourselves into a plurality of being. A plurality, and we have to think about a more liberal democracy than the form we are particularly living right now. This is not, I'm not talking about particularly India. I'm talking about the whole of Europe and the whole of the world, I mean. It is all about a democracy to come. This is not a democracy. This is not a democracy. See, the three concepts of democracy was, as the French Revolution had codified, liberty, equality, and fraternity. But we only think about the last two terms. That is equality and fraternity. Given full liberty, it will give rise to this bourgeois capitalism. We have to stop this. This planet is wholly ours.
Hello, Arindam Ji.
This planet doesn't belong to anybody but to us.
Listen, what Professor Kirshnamurthi said. Listen, please.
As a species being, this planet doesn't belong to capitalists, but to us as species being.
Are you hearing our voice, Arindam Ji?
Yeah. Sir, please.
What Professor Kirshnamurthi says, please follow it. What Professor Kirshnamurthi says, please First.
See, we wanted you to make a presentation of what you are planning to do and what new things that you are going to integrate in your thesis or research work. So just focus on that. So instead of giving a lecture on liberty, fraternity, and so on.
Yeah, so my thesis is on the subject. I can go on saying, but these are very dry.
Okay. What are the various connotations of the word subject?
Subject basically comes from the Greek word "upokaimenon," used by Aristotle.
Forget about it. Now, what are the various connotations of the word subject?
Subject doesn't have any meaning in the language we are talking in. Subject basically, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, sir. Listen to me. Sir, listen to me. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you are talking about fraternity, you are talking about your capitalism. You are not talking about subject.
Yeah, that was also friends.
What is the subject matter of your topic now?
My topic is about the subject.
So when you are supposed to talk on subject, you are commenting on capitalism, you are commenting on various other things in the world.
Those all are various related to my basic concept.
What is capitalism related to subject now?
Yeah, because the concept of the subject is related to political issues in a greater scale. So I cannot miss the political issues.
The subject doesn't have any meaning. I mean, what do you mean by that? I mean, every term has a precise meaning. I mean, in this discipline it may mean something, in this discipline it may mean something. What are the different connotations of subject, I'm asking you?
The various conception of the subject begins with very Aristotle. That
you have said 20 times.
Yeah, so it begins with...
So as if there has been no subject before Aristotle?
No. Might be in Indian tradition, but I am not into Indian tradition of philosophy. I do not know Indian philosophy, to be very honest and true.
Postmodernism aspects and subject first. So if you want to criticize the notion of subject, then first of all you will have to apprehend the real connotation of subject. So
yeah, that's what I'm just saying. So usko batane ke bina aur kuch batate rehte hain. I think
how you can enter without knowing the subject.
Okay, so you want an understanding of the subject, right? It begins with Descartes. Descartes.
Yeah.
Begins with Descartes
one thing, Orindam, begins with, you will tell, begins with Descartes, then it is not subject, it is subjectivity.
So I can't hear you, sir.
Subjectivity, yes. Is different.
Yeah, so the subject begins with Descartes.
So let's define what are the differences between subject and subjectivism?
Subject and subjectivism doesn't differ at all. Right? Subjectivism is just a hypostasis of the world called subject. It doesn't differ at all. I mean, it doesn't differ at all.
And subjectivity?
Subjectivity itself begins with the word called subject. Because.
We have no basic knowledge between the basic knowledge about the difference of these two parts.
Sir, sorry.
Subject is different.
कृष्णैया सर जरा सा माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए. कृष्णैया सर माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए.
Sir, the notion of the subject begins with Descartes. He says ego exists, ego thinking. That is, I think I am. So thinking doesn't make a subject. So that was continued by till Kant. I think the synthetic unity of a perception. That was by Kant. is always accompanied by oral representation. That was by Kant. So, and if we leave Kant, that was continued till Husserl in his Cartesian meditations. In his Cartesian meditations, when he came Cartesian.
Hello, Jaishankar.
जी.
So I think we should wind up this presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, ठीक है, अरिंदम जी.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Some of the scholars, they have not basic knowledge, philosophical aspects. They are doing presentation and they are talking about it. It's the wastage of time.
Okay, sir. अरिंदम जी अपनी माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए.
ठीक है सर.
रोस्मिन अख्तारा जी हैं. हिना जी क्या अपना प्रेजेंटेशन अभी देंगी? हिना मुश्ताक जी अपनी माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए. अभी म्यूट कर दीजिए. आप अंत में फिर एक बार अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिएगा. हाँ, रोशनी जी अख्तर जी चलिए. हिना जी अपनी माइक को म्यूट कर दीजिए. रोशनी जी पहले सबसे पहले सुन लीजिए कि जो बेसिक चीजें हैं जो आप देख रहे हैं कि ऑब्जर्वेशन मेरी कमेटी जो है जो कह रही है कि आप क्या करना चाहती हैं, आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में क्या नया दिखाना चाहती हैं, कृपया उसको बताइए. ठीक है, शुरू करिए.
सभी को प्रणाम. Myself Rosmin Aftara and is a PhD research scholar, Dibrugarh University, Assam. My research topic is what my
नो आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही है. वीडियो तो है लेकिन आवाज. हाँ बोलिए.
Myself Rosmin Aftara. I'm a research scholar from Dibrugarh University, Assam. My research topic is Radhanath Fukon's contribution to Indian thought with special reference to Sankhya and Vedanta. Radhanath Fukon is an Assamese scholar who contributes lots to the field of physics, Sanskrit, and also to the field of philosophy in a remarkable manner. And our research work is totally based on Radhanath Fukon's reinterpretation of Indian philosophical concepts from a new perspective. Because Fukon's, because he was that generally physics and philosophy are treated as two watertight compartments. But he admit that there is no need, there is really a need to study the relevance of physics in philosophy and philosophy. Therefore, in my research work, there are some objectives that to extend reinterpretation of Sankhya and Vedanta. Secondly, this is done by Radhanath Fukon's Vedanta because according to Fukon, there is not any main difference between Sankhya and Vedanta. Then with Vivekanandism, Fukon's tries to emphasize the relation between.
Okay, Rosmin.
Yes, sir.
Rosmin, can you tell me what is the distinction between Sankhya and Vedanta primarily? Rosmin?
Yes, sir.
Did you get my question?
Yes, sir.
You are repeatedly saying Sankhya and Vedanta. So what is the primary difference between the philosophical position of Vedanta and Sankhya?
Sir, actually, this is my fourth chapter in, right now I am doing the Radhanath Fukon's reinterpretation of Sankhya philosophy, and
No. I am not asking you something which you did not say. I am asking you what you said.
Yes,
So
yes,
when
sir.
we make a certain sentence in our presentation, when we utter, we should know what we are saying.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir,
You don't know this answer, right? You don't know the distinction between these two philosophies.
Let it Rosmin, let it clarify that Sankhya philosophy and Vedanta philosophy, these are the two philosophical separate schools.
yes, sir.
So what are the best between these two philosophical schools? We'll have to analyze. So first of all, there is a book on treatment of one subject. This is very useful book. You can study it. Very useful book. Fukon's book. Treatment on subject. So there is the distinction he had made, elaborate distinction on it. So you have to analyze, take the distinction between what Professor Kirshnamurthi already said, that what is Sankhya philosophy, what is Vedanta philosophy. What are the essence of Sankhya philosophy? What are the essence of Vedanta philosophy? So it is very these two. Oh, one is atheistic aspect. They have their own philosophical aspects. You will have to first establish these two, interpret these two, then establish your view. Professor says, you understand it?
Voice is not clear.
Okay. So you just proceed further. So I think the voices are breaking. Okay, let us proceed.
Science philosophy is pluralistic philosophy and Vedanta is totally Advaita. And now my today's presentation is based on Sankhya, that is the second chapter. Till now I have completed 2 chapters, and the last 6 months I have completed 1 chapter. And in today's presentation, it is totally based on Sankhya philosophy, which is subdivided into 2 parts. The first one is traditional Sankhya, but since time is limited, I am only dealing with the second part, that is Radhanath Foucault's reinterpretation of Sankhya philosophy. Where Foucault, according to Foucault, he tries to reinterpret all the Indian mainly the Sankhya philosophical concept from scientific standpoint. Mainly, he follows the concept of quantum physics, relativity theory, and the Newton's 3 laws of motion, laws of thermodynamics, mainly the laws of second law of thermodynamics. So the analysis of all these things, he says that.
Hello, Rosmin. Wait.
Yes.
What is second law of thermodynamics?
That entropy always increases, it never decreases.
How is that connected with Sankhya philosophy?
Yes, that is Radhanath Foucault admits that the entropy or that the Mahapralaya mentioned in our past course, it is just like the thermodynamic equilibrium. That means Foucault compares the concept of thermodynamic equilibrium.
No, Mahapralaya will come some other time. You don't even know.
Yes, sir.
So, what is Mahapralaya and how is this connected with this Sankhya philosophy and the entropy?
Mahapralaya, Foucault, in the sense of this organization, he holds that it is always on the way to organization to disorganization, and in the similar way, he shows that he just simply does not give any explanation. He says that the concept of Mahapralaya is other than the thermodynamical.
Rosmin, have you studied? Rosmin, have you studied Sankhya Tattva of Vachaspati Mishra?
Sir, yes.
No, yes. You tell me one karika. What is Sankhya philosophy?
One karika. Can you tell which criticized by Foucault? Tell.
Sir, please repeat the question.
Sankhya Tattva is one karika which interpreted by Fukan. Shankho Tattva Karika of Bachaspati Mishra.
Actually, Rabindranath Fukan does not explain all these things, and he does not dealing with Bachaspati Mishra. But he simply gives all these things in his Vedanta Darshana, which was mainly in Assamese language. He similarly, Fukan tries to compare all the things in his own way.
No, सुनो,
like,
रोस्मिन, 1 मिनट सुनो.
Chapterize it rightly.
तुम अभी जो ये लिखे हैं उसको लेके काम कर रहे हो. ये फूकान जो कहा है वो सही है कि नहीं, वो उसके ऊपर भी तुम विचार डाल सकते हो. तो उसके लिए क्या करना है? अभी जो सिरजुल जी बोल रहे हैं, तो जो मुख्य सिद्धांत प्रतिपादित हुआ है मूल ग्रंथों में, तो उनको लेके हमें थोड़ा पढ़ना है. तो फिर इसको ये ऐसा कैसा बताते हैं, ये फिजिक्स के कैसे जुड़ाते हैं, ये जोड़ना सही है कि नहीं, ये सब फिर आगे चिंतन हो सकता है. So you are just saying, so who is this Vachaspati Mishra? Have you heard about him? So where do you find the Sankhya Darshana? Do you know the source works?
First, you will have to primary source. You should study primary sources. Then criticize it. Then follow Fukan's criticism. Then establish your own view. That will be a new aspect. How many chapters?
ये पहले पढ़ना है कि नहीं?
Yes, sir.
How many of your thesis, research work?
Sir, I have submitted 2 chapters. First one is the introduction chapter, and the second is the Sankhya.
Okay. So second chapter, then interpretation of second chapter, if it is on Sankhya, then you will have to study thoroughly Sankhya philosophy. Okay. So some original sources, you are able to study original sources. And there is the book of philosophy, Krishna's book on Indian philosophy, then Hiriana's book, Essentials of Indian Philosophy. You can study all these and try to study original sources. And also focus on philosophy, a very good book. You should thoroughly study it, then interpret it. Okay?
सर मुझे एक बात पूछनी सर, वो एक चैप्टर मेरा है कि सिंथेसिस बिटवीन सांख्य एंड वेदांत डन बाय राधानाथ फुकन. इसके लिए सर मैं कौन सा और दूसरा बुक अगर है सर प्लीज सजेस्ट मी.
No, इन्होंने जो बताया तो हिरियन्ना को ले लो, पहले पढ़ो. So you should know the philosophy, what is. So first, that is why I asked you, what is the distinction between Sankhya and Vedanta? You cannot keep employing terms without knowing what do they mean. ठीक है? तो पहले वो उसको पढ़ो, वो पढ़ने के बाद मनन करो. ये सिर्फ पढ़ने की बात नहीं है. तो जो पढ़े हमने उसको मनन करना है, अपने मन में लाना है. So then you should be able to tell in your own words, paraphrase it. यही अभी रिसर्च का मतलब है. So you should understand and you should be able to present what is being stated clearly. इसके लिए ही अभी अभ्यास हो रहा है. So you cannot just keep reading what he has quoted, what X has quoted.
Understand. Jodhunath Sinha's book, very good. Outlines of Indian Philosophy, good book. Or Mukta Biswa's book, Sankhojogo Epistemology. Study it. Mukta Biswas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you. Next presentation.
Okay. ठीक है. Now I am invite Mr. Jibin Paul.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Please give some of your presentation.
Yeah. I am Jibin Paul from Banaras Hindu University. My guide is Mughal Raj Mehta sir. The topic of the research, an inquiry into the hermeneutical understanding of yogic pratyaksha, extrasensory perception in Jain philosophy. I have decided total chapters will be 6. And meantime, I finished 3 chapters. The present presentation I have divided into 2. First, I will have given a general outline, and second, I will say what are the progress I made in this during this time. So,
Hey, Paul,
yes, yes.
Do you have a slides or do you don't have slides?
No slides, sir. I will.
No slides.
No
Which
slides.
year are you doing PhD?
This is my second year.
Second year. Okay, proceed.
Okay, let's proceed.
Hermeneutic understanding is the practice of understanding and bringing to language the alien, the strange, and whatever has become alien, according to Gadamer. So therefore, hermeneutic inquiry uncovers the meaning and the intention that are, in a sense, hidden in the text and makes them relevant to the present context. Therefore, hermeneutic understanding is the convergence of the text and the context. The contemporary understanding of extrasensory perception is being emerged by the developments of parapsychology and the influence of the New Age movements. Unfortunately, it ends up or messes up in misunderstanding, misuses, and confusions. Whereas regarding this phenomenon, Indian philosophy is in general, with some exceptions are there, and Jainism in particular is rather free from all sorts of ambiguity and uncertainty. Yogic pratiksha, or extrasensory perception, is the perception of the aspect of yoga without the assistance of the senses and mind. Yogic pratiksha cannot be seen in the Jainism, but we use it here as a generic term, or as methodology we can say hermeneutic term, which encompasses the wide variety of the perception without the mediation of senses. From
Okay,
this,
Paul,
distilled out-
just hold on.
Okay.
Just hold on for a minute.
Okay.
What do you understand by Yogi Pratyaksha? There are 2 terms.
Yeah.
One is Pratyaksha, the other is Yogi.
Yeah.
So I would like you to explain what do you mean by combining these 2 terms? What do these 2 terms independently mean?
Yeah. Pratiksha means Pradi plus Aksha. That means in front of your eyes. General
Eyes.
meaning.
No, wait.
Okay.
You are hearing me.
Yes,
Now
yes.
you are hearing me.
Yes.
Is it Pratyaksha or not?
It is Pratiksha.
Then it is not in front of your eyes.
Yeah, that's why I said Aksha, etymological meaning only I said.
What is etymologically at Aksha mean?
Aksha means eyes or...
No, you are wrong.
Yeah.
Whether I smell, whether I hear, whether I taste, all are Pratyaksha.
Okay.
You put a sweet in your mouth, is it Pratyaksha or is it Paroksha?
Pratiksha.
Then it has nothing to do with your eyes. Somebody puts gulab jamun in your mouth.
Yeah.
So what has Aksha to do with that? So your understanding of Aksha first of all has to change.
Senses in
Aksha
general.
is not Akshi.
Okay,
Akshi is eyes and not Aksha. Aksha refers to all the 5 sense organs.
Okay.
So anything that is evident to any of these 5 sense organs is Pratyaksha.
Yes.
Now what do you understand by Yogi?
Yogi, according to Jainism, I am trying to interpret. Yogi means there are 2 meanings given by, one is the union, other is the contemplation by the Haribhadra. When we explained about the Jaina Yoga. And Yoga Darshana Pramanam, that Yoga Darshana, what is his name? Our Hemachandra Suri, he also explained in the way of contemplation, this yoga. So the knowledge given through the contemplation, we can explain as a yogic knowledge.
So which means, senses are excluded, is it?
Yeah, senses are excluded. That is the basic definition which I am trying to give.
So the one who gains knowledge beyond senses is Yogi, not anybody else.
No, there are some differences and variations are there. Obviously, I will deal in the next coming chapters about that. But if I just want to explain or interpret in the single word, then we can say that the knowledge which is not from the media, without the mediation of the senses and mind, we can say that is Yogi Pratiksha.
No. Let me just tell you. So this word Yogi, you have to understand very clearly, because we cannot be using terms in loose without tightly forming their meaning in the context. So since you seem to be seriously contemplating, I'm just telling you. So yoga has enormous amount of connotations. So what do yoga, the one who possesses yoga is yogi. Hello?
Yes, sir, I'm hearing.
No. Just I'm in the meeting later. So yes, this yogi means, so nowadays, I mean, asana is considered as yoga, chittavritti nirodha is considered as yoga, yoga karma sukoshalam is yoga. There are so many yogas which are defined. What is the yoga that we are referring to here? And yogi pratyaksha, when you say, you are joining, you are forming a compound word.
Yes.
So what do we mean by this?
Now, after your explanation, I just have some more clear meaning for this. That means the knowledge which I got through the contemplation, that is without the mediation of the senses and mind, is called as yogi pratyaksha.
So pratyaksha means something which is evident to me.
Yes.
Okay. So something which is evident to me directly.
Yeah.
And directly, not through senses, but by some other means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Need I continue or because I have not?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Jiban hearing me?
Yes, I am hearing.
Let's explain it first. If you are going to interpret yogic pratyaksha, so let's define what is pratyaksha. How many definition of it?
Yeah, that I will explain in the chapter only. Just now I briefly explain only.
What is the definition of pratyaksha?
According to Hemachandra Suri Pramana Mimamsa, it is a Vishadaha Pratyaksham. Vishadaha. It should be direct, immediate, and lucid, according to Hemachandra Suri Pramana Mimamsa definition.
No, what is meant by Vishada?
Vishadaha means direct.
No, Vishadaha doesn't mean direct.
Let me explain, sir, please. Okay, it has an interpretive meaning that it is the knowledge which is not given or received from any other means of knowledge.
No.
No. This is not. Let's explain that this pratyaksha related to subject-object relationship.
Yeah.
Subject-object relationship. Pratyaksha, subject is there. Where is the object? This question may be raised. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am hearing, sir. You can say.
How do you distinguish between alokik and yogic pratyaksha?
Hello, I can say.
How will you say it between alokik pratyaksha and yogic pratyaksha? Hearing me?
Yes, I am hearing. Not getting what you are saying actually.
What is the difference between alokik pratyaksha and yogaja pratyaksha, yogic pratyaksha?
So he is asking you the question, Alaukika pratyaksha and yogika pratyaksha, what is the difference? Is there a difference?
Is there any
or is one a subset of the other? So you should answer all this.
Yeah, but in the main particular sense, if you say yogic pratyaksha stands a little bit higher than alaukika pratyaksha. All alaukika pratyaksha are not yogic pratyaksha.
What are the forms of alaukika pratyaksha?
There may be, for example, if
there are some forms or
you are PhD student, thorough knowledge of it. Before discussing it, you have to study well.
Let me say.
Yeah.
Can I? No?
Proceed.
There are different types of, for example, if my mother gets some intuition about myself that I am not eating something here or I fell in the sick, that can be called as alaukika pratyaksha because it is not through the senses she got. But it is not yogic pratyaksha. She doesn't get this through the medium of the contemplation. She got some sort of intuition is there. So there are
wait.
alaukika pratyaksha. Okay.
No. So through contemplation, if you get it, so it cannot be called intuitive. Is it what you are saying?
No, there are different varieties also are there, no, sir? Intuition. For example, in Jainism also, let me say that Avati, Manahapariya and Kevala. There are three sections are there. And in the Nyaya philosophy also says in the some of the different, for example, Arsa Darshana, Arsha Darshana, and some of the Siddha Darshana, occultic perception. These are the perceptions are there. This can call this as a lesser grade of the Alogika Pratyaksha, but it cannot be called as the Yogic Pratyaksha. Even that yoga, we can see in the yoga, that third Siddhi chapter, we can see that.
So you will have to clear the notion of Pratyaksha. Jebin, first you have to clear the notion of Pratyaksha. Is it subject-object contact or Indriyartha Sannikarsa or not? Is it Indriyartha Sannikarsa or not?
Indriyartha Sannikarsa, according to Jainism, it is not.
It is not. Then why it is telling it is Pratyaksha?
I am not talking about the Pratyaksha. I am talking about Yogic Pratyaksha. It is not Indriyartha Sannikarsa.
You are using here. Already they have discussed. So what is your new aspect, new interpretation?
Paul.
Yes, sir.
Paul, so
yes, sir.
Just think for a moment.
Yeah.
You are giving the definition of Pratyaksha as Vishadaha Pratyaksha.
Yes.
So Professor Sirajul, he is just quoting the definition from the Nyaya Shastras, which are generally defined as Indriyartha Sannikarshajanyam Jnanam Pratyaksham. Now, there is a definition which has been presented as Indriyartha Sannikarshajanyam Jnanam Pratyaksham.
Yes.
And there is another definition which has been presented by the Jaina philosopher as Vishadaha Pratyaksha. Now, what is this definition conveying? What is the other definition conveying? If this definition were to convey that, then he need not have defined it separately.
Yeah.
So he is coming up with a different kind of a definition, which is either inclusive or exclusive of this. So these are things which you have to study.
Yeah, my second, let me say, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, in the progress of study, after the first chapter, second chapter, I clearly explained this actually, how this is excluded or included in the Nyaya and difference between Nyaya and Nyaya definition and
Very
Jaina
good. Now, I am very happy that you have done that. Can you please quickly summarize that?
Yeah, I will say.
Yes.
Because for this, we have to understand what is the pramana according to Jainism. Then only we can understand, because it is different from other philosophies. The same as Nyaya, that is Drishya Siddho Prasiddhyati. Drishya Siddho Prasiddhyati, that is determined of the self and other things and serves to establish both. That is the pramana. So for Jainism, pramana means it is not sense organ, it is not any other thing. Cognition itself is the pramana. Cognition itself is the pramana.
Wait.
Yes. Yeah.
So cognition, you cannot call it as a pramana.
Yeah, that we can.
What is then prameya?
Let me explain.
They don't have the notion of prameya.
Yeah, there is object is there.
No. So now, cognition, when you say, so through cognition, I come to understand this when you say, so there are certain intermediary things which are introduced. Now, Pratyaksha, is it a pramana or is it not a pramana?
It is a pramana.
So pramana is Pratyaksha. So prameya, is it not Pratyaksha?
Prameya is not Pratyaksha.
So if the Jaina hears some Shabda, so is it not a Pratyaksha?
Yeah, it is a Pratyaksha. But it is, let me explain, sir. Okay. So in that Pramana Nai Tattulaga, Vadideva Surya explained is Swa Para Devasai Jnanam Pramanam. That means a pramanam should be manifest itself. At the same, it should manifest object also.
Swapara Vyavasayi Pramanam.
Yeah, Swapara Vyavasayi Pramanam.
Now, tell me the distinction between Vishadaha Pramanam and Vishadaha Pratyakshaha and Swapara Vyavasayi Pramanam.
Yeah. the Vishadaha Pratiksha comes under this for a Paravavasai Jnana, because this what we say that Hemachandra.
What is Vyavasaya? What is Vyavasaya?
Manifest.
Vyavasaya is manifest. Swapara Vyavasayi means something which is evident to me and something which is evident to the other person. Then only it is Pramanam.
No, it should be evident itself. That knowledge should be evident itself, and it should evident. It should.
No. It should, what is Swa? What is Para then?
Swa means it should manifest itself. The knowledge should manifest itself.
What is
and
Para
it should manifest the object which is in front of us, because according to Jainism, object is a reality. Even though it is a relative existence, object is a reality. So it should manifest the object. It should manifest the knowledge itself.
So, Swashabdena, is it individual or is it only knowledge?
It is knowledge, consciousness, the pure nature.
Where is the individual coming then?
Individual means individual soul, do you mean? What do you...
So to whom the knowledge takes place?
Yeah, because I am existing, so that's
now,
why
see, is it something which has to do with the validity of knowledge, or is it something to do with the knowledge itself?
If the knowledge should be valid, it should fulfill these two conditions.
What condition?
One, it should manifest itself. For example, I am seeing an elephant, and I should know the object, that elephant is there. I should know the knowledge that I know that object is there. It should know both things. Otherwise, it cannot be knowledge.
No. Swapara Vyavasayi.
Yeah.
Try to Vyavasayi manifestation.
Yeah.
So Swapara Vyavasayi means a knowledge which will capture the subject and the object.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Swapara Vyavasayi Pramanam, when you say. So any Pramana should be throwing the subject or should be throwing the knowledge. So if it is knowledge, so then where is the question of second level knowledge? So there is one level of knowledge which is called Vyavasaya. There is something called awareness of this knowledge. Okay? So this is second Vyavasaya, Anu Vyavasaya. Which one are they talking about?
May I interpret in between?
Vyavasaya and Anu Vyavasaya.
According to Jainism, there is no Anu Vyavasaya.
So what is this? There is no Vyavasaya.
No,
there is no Anu Vyavasaya.
Atma Pragasha, illumination itself.
No, illumination of what?
Illumination
Jnanam
of itself.
Swaprakasham. You understand?
Yeah.
This is what you are saying.
Yeah.
So Jnanam Swaprakasham is not only for Jainas, it is for various other philosophers also.
But I am concentrated on Jainism, that's why I said.
No. As a philosopher, you should know who are the schools which are saying Jnanam Swaprakasham. So for Nayayikas, it may not be. For Vedantins, it is. For various others.
Yeah.
So now tell me, so what is this Pratyaksha mean, Vishadaha? So is Pratyaksha generated through Pramana or not?
Yeah, it should be created through the Pramana only, because it comes
through Pramana. Now what is Vishadaha now?
It should be immediate. Immediate and clear. Vishadaha means clear.
How many Pramanas do Jainas accept? Only Pratyaksha?
No. They are accepting two Pramanas in general sense, but in particular, if you say 5 are there. Pratyaksha and Shabda and Avati, Mati.
So they do take.
Now,
this Pratyaksha, suppose another knowledge takes place, will it be Vishada or will it not be Vishada?
I couldn't understand. Another knowledge means?
So suppose you say Vishadaha Pratyakshaha.
Yeah.
So you are saying it is manifest.
Yeah.
Right? This is the definition of
Vishadaha. Vishadaha, I never said manifest. It is Vishadaha, I didn't say it is manifestation. I said direct. Vishadaha.
Direct. Okay.
Clear. Direct and clear.
Direct and clear. Suppose I get a knowledge through inference. I get knowledge through Shabda. Okay? So will it not be direct?
Shabda knowledge they are accepting. As a Shuddha, they are accepting.
Okay. So will it be Vishada or will it not be Vishada?
According to, I have to refer it, I think. I have to differentiate it. I'm sorry, I am not able to cite it.
So I'm just saying, so try to understand the word Vishadaha.
Yeah, yes.
Okay? So Vishadaha, so it has a suffix, obviously everybody will have a suffix. Okay? And it has a Sadhu Dhatu and it has a prefix V.
Yeah.
Okay? So think about this.
Yeah, I will think.
And then,
Okay.
I think we have had enough discussions.
Knowledge, immediate knowledge to cause Pratyaksha and Shabda are recognized there. But Anumano and Upamano, they are in the fold of Pratyaksha.
Yeah, recognize, I understood the differentiation with the Visuddha Pratyaksha and the Shabda. I couldn't go through this because I was considered Yogi Pratyaksha. I will refer it later.
Okay, one thing, Jiven. This is the Pratyaksha is in the fold of epistemology. But you are talking about hermeneutics.
No, that is my methodology, sir. It is nothing related to the epistemology, hermeneutics, because that's why I couldn't explain the rest of my chapter or what are the progress, how it just to speak on the first matter only. So that's why you want to ask this question to me.
Okay. So, Paul, so
yes, sir.
Just one remark. So I'm happy that so among the various participants who made presentations till now, so you had much better clarity. So I think keep it up. So do well.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation.
अगले अध्येता मिस पूजा चौधरी.
Yes, sir.
Okay. आप अपना
Hello.
Give introduction.
First,
am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pooja Chaudhary, and my area of interest is social reality. I have been trying to analyze a few of the many strands associated with social reality. And for this endeavor, I have taken up one of the pioneers, namely John Rogers Searle. He's an American philosopher. Now, Searle, as now social reality is distinct from physical reality. But it can be seen to inculcate the physical reality. The physical becomes a very crucial aspect of social reality. So it can be bifurcated into two parts. First is the institutional facts, and second is the brute physical fact. To analyze social reality, the focus should majorly rely on institutional or created facts, wherein human agents play the upper hand. My interest for this topic arose when I pondered on the things or concepts around me, things which were not brute in the strict sense of the term. Brute facts are those which do not require human beings for their existence. To instantiate the sun, the moon, or this pen in front of me, they are brute facts. Now, institutional facts differ from brute fact. To give a very vivid illustration of institutional fact is this seminar. In this seminar, we are sitting in our homes and we are presenting something. Now, how this concept of seminar came? This cannot be explained merely in terms of chemical and physical description. The concept of a webinar, would be an institutional fact, since without the organizers and the ICPR scholars, this webinar will not be possible. Now, within the concept of one webinar, many other institutional facts are interlinked. To take this very example, the participants of this webinar must be students, which is another institutional fact. And furthermore, we need to be a citizen of this country, and so on and so forth. To further analyze institutional facts, Searle has given three constituents, and I have tried to see these three constituents, without which any institutional fact will not come into action. These are assignment of function, secondly, constitutive rules, and thirdly, collective intentionality. Now, what is assignment of function? Very simply, assignment of function is assigning a function to an object or anything around us. Simple and very weightless. We don't see a complexity because we assign function to it according to our own usage. The simplicity of it is due to the fact that we are born in this world, and as we grow up, we start taking this for granted. We start to grow into it. Now, objects around us feel as if we know very well. We perceive cars, we perceive the laptop in front of me, money, institution, without paying attention to their complex ontology. This is because there is human agency involved in creating social reality. In the beginning, I pointed out that social reality is created. Now, who would be responsible for such a creation? It would be us, human agents. We have created social reality for several purposes. We have created it for our own convenience, and therefore, they seem readily available and simple to us. We create an assigned function according to our own profit. Now, the other two constituents, which I will majorly rely on, and which I have tried to critically analyze till now, which I have done, is I have taken other philosophers' points of view, the other constitutive rules, and the collective intentionality. Now, to understand.
Pooja,
Yes, sir.
I have a question now.
Yes, sir.
Is social reality a new concept that has been created in the recent times, or is it something which has been studied by coining a term in the recent times?
Sir, I would say that in Searle, it has been studied by coining a term in the domain of philosophy. There has been other intellectuals in the field of sociology who has been studying social reality. I haven't gone through those.
So what is it that has been gained by creating this terminology and studying in philosophical domain compared to sociological domain?
So about the sociological domain, I will not be able to say much, but in philosophy, what I have seen is by developing the term of institutional facts or created facts, Searle has tried to locate the logical structure behind the social reality. That according to him, there is a logic behind the society and there is a structure behind the society. And so what he tried is he tried to analyze the logic and tried to analyze the structure by means of these constituents: assignment of function, constitutive rules, and collective intentionality.
I am sure all these things will be there in the sociological domain studies as well, right? Do you think that it will not be there? Assignment of function, so obviously
yes, sir.
There. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So what is it that has been gained by bringing in some aspect into the philosophical domain over and above what has been there?
So maybe the understanding of the how it is created and how it is maintained throughout, I think that can be said, because when we talk about collective intentionality, one of the basic factors, Searle has given a very different explanation of it. So he has called collective intentionality to be primitive. He said that we have to start with we intention. So I think why I support Searle in this is because it helps in sustenance of institutional facts for a longer period of time.
This collective intentionality has been there forever.
Yes, sir.
So even in
yes,
those
sir.
days when they did a big lake, they created a lake for water storage. So there is a collective intentionality.
Sir. Yes, sir. Sir, but I think the how the understanding of collective intentionality that Searle has pointed out would be different. That's what I pointed out, that he talked about primitivity of collective intentionality. So we cannot reduce the we intention to
what
I intention.
What do you mean by primitivity? Primitivity means
primitivity is something which is basic to me. So when I say that I'm
Correct.
presenting this seminar, so I will say that I intend to present this seminar. But in the context of institutional fact, when I say webinar, I have to say we intend. Actually, the we intend is in me, according to Searle. I will not go with I intend, because everyone is in a way intended to present in this seminar.
No. See, this primitivity.
May I say few words?
Yeah. Boliye.
Your topic is on social reality with special reference to Wittgenstein, Harley, and Marcus Gabriel. So,
yes, sir.
So social reality, they have expressed their views. About social reality. But do you supporting their view, or you are interpreting in a way? This is the basic question.
Sir, actually, Wittgenstein and Marcus Gabriel have not exclusively given any. So there is some disturbance coming from someone. I think Jaishankar, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I am hearing properly.
Yes, sir. Actually, Wittgenstein and Gabriel has not exclusively given a theory on social reality. When I read Wittgenstein and Gabriel, I saw a bit of social reality explanation in them, and that's why I put the topic forward. But Searle has exclusively given us a theory of social reality. Until now, I've worked on Searle. Because to understand social reality, I felt that I need to know the nature of social reality.
On social reality related to the philosophy of Wittgenstein.
Yes, sir.
Are you supporting their views or you are criticizing their views? This is the
Sir, yes, sir. I'll tell about Searle because till now I have studied exclusively. I've studied Searle. Searle's point of view, in a way, some points I accept, but there are some loopholes which I found, and I tried to study other philosophers like Tuomela and Carlo Miller, and then I have tried to question the position of Searle.
Hello, Sarlesh, which book you studied?
Sir, the construction of social reality I have studied and making the social world the structure of human civilization.
Sir, you are not
audible, sir.
Seeing things as they are. Hearing me?
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
You're not no, sir. Someone else's voice is coming in between.
Hello?
Hello, yes, sir.
बताइए, Sirajul ji, सुनाई दे रहा है?
Yes, mentioned two books, The Construction of Social Reality and Making of Social World. In the social world. But there is third book is important, Sarlesh. Seeing things as they are.
Seeing things as they are.
As they are. Very important book. And one social reality, there is another book. Social reality in the real world.
Sir, can you repeat it?
Social reality in the real world. Akhat Tiwari.
Okay, sir.
Very important book. There is another book, Richard Dawkins, The Magic of Reality.
Magic of Reality.
Richard Dawkins, and Damodar Dharmendra Kasambi's book, Myth and Reality.
So what?
Damodar Dharmendra Kasambi, Myth and Reality.
Okay, sir.
D.D. Kosambi.
In 6 lectures, these books will be highly useful to you. So, first of all, if you support Sarle's view, Wittgenstein's view on social reality, so let me explain within 1 minute. Is social reality at all? Or it is the avoidance of individual reality?
Sir, social reality is reality. I think social reality has the institutional facts of social which constitute the social reality.
Reality. Only individual reality is reality. Reality. How do you put it?
Pardon, sir. Sorry, a lot of disturbance is coming, so I cannot hear anything.
Reality at all.
Okay. So there is a voice is breaking.
Yeah. Are you following me?
Yes, sir. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. Somebody saying that there is no social reality, only individual reality. So social reality is on the basis of the individual reality. Without individual is the basic agent. Without individual, how you will express social reality? There is no social reality at all. That's why Amartya Sen book, there is the preferential treatment is much important. Amartya Sen says preferential treatment, collectivity, preferential treatment. If you will start a competition of running, that you run 100-meter run, and all are equal, but there is a lame person. Now you have to take it preferential treatment. That's the very important. That is the lacuna of social reality theory. You will have to interpret all these and criticize all these in your own way. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Amartya Sen's book. Can you repeat the name of the book?
This is the preferential treatment theory.
Okay.
Related
And
ethics. Amartya Sen's ethics.
Sir, one more book. You said The Magic of Reality. Can you just repeat the author of the book?
Yeah, Richard Dawkins.
Okay, sir.
Very important book. You can study it. It will be very useful to you.
Okay, sir.
And Amartya Sen's book also very. The idea of justice, there is also the discussion of it.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Jaishankar,
जी सर.
how many are remaining?
2.
Okay.
दिनेश कुमार जी.
Not two. There are some also. Not some are absent.
नहीं 2-3 जो पीछे छूटे हैं उनको भी हम जोड़ लेंगे, लेकिन अभी हमारे पास 2.
ठीक है.
दिनेश कुमार जी और सुभाष सिंह.
Okay, call them.
Next.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm Suyasha. I'm present here.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Go ahead.
Namaste. The area of my interest is social and political philosophy, and the title of my thesis is Relocating Women in Rousseau's General Will. I primarily selected Jean-Jacques Rousseau for my PhD because he's a Goliath whose ideas are relevant even today. It is not appropriate to chronologize dates to gain insight on any problem faced by humankind. This choice was made to gain a deeper understanding of the functioning of a society. The patriarchal thoughts in the public and private sphere were rampant, and he produced a model that laid down the foundation of good governance. However, he tried to prove that the social contract theory which he advocated was impeccable. But the main criticism lies in the fact that it is immoralistic, though it preserves the harmony of an amicable authority, but it is hello?
Yeah, proceed.
But it is marred with injustice towards women. The research objective follows that this idea of state will fail in the long run because non-contribution by women will affect its development. His strong ideas on the masculine framework of society show an approach lacking in moral rectitude. It recedes the care objective out of the established order and promotes an unopposed rule. To do justice with my part, I will take into account his famous works, The Social Contract, Discourses on Inequality, Emile and Julie for a better understanding, and to resonate it with the present times, I will study modern scholars. So Rousseau wrote Discourses on Inequality, which gives his view of historical background of humankind and explains what he means by the terms reason, nature, and passion. Whereas in Social Contract, Rousseau talks about the kind of political system he wants for the living. So there are two opposite forms of arguments because he does not completely reject the place of women in nature and their possession of reason. On one hand, he claims that women have moral worth, which is necessary to form relationships and function in society. On the other, he completely rejects the possession of reason by women as they do not have an active will to take part in the functions of the public sphere. So, we find two contradictory arguments in his work. In the modern world, the law is recommended for a moral being who is considered intelligent and free. And so, according to Rousseau, the law is imposed on those who are capable of exercising reason. In a way, he's stating that in a state, the law is by both men and women, and therefore accepting that women possess reason and function. These laws must come from the will of the person and the voice of nature. This voice of nature must function in equal terms. So it is understood that the distinctions start with their implementation and practice in the society. In the Discourses on Inequality, Rousseau feels that the human species face two kinds of inequalities. One is physical and the other is political. The former resonates with the natural and is based on physiological, health or mental differences. Women and men in the state of nature are physiologically the same, but men are stronger and active, whereas women are weak and passive in the civil state. This emphasis is questionable since in terms of physical to be natural, and it is the way it is, in quotes. The latter, which he resonates with morals, is based on convention and consent by men. These distinctions are marked by wealth, power, honor. The political aspect is held by women as the state of nature since they are obliged to no one just like anybody else. but it is completely.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let
I'm
me
audible, sir.
explain.
Hello.
What is general will actually?
So general will, Rousseau mentions in social contract theory, he mentions that there were two stages in humankind. One was state of nature and the other was civil society. So what happens in the state of nature is everyone worked on their own instincts and functioned in the society. But in the civil society, everyone will give up that interest and come together, putting up their freedom to the sovereign, that is to their own, the collective.
General will,
Yes.
social contract theory everybody knows.
Yes, sir.
And there is the book, Emil Durkheim's book also, related to society. Hobbes' books also related to it. Have you studied his book on Rousseau? Have you studied?
Sir, I studied social contract theory and Emil.
There are some also. Discourse on inequality. Have you studied?
Sir, I've just started a few days back, but I've...
Discourse on inequality.
Yes,
very
sir.
important book.
Yes,
Discourse
sir.
on inequality.
Yes, sir.
There is Cambridge book, very good book.
All right,
The general will in Rousseau and after Rousseau.
Yes. Sir, after
The general will in Rousseau and after Rousseau.
Sir, in discourses on inequality.
On inequality.
All right, sir. Okay.
Rousseau. And there is Cambridge book, the general will in Rousseau and after Rousseau.
Yes, sir.
So, and Hobbes books also, there are some books, I am not remembering the name,
Yes, sir.
Emil or something, that will be useful, and Locke's interpretation on social theory.
Yes,
Locke's
sir.
interpretation on social theory. And C. Barton book. C. Barton.
Sir.
B-R-T.
BR.
B-R-T.
Yes, sir.
O-N.
Yes, sir.
So, how many chapters of your work?
Yes, sir. I was giving the outline of my first chapter, sir.
No, we have very shortage of time. So,
Yes.
how many chapters tell me?
Sir,
And what are the chapters name?
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. Hello?
How many chapters in your thesis?
Sir, the first one is defining common good. Defining common good, sir. Second one is what is... Hello?
Second on?
So second on, it's a kind of...
Hello?
What is moral worth for women?
Yeah.
Which I will be thinking Emil and Julie.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But third one, I have to still work on the chapter name, but it will relate to the contemporary modern scholars, sir.
Yeah. The total how
Yes,
many
sir.
chapters?
Sir, right. Sir, there will be 4, and the fourth one will be a critique. It's a complete critique. Which is giving,
Methodology you will follow.
Yes, sir.
What methodology you will follow?
Sir, I haven't worked on the methodology yet because I discussed it with my supervisor and she said it will take some time to come on.
I will proceed.
Hello?
Without following methodology, specific methodology, how you will proceed?
Yes, sir, but I think it will be more of an analytic form of argument because there are certain arguments of Rousseau I am taking and then I'll try to inculcate my own thoughts on that. Also, it will be a historical approach as well. Because first chapter I'm starting.
What's the objective of your research? Tell me.
Hello?
What's your intention, aims and objectives of your research?
Sir, I mentioned in the introduction that, the research objective is to prove that, the idea of state where he calls for a division between private and public sphere will fail in the long because the contribution by women will fail it affect its development. So this is my research objective, sir. And it is
philosophically. Is general will the violation of individual will? Is general will the violation of individual will or not?
What do you think?
Sir, according to Rousseau, it's not a violation of individual will, sir. It's a kind of...
What is the logic behind it?
Sir, there's a kind of freedom that is associated with general will when everybody is coming up, and that kind of society will function in a rational and moral way, according to Rousseau. And it will not be a violation of individual will, sir, because it's not the fact that everyone, it hinders the fact that everyone will behave the way they want. But in civil society, nobody will behave the way they want.
You will have emphasis on it that there are some will may be treated as collective will, okay, or general will.
Yes,
there are some wills which are not matched with collective will, but these are the privacy. That's my own will, individual will. So how we will equate? So each and every human being has some their individual will.
Sir, but won't the general will resonates this fact that there will be an individual will in that sense?
That you will have to analyze because general will goes on general will, but you will have to bring out the dichotomy between individual will and general will. Then you will have to solve the problem how individual will and general will, because logical distinction and interpretation is needed, because you cannot avoid individuality.
Yes, sir.
But if there is the paradox of ethics, this paradox you have to bring out how we can reconcile between these two notions, that is individual will and general will. Is general will the violation of individual will, or individual will is sufficient for general will? All people, there is the utilitarian theory against it. Utilitarian is a maximization, not general.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not utility to all. So you will have to interpret all these points in logical way.
Yes, sir. I thank you for this point, sir.
Your own view, what style you will follow, what methods you will follow. You tell me in 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah. Tell me. Hearing.
The method, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me what new method you will follow. What's your intention?
Sir, since I believe that it's a very theoretical in nature, the work that I'm doing. It will be a kind of analytic approach where I will take up the arguments and then theorize about them.
You are the student of religion, not a student of political science. You are the student of philosophy.
Yes, sir.
Scholar of philosophy, funded by ICPR. So philosophical analysis is much more important here. Yes. Have you did master degree in philosophy or sociology or political science?
Philosophy, sir. Philosophy, sir.
So then you have to philosophical way. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, what's your interest? How you will interpret all these points?
Sir, right now I cannot tell, but it's a very good point to take into consideration. I will work on this and then I can send it maybe for progress report, sir. Whatever I will come out with, right now I cannot say, but...
Chalk out, and prepare a roadmap of your work. Then successively you have to develop. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Some
suggestion, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can go for the next one.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Dinesh Kumar ji. Dinesh Kumar ji.
Is Dinesh Kumar here?
Hina Mustaq.
Then Hina Mustaq. Call Hina Mustaq.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Sorry for the inconvenience caused earlier.
Start.
Hina Mustaq ji.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Read out. You should explain in your own way.
Yes, sir. I will. Is my screen visible, sir?
No.
Is it visible?
No, not yet.
Is it? Is it now?
Yes, your paper is visible.
Yes, no.
Okay.
PowerPoint.
So, sir, as I will jump to my first chapter, which is the role of gender in the production of knowledge. So, in my chapter, I am going to analyze how the gender, the situatedness of the knower, plays very important role not just in the production of knowledge, but how it is assimilated, and all the methods that in which the gender plays a very significant role. So I will start first by defining the knowledge. The knowledge which is said by Plato is a true and justified belief.
No. What is your topic? Ina?
Sorry?
What's your topic?
My topic is the position of women in the Quran, a feminist perspective. So my aim is to analyze all the interpretations. I have differentiated three kinds of interpretations of the Quran related to gender. So one is traditional, second is feminist, and third is secular. So I am going to read and understand these kinds of interpretations and also analyze them through the standpoint theory. The standpoint theory that says that women, we need to include the perspective of the women in order to make the knowledge more objective. So before analyzing these kinds of interpretations, first I'm going to see the role of gender in the production of knowledge in my first chapter. So my first chapter is about that, how the location of the knower, how the sex or gender of the knower affects the production of the knowledge. So knowledge, which is said by Plato, is a true and justified belief. But even if our beliefs are justified, that does not make the knowledge true. So, I'm skipping this page. My point is to even the methods that we use to justify our beliefs may not be objective. As this wave of feminist epistemology in the 20th century, which talked about the androcentrism in the domains of knowledge, I am trying to talk about that androcentric form of knowledge in the androcentrism in the field of knowledge. I'm not going to say what Elizabeth Anderson, who is a feminist epistemologist, says about feminist epistemology. I'm just giving a crux that it challenges the feminist epistemology, challenges the androcentrism in the fields of knowledge. Says that Western philosophy has always been about male.
Just Quranic.
Sorry, sir?
Quranic perspective. Some opponent in the Quranic perspective.
Sir, you're not audible.
No, he
Quranic perspective, tell me.
Okay. So with this, since there is androcentrism in the field of knowledge, I'm going to talk about I'm going to ask, is religion also a culprit? Is there androcentrism in religion as well? So throughout the Islamic history, the constructs, the institution, the modes of thought diverse by early Muslim societies that form the core and discourses of Islam have played a central role in defining women's place in Muslim societies. So the Muslim societies, especially the Abbasid dynasty, that was a third caliphate. It is very important. It is very important to analyze the role of gender in that dynasty, because it is only in that dynasty that Sharia law took place. Whatever Sharia law we have today, its production started from that era. Even the hadith, the hadith was always transmitted in oral form. So it was written and canonized in our Abbasid dynasty only. So it is very important to analyze the gender, how gender was taken in that era. So as in the first century after the death of Prophet Muhammad, we have seen that though women have been not given the epistemic values, though they are bearers and transmitters of knowledge, though they have been denied this opportunity. Yes.
एक मिनट हिना जी, आप सर कुछ बोल रहे हैं, कृष्णमूर्ति सर कुछ बोल रहे हैं, पहले उस बात को आप कीजिए.
There is no need of interpretation of history. Yeah. Okay. You should tell me about the position.
You need to know how gender played the role, because it is important to know the history. It is important to look into the history to know how the gender.
No, that's not. Your topic is related to Quran. So yes, do you know Arabic?
No, I don't know Arabic for now.
You don't know Arabic. So
Okay,
which
sir.
book you studied on Quran?
Sir,
Which
Arabic for now. Sorry, sir.
Which competition? Quran
Sorry, sir.
in English or
In
which
English,
competition?
I have been reading the translations and interpretations by Yusuf Ali, Muhammad Shabir.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so in the Quran, which chapter you have studied
Sorry, sir.
related to the right woman? Which chapters of the Holy Quran you have studied? Tell me.
I haven't started reading Quran yet. I'm just up with my first chapter only, which talks about the knowledge formation. So I haven't
So what's the
started reading the different translations. As I have said that there is traditional translation, there is Islamic feminism.
What's the problem?
Sorry, sir.
What's the problem of a research topic?
The problem
Position, because there are many of books. It's on the position of which book you have studied.
Sir, for now, I have read Fatima Marnisi, I have read Amina Wadood, I have read Leela Ahmed.
Yeah.
I have read Fazlur Rahman.
Marnisi's book is very good book. But you have to interpret all the new aspects of what you want to express.
Sir, you are not audible. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to express?
सर एक मिनट अरुण कुमार जी आप अपने माइक को म्यूट करिए
हेलो
Hello? Are you hearing me?
हेलो
Are you hearing me?
हेलो
Hello? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sirajul ji, अभी कुछ problem है.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are.
So there are many books written on the position of women in Islam. Muhammad Ali Sayyid, position of women in Islam. The rights of women in Islam. Anwar Hikmat, women and the status of women, the Quran. And women, family, gender, H.A. Javed. So these books are. So what you want to express your views? First, there are in the
Not audible, sir.
Not audible.
No, just one minute, Sirajul ji. He is basically asking you the question: what is your research problem focused on? There are so many studies which have already been done. So you just answer that in 2 minutes, and then I think we should wind up.
Okay. My aim is to analyze the different interpretations of the Quran. Different interpretations of the Quran, say traditional.
Hina,
Yes,
that
sir.
is the case, then
Yes, sir.
I think he has been repeatedly asking you which translations have you been studying. You are just saying that you just started with first chapter. I think you should just read very carefully.
Actually, I have been reading the hermeneutical translations of the Quran by Amina Wadood, Fatima Marnisi, and I have been reading the traditional translations of the Quran by Yusuf Ali and Maulana Mohyuddin. I have been reading it all the time. But my aim is to analyze the methods and see how far they are objective. Because when we read them word by word, the situation is different. But when we understand and analyze the method, that is a different thing.
Let me clarify it. That is the rights in Islam, and you are specifically on Quranic words. So how many verses related to women rights in the Quran? Do you know?
Sir, I know
How many
there are
verses?
many, but I cannot.
There is verse specifically. What is the term used by the woman for the woman in Quran? What is the term used for? What is the term used in the Holy Quran for women? What is the term? What is the term specifically used in the Quran for women?
तो आप बताइए जी, उसको नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है.
Hello.
Sir, actually, you are not audible.
Hello.
Sir,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So Hina, it's very strange that you are not able to hear him alone. So you are able to hear others. Anyway, I think it is time. I think we have to just wind up your session. Okay.
Yeah. There Bhars Nisa, you should study it. Bhars Nisa, Bhars Bakara, Al Imran.
Sir,
Surah
I'll
Tawbah.
email you personally, and I'll ask for the list.
Surah Tawbah, Surah Bakara, Surah Nisa, and
Your
Surah.
comments are really valuable for me. I'll email you and ask for the list.
Correct.
These
That's
are
a good idea. Yeah, please
have
send an email to him.
thoroughly Quranic interpretation thoroughly interpret in your own way, not depend upon anybody.
हाँ सही
Okay.
सही बात है जी। सिरजुल जी वो बता रही है कि आपको ईमेल भेजेगी। हाँ
ठीक है तो नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
ठीक है धन्यवाद। दिनेश कुमार आपके सामने जो है दिनेश कुमार
है तो नंबर 1 देख लीजिए, माहिब कुमार भारती,
जी
रंजन मंडल।
सर महिब कुमार भारती का कल हो गया था।
ठीक है।
महिब कुमार भारती वो कोरोना पेशेंट है, उसका कल ही हो गया था प्रेजेंटेशन।
तो नहीं कोई एब्सेंट है तब तो
एब्सेंट नहीं है, कल हो गया था।
हो गया
तो कोरोना पॉजिटिव पेशेंट का हॉस्पिटल से आकर के कल अपना प्रेजेंटेशन वो देकर के फिर हॉस्पिटल
कैसे हो गया? हम लोग तो आज तो नहीं हुआ।
नहीं आज नहीं, कल वाले में हुआ। नहीं आज नहीं, कल वाले में हुआ।
अभी जयशंकर जी कुछ
कल रिक्वेस्ट किया कि हमारा आज ही करा दीजिए प्रेजेंटेशन। क्योंकि
रंजन मंडल हो गया।
अभी नहीं हुआ।
देखिए कौन बाकी है। दिनेश कुमार जी को बुलाइए। अंजलि शर्मा।
जी अंजलि शर्मा दिनेश कुमार अंजलि शर्मा जी जुड़े हैं। एक्चुअली अंजलि शर्मा जी का भी हुआ था, लेकिन आधा के बाद उनका कट गया था, क्लियर आवाज नहीं आ रही थी।
ठीक है जयशंकर जी, अभी कोई नहीं आया है तो इतना देर तक आई थिंक बंद कीजिए बस।
ओके सर। अब सब आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट कर सकती जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है उसको इन लोगों को थोड़ा सा सजेशन दीजिए और बता दीजिए। सर कृष्णमूर्ति सर पहले।
कोई नहीं
कोई नहीं।
अच्छा तो
ओके सिरजुल जी बहुत अच्छा हुआ आपसे मिलाप होके। ठीक है
बहुत अच्छा लगा, हमने बहुत सीखा आपसे।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है
बहुत आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखा हमने। अच्छा लगा।
बहुत अच्छी बात होगी हम दोनों।
जरूर
बच्चों को इनके जो हमारे खेलों हैं वो कुछ सर कि ऐसे करें और कुछ मैथमेटिक्स की विधि से आप अपने रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करें।
जयशंकर जी जयशंकर जी so shall we just exit the session?
जी सर, लेकिन इससे पहले ये जो हमारे विद्यालय फेलो है अध्येता लोगों को रिसर्च मैथमेटिक्स के विषय में इन लोगों को कुछ दिशा निर्देश सब दें कि किस तरह से अपना कार्य पूरा करें, क्योंकि जो आज के सेशन में बहुत से लोगों को क्लियर अपने कॉन्सेप्ट को नहीं कर पाए, उनको थोड़ा सा सर 2 मिनट के।
तो सबको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। बहुत अच्छा, सबको मिल के खुश हुआ।
So is it something that some message has to be given or we are just winding up the session?
No, sir, some message we are given.
Okay. See, I heard several presentations. So the students, I think you should take very clear note of the point that whatever we are presenting, we should be absolutely clear in what we are presenting. Number 1. Number 2, we should not be just simply quoting without completely digesting what we are saying. So this is the second aspect that is most important in research. See, what you actually contribute towards the field for the development is secondary. Whether our understanding of what has been already done is primary. So without understanding what has been already done, so there is no question of claiming the originality in this thing. So there is a vast amount of literature. Even if we do some study of this literature, so when we do this study, we should just see to it that we completely imbibe what we are studying. Okay? So completely digest what is being said, and then in our own terms, we should be able to explain what is this. Philosophy is a discipline which requires very sharp distinction between different viewpoints. So this has to be kept in mind. So we just can't be rendering like a parrot. Okay. So this is very important. I think with this message, I think I will conclude. So some presentations we were very happy. Some presentations we were somewhat happy. Some presentations were disappointing. Okay. Yeah. So I must tell you that all three categories were there. So I think there is a lot for improvement. So the most important thing, as Sirajul ji has been pointing out, so is we have to have a wide spectrum of textbooks which we have referred to. And when we refer to, we should just see that we digest it. Okay. I think I will wind up here. Thanks.
So at the same time, I would also say what Professor Kirshnamurthi said, each and every scholar should try to follow all these rules and principles that will help them. And at the same time, identify your research problem, specific methodology follow, and analytic methodology or philosophical methodology, and lay emphasis on the primary source. And collection data may be collected from the primary sources and interpret in your own way, not depend upon anybody says, who says, he says, X says, Y says, Z says. But you should say something. We'll expect something from you. That will be the innovative and new aspect that will help us to bado jayate, development of our philosophical knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
कार्यक्रम में आप लोग अपना समय दिए, महत्वपूर्ण समय दिए। सरजुल इस्लाम जी को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ। सर को भी आपने भी अपना महत्वपूर्ण समय दिया और ये सभी जो हमारे अध्यक्ष हैं आपने इस तरह से दिया, इस तरह से थे। और हमारे साथ किसरिया जी जो है, मैं उनको भी प्रणाम करता हूँ। हमारे पास राजकुमारी सिन्हा मैडम जी जुड़ी थी, उनको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। अब इस कार्यक्रम को आज समाप्त ठीक 1:03 दूसरे सेशन में मिलेंगे।
थैंक यू जयशंकर जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
जी प्रणाम सर।
ओके,
ओके, कृष्णमूर्ति, बाय।
हाँ, नमस्ते।
थैंक्स अ लॉट। आई एम वेरी
There has been a very rich presentation and discussion as well as guidance by resources to all our ongoing enthusiastic fellows, doctoral fellows, and of course postdoctoral fellows. And in this present session, we have very respectable and renowned professors as a resource persons in this session. We have Professor Biadyanath Labh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nalanda Mahavihar, Deemed University under the Ministry of Culture. He is also member of governing body and council of not only Indian Council of Philosophical Research but also Indian Council of Historical Research and other Government of India, Ministry of Culture and HRD Ministries organization. He is heading and members at several places and universities which is now. Sir, we warmly welcome you. And we have another resource person, Professor Dwarkanath Ji. He is head of the department from the philosophy department, Gorakhpur University, also a renowned scholars and guiding youngsters very interestingly, very profusely. And we have another distinguished resource person with us, Professor Shailesh Kumar Singh from Indian College, Patna. He is also renowned. He is so versatile in his writings, in his books and contribution nationally. So I warmly welcome all our three resource persons. In addition to that, Professor K.C. Pandey, also member of our council, Professor Poonam Singh ji, warmly welcome you, madam, also head of the department, Patna University, and Professor Krishnaiya ji, and from ICPR side, Mr. Mrinmaya Chakraborty ji, who will be moderating, Dr. Jaishankar ji, and Dr. Pooja Vyas, director from Lucknow Academic Center, and all our doctoral and postdoctoral fellows around the country who are joining with us. So I request all our resource persons, if they would like to address for a very introductory words to our fellow before starting the session, they are welcome.
Okay. Dr. Sushim Dubey ji, Professor Dwarkanath ji, Shailesh ji, and all the Mahesh ji, and all the delegates. Jaishankar ji also seen from the Pro Center. So, it is a very healthy tradition of ICPR to have an annual interaction with the fellows who have been awarded different categories of fellowship, what they are doing, what sort of difficulties they are facing, what are the lacunas that the new findings that they have done made so far, and so on and so forth. So we have a number of participants and fellows. So I, on behalf of ICPR, I welcome all of you. And without taking much time, I would like to invite you one by one as per instructions of Dr. Sushim Ji, how he calls you, and let us listen to you and your findings so that others also get enlightened, and that would work as an inspiration for the future generation. So, over to Sushim Ji.
Just a minute, sir. Before Sushim Ji take over, I would like to pay my respect to one of the resource person, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Biadyanath Labh sir, Vice Chancellor from Nalanda Bihar. I am happy that today I am sharing the dais with you.
Thank you so
much. Last time, I think, if I remember correctly, this conclave took place in Mathura. I was there. though I could not attend the entire session of the Fellows Meet. But it was a good session indeed. But this time it is more categorized, and I think fellows are getting more opportunity and chances to have discussion with the resource person. Frankly speaking, it is a two-way traffic. It is not only that we are going to enrich them, we are also being benefited by their proposed work, by their work they are pursuing. We are also getting some new ideas because they are they have access to the new work, recent works, so they are enriching us also. And we are also trying to help them in their future work. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
सत्र के अध्यक्ष बैद्यनाथ जी और मेरे मित्र शैलेश कुमार सिंह जी को नमस्कार है और सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। मैं सुशीम जी से ये आग्रह करता हूं कि अब कार्य प्रारंभ करें। जी
सादर धन्यवाद और स्वागत है सभी का। मैं 3 नाम और लेना चाहूंगा। प्रोफेसर मल्ली प्रज्ञा जी, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ योगिक साइंसेज, जैन विश्व भारती लाडनू, we also welcome madam to you, and Professor G.P. Das, our member of council, former head of the department, Utkal University. Also Dr. Prashant Shukla, faculty member from Department of Philosophy, Lucknow Universities also are with us, so they are also welcome. And I request Dr. Sri Mrinmaya Chakraborty ji, senior consultant ICPR, to please moderate and begin the session. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to you all. So without any further introduction, I like to invite our first presenter, Mr. Siddharth Srivastava. His topic of research is a critical exposition of change and causation in Greek philosophy. Mr. Siddharth Srivastava, kindly proceed. Siddharth Srivastava, are you listening me? I think he is absent, so we can proceed with our.
वो है चक्रवर्ती जी, वो सिद्धार्थ श्रीवास्तव है वो। अभी देखिए, थोड़ा 1 मिनट देखिए।
Hello. Siddharth Srivastava, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Begin. We.
I like. Can I touch for a minute or so just to fix this? Hello.
Okay, Siddharth.
Okay, ji. सिद्धार्थ जी, आपका वीडियो ऑन कर लीजिए।
Please go ahead, Mrinmaya ji. Siddharth is having connectivity problem.
Okay. Then I like to invite our next presenter, Miss Pooja Devi. I think she is also absent. Are you present, Miss Pooja Devi? I don't think so. So our next presenter is Mr. Piyush Parimoo.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah. Then kindly present.
Let me add one important thing before this. Piyush ji is going to give his presentation. He is a person who has been backbone behind developing ICPR broadcasting channel. So his contribution towards technical, all aspects of ICPR program. So I very bring upon to the all our ICPR families, because resource persons also from ICPR and fellows, or his significant contribution that we are watching all our broadcasting programs. So Piyush Ji is behind this. Okay, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Sushim Ji. I will. Is the presentation visible?
No. No.
It
Yeah,
will come.
now it is visible.
Right. So I'm going to start now.
Yeah.
First of all, good afternoon to the esteemed members of evaluation panel and fellow researchers. This is Piyush Parimoo from Panjab University, Chandigarh, and my project title is Naturalization of Phenomenology and Phenomenalization of Naturalism, an inquiry into the philosophical implications and limits of human knowledge, which has been executed under the guidance of Dr. Shivani Sharma, Chairperson, Department of Philosophy, Panjab University, Chandigarh, and Professor Christopher Macken, University of Bordeaux, France. So before I begin, I have modeled my presentation structure on 5 points. Firstly, I will try to provide a bit of background upon which my questions are built. Secondly, I will convey the main questions and objectives my research project attempts to address. Thirdly, I will focus on some aspects of problems related to naturalizing phenomenology. Then I will convey the ongoing research in which I am attempting to integrate meditation techniques in descriptive and experimental phenomenology research program. And lastly, there will be a Q&A session. Now, to give a background to the research questions, out of the 3 main questions that have been pondered by humans since inception, that is our place in the universe and the place among living organisms and the nature of consciousness, only the third question still remains mysterious. Consciousness is considered as a final frontier in the modern science and philosophy. The questions about consciousness were debated by philosophers for millennia, investigated by psychologists for a century, and now the task has been taken over by cognitive scientists and contemporary philosophers. Since the inception of intellectual movement in 1950, referred to as the cognitive revolution, some attempts were made to address the questions about consciousness in cognitive sciences. But mainly these questions were brushed aside with focus on attempts to solve more approachable problems through information processing paradigm of cognitivism and connectionism. Yet the questions about consciousness found their way back into the mainstream research, mainly due to the progress made by 3 tied academic approaches. The first approach was philosophical in nature, where different philosophers raised a series of questions about the information processing approach adopted by cognitive science and argued that such an approach is fundamentally mistaken, as it inevitably leaves out something crucial, that is the phenomenological nature of consciousness. The problem of phenomenological nature of consciousness, usually now referred to as hard problem of consciousness or the problem of experience or the explanatory gap, basically separates the conscious aspect from the neurobiological aspect. The second approach in this area was empirical in nature, where neuroscientists started conducting experiments for search of neurocorrelates of consciousness. That is, the minimum neuronal mechanism jointly sufficient for any one conscious percept. The research presented by Francis Crick in the paper Towards the Neurobiological Theory of Consciousness in 1990 pointed out how most of the research in cognitive and neurosciences made no reference to consciousness, and to address the same, they proposed a specific theory of visual consciousness based on gamma band 40 Hz oscillation. Although this theory has now fallen from favor, it helped create a new movement among neuroscientists to search for neurocorrelates of consciousness. Quite significant and insightful work has emerged from this approach, particularly in context of visual and auditory awareness. The last and the final approach was experiential in nature, that was incepted by the ideas developed in second-order cybernetics movement. The researchers like Varela and Thompson argued that the main assumptions that are taken up by cognitive sciences, that is, cognitivism and connectionism, were already present in the cybernetic movements in the 1940s, the fact of which still remains absent in the mainstream cognitive science literature. Then, due to the Asbanian crisis in 1950, the first-order cybernetic movement, that is the attempt to explain the mind in terms of feedback loops and nonlinear dynamics, slipped into 2 research programs, that is cognitivism and second-order cybernetics. This shift from first-order observed system to second-order observing system, which emphasized the role of observer and circular causality, provided much grounding for revisit of first-person approaches. This led to the revival of phenomenology in general and Husserlian phenomenology in particular, with various attempts to integrate the same in cognitive sciences like neurophenomenology. This research program is still trying to take a solid root in the mainstream research, with attempts of phenomenalization of nature being considered as impious by scientists and attempts of naturalization of phenomenology being considered as death of phenomenology itself. Now, in the background of these contemporary debates, what I am attempting to address three broad questions. Firstly, is complete naturalization of phenomenology possible? Secondly, is complete phenomenalization of nature possible? That is, what changes, if any, need to be made in concept of naturalism? And lastly, what is the scope and limits of human knowledge under the paradigm of above two debates in the context of evolutionary epistemology? To address these questions, the present project seeks to address the problem through four objectives. The first is the introduction of a new formal philosophical framework termed as Indian phenomenology and addressing the debate from that perspective. Second, to attempt to establish a new methodological paradigm that can help establish a reciprocal relationship between phenomenological and physiological data and also standalone phenomenological methods. Thirdly, I will attempt to provide an in-depth review of naturalized theory of consciousness with a focus on explanatory power of phenomenology. And finally, the meta-objective of the research project will be to summate these approaches to build a theoretical framework to address the scope and limits of human cognition and knowledge with special reference to evolutionary epistemology. Now, when we try to address the questions related to naturalism and phenomenology, although the debates about scope and limits of psychophysics and qualitative aspect of cognition in contemporary sciences are being addressed, yet the major experimental research is still based on representationalism, formalist, and inferential framework. The reason for the same is that the ontological roots of psychophysics, neuroimaging, or neurobiology are rooted in classical physics, which means the subject is conceptualized as something which represents a set of properties of the external world through neurons or some variations of it. Even if we go into the literature of contemporary phenomenology, it's quite clear that it's difficult to extract concrete measurement units of phenomena in awareness because of the intrinsically subjective biases and fleeting status of phenomenological objects. And on top of that, because of lack of any general theory of qualities like space-time, it's a given why major research is concentrated on study of subjective phenomena from third-person methodologies. Now, having presented these above two arguments, the question is why even bother about phenomenology? First, phenomenological experience and brain activity are only correlational, and brain activity is not an explanation for phenomenological experience. Secondly, it's unavoidable, as put forward by Eddington, that it's difficult to treat physical world as purely symbolic, as in the study of cognition, we are unavoidably mixing concepts of physics and concepts of phenomenology, that is, the primary and the secondary properties. So to study cognition and understand the human nature, we need different sciences, that is, the neurophysiological, physical, and also phenomenological, irrespective of the larger metaphysical debates around them. Now, in the contemporary debates, there are a wide range of proposals around this debate. For example, naive realists claim that objects of perception are not merely representations of external objects, but are in fact those external objects themselves. So the distinction between the primary and the secondary qualities is not applicable. Then there are consciousness-oriented conceptualizations like Hoffman's multimodal user interface theory, where the claim is made that perceptual experience do not match of the objective world, but instead provide a simplified, species-specific user interface to the world. And the fitness of the evolution may be higher in entities that see some of the reality or create models of the reality than in those which see more or all of the reality. Then there are also those who conceptualize mental states as simulations by mirror neurons, where phenomenology is reduced to interpersonal sharing of same kind of neural and cognitive resources. Also, there is immanent realist, which represents an attempt to conciliate the presence of often irreducible transcendent foundation of perception with its immanent and equally irreducible characterization of intentional acts. Then the most popular one today is 4E, that is embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended cognition, where cognition also involves body and action, embedded and extended in the organism's environment, and is seen as a move towards codependence. And lastly, there are also theories like information integration theory, which follow the top-down approach, that is from phenomenology to neural mechanisms. Now, having explained the objectives of my research with grounding in historical origins and the need for phenomenology and also the contemporary debates around it in sciences and philosophy, I come back to the question of naturalization of phenomenology. That is what it means to naturalize phenomenology. And the answer to this is to naturalize is to integrate into an explanatory framework where every acceptable property is made continuous with properties accepted by natural sciences. Now, this directly leads into a problem as phenomenology in its inception, as noted by Husserl, is a fight against naturalization and also the fight against to base epistemology in cognitive sciences. The strongest argument we can think of put forward by Husserl was about the impossibility of mathematization of subjective experience due to the contrast between the axiomatic and descriptive procedures and due to the fleeting nature of objects in subjective space-time. Now, but this argument has been proven wrong as researchers have successfully created quantification of phenomenological magnitude since 1957. Although it's difficult to do so and very little progress has been achieved, yet it is possible to do so in principle. And the second problem, that is the status of relationship between the neurophysiological and neurophysiological and phenomenological experiences, although still is a problem for naturalism and transcendental phenomenology, but it can be put on hold with descriptive and experimental phenomenology. Because transcendental phenomenology seeks to understand the nature of human subjectivity in general structure and what are preconditions of human knowledge. Whereas the descriptive phenomenology focuses on individual person-specific intentionalities. And on the other hand, experimental phenomenology investigates the phenomenological action and its subsequent practices, where both the dependent and independent variables are in the phenomenological space only. Thus, the last two programs are more methodologically driven. Now, having established that, I am moving forward with my objective 1 and objective 2 of the research. I won't currently go into the objective 1, as still a lot of work needs to be done in that domain before putting forward a coherent conceptualization. In context to objective 2, I am using descriptive phenomenology with what I call instruction-based meditation practices and experimental phenomenology with explorative-based meditation practices. And the meditation practices shortlisted so far by me are Dharana, Dhyana, Sanyam, Body Awareness, and Bhakti. So basically, the methodology which I have followed is that I have started with a text to phenomenological model and then correlated the descriptive phenomenological data, and I'm building models on it. And later I will develop experimental phenomenology on these practices to ultimately reach for some form of standardization.
Piyush Ji.
Now, yes.
Sorry
yes.
for interruption. Just try to conclude,
Right.
sir.
Right. Yeah. This is a concluding slide, sir. So the research so far has yielded two research outcomes or insights, if you may. First, the distinction in focus-based meditative practices and open monitoring-based meditation practices can be further enhanced with proposing phenomenological or cognitive level in the focus-based meditation practices, that is F1 and F2, where I have defined the level as a measure of intensity, which has a proportional relationship with the phenomenological object in terms of its structure from more particularity to more universality, respectively. Secondly, when we talk about Bhakti meditation, it's a non-mindfulness-based practice with no or less role of attention and awareness, and is some form of simulation of intensified interpersonal relationship between the self and the constituted deity, with the process of deflection of stimulus, be it negative or positive, from the agent to the constituted deity. So I won't go into this. And that's all, I think. And thanks for paying attention. The references can be accessed by the link, and any questions are welcome from the evaluators and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush Ji. Now over to our resource persons for comments and guidance, sir.
I have a question from Piyush Ji. Would you
Yes,
like,
sir.
Piyush Ji, thanks for the good presentation, first of all. But I would like to have some clarification from you.
Right, sir.
When we talk of phenomenology, we begin with the basic concept that this is a method, basically, which goes without any preconceived notion and tries to ascertain things in its natural form. The idea is that our knowledge should not be vitiated. There should not be impact upon our consciousness or knowledge of our any preconceived idea. So in that context, would you like to explain your issue, which is very much part of your project? What is naturalization of consciousness?
What is, sorry, I can't hear the last part. What is?
What is the naturalization of consciousness? You have mentioned.
Right, what is the naturalization? Right.
Naturalization of consciousness. And I would also like to have what relation do you see between this naturalization of consciousness and the method which has been expounded by Brentano and Husserl in their phenomenological thought?
Right. So to start with the basic question which you are trying to find, what is the difference between, since phenomenological brackets everything, naturalism, and then proceed as a method, whether it's really some form of philosophy or it's a method only. Basically, when you were talking about Husserlian phenomenology, the bracketing of naturalism, and because ultimately he goes into some form of transcendental idealism, it makes naturalism a sub-part of phenomenology. And when you are talking about naturalization of phenomenology, we want to reduce phenomenology to some form of brain mechanisms which are happening. So Husserl was against it. But when we go into the literature like Merleau-Ponty, researchers like Merleau-Ponty, what they propose is that we can have a debate with these two domains, that we can put forward naturalism and phenomenology with each other and have some form of interaction between them and see if there is some form of demarcation line between them where they don't cross. For example, phenomenology cannot cross into the naturalistic domain and naturalism cannot cross into the phenomenological domain. And there is also a possibility that one might presume the other. Maybe we are successful in naturalizing the whole of the phenomenology and we don't need to explorate upon what really the phenomenological experience is. We can maybe reduce it to some neural mechanism, or it might be possible that we may have to phenomenalize nature, that we have to redefine our concept of physics or redefine what concept of naturalism which was started from the whole Greek side. So it depends upon where the research will lead. But currently I'm just trying to locate the debates around them, and I'm trying to infuse some Indian, what you call meditation techniques, and using them as a tool for descriptive and experimental phenomenology. I hope that answers the question.
That's right. But I would also suggest you that in course of your research, you should try to give some space, some room to Sartre also, because I think the way you have presented, you have moved a bit towards Sartre concept of freedom also. So I hope you give some space to Sartre also.
Yes, but historically, the whole phenomenological movement moved towards existentialism and Sartre. But since my project and my time is limited, I think I have to collate and concentrate on some objectives which I have to achieve in the time frame. If I include Sartre, then it becomes a more broader problem, which I can address currently. So I am just focusing on whether I can integrate Husserl and the current literature, which is in cognitive science and Indian philosophy, and try to correlate between the three. If I can obviously take the suggestion, and if the time permits me, I might include it. Thanks for the suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Any other comment from our resource persons? Professor Labh, would you like to comment on his presentation?
Dwarkanath sir wants to say something.
Let us go ahead.
Okay.
Hello, I have given 2 questions in the message box.
Okay.
Professor GP Das ji has something to say.
I have given
yes.
2 questions in the message box. Please see.
Yes. So the first one is Parimoo brings out.
I wanted to know how is this naturalization different from physicalism, which was a doctrine in the 1930s, logical positivists.
So naturalism is a much. I hope you are able to hear me.
Physicalism, the philosophical doctrine of physicalism.
Yes.
The second question was is finding some philosophical ideas at the end, or finding out some mechanical principles, technical know-how?
Right. So yeah. So the answer to the first question is naturalism and physicalism are not mutually exclusive and are not mutually dependent also. So one can have a naturalistic philosophical framework and doesn't believe in physicalism. So one doesn't entail the other. So in terms of what we understand as naturalism currently, it doesn't hold the view of what you call as mechanical, what we call as mechanical philosophy, because that was destroyed by Newton. Currently, the concept of naturalization is just so that the phenomena is natural and it doesn't involve any non-naturalistic aspect. It's very difficult to define naturalism because the movement, historically, the movement started in divorce towards anti-naturalistic concepts. So, in current terms, then historically, mechanical philosophy came into the picture, then physicalism came. But currently, we don't conceptualize naturalism as something which is actually tied to physicalism. So I don't see it as a problem. The second question is, no, I don't want to bring some technical know-how, but the idea is to bring out the philosophical notions, how the meditation techniques which are being employed in Indian philosophy can be reinterpreted as an Indian phenomenology. And I'm building towards that framework. So that was my first objective, but I didn't go into it because I'm still doing some work on it.
Now, who you are addressing to? Who denies that criminology is not physically interpreted? Criminology wants certain intuitional factors or something like that, so that you are addressing your posture to them. Who are you addressing to?
I didn't get the question. So can you repeat or reframe the question?
Now, your thesis addressed to which persons who have a thesis just opposite to you?
Right. So the persons which I am currently holding is obviously I'm taking something from Husserl, something from Merleau-Ponty, and but mostly I'm concentrating on contemporary philosophers like Varela, Thompson, like these kind of people who are doing contemporary work in this domain.
That is transcendental phenomenology.
Yes.
That is transcendental phenomenology.
No.
Then
the problem with transcendental phenomenology is that it cannot be naturalized. It cannot be naturalized. So experimental phenomenology and descriptive phenomenology, these are not transcendental phenomenology. They don't hold a transcendental or idealistic type of view. They are more pragmatic or methodological in that sense. So they don't have a very big background of metaphysical assumptions around them. So it's easy to naturalize them.
Would your findings help criminology develop?
That's the idea. Yes. That's why I'm trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Piyush Ji. Now I like to invite, because
Professor Dwarkanath ji will say something then.
Okay then.
Kindly unmute your mic first, sir. Yes, now.
Sir? Hello?
Unmute your mic first, sir.
Hello, sir.
No. From the screen, sir, you unmute your mic first.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
There is a connectivity problem. Pardon. I want to congratulate the student Parimoo for his presentation, good presentation. You are talking about meditation techniques. I want to know about Kriya Yoga. Meditation technique. Kriya Yoga.
Sir, I am not an expert in meditation techniques as such, but in my thesis, what meditation techniques I have used are Dharana, Dhyana, and Sanyam, which are from Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and then there is body awareness meditation techniques, which is from Buddhism, and lastly there is Bhakti meditation, which has its own tradition. Kriya Yoga, I don't know much about. I don't want to comment on that because it's not part of my project currently.
Okay. Okay.
Dwarkanath ji, basically, Kriya Yoga, the technique of Paramhans Yoganand ji, is a pranayam technique. And I think he is working more on meditation aspect.
Yes.
That how meditation, from the Indian point of view, can it be considered to have close to the phenomenological principle of Western Brentano or his, I think that is his study. That is one.
Yes, I think Sir has conceptualized it very well. And the reason of not using techniques, the reason of not using other form of techniques like yoga or hatha yoga or kriya yoga, which are more physiological based, is that it's very difficult to phenomenologically extract what are the phenomenological objects involved in them. When you come to meditation techniques which employ some form of attention and awareness, because they employ higher cognitive or higher phenomenological extracts, easy for me to build a phenomenological model around them. So that's more of a pragmatic reason to use these techniques, as you say.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Actually,
Hello.
Just a second. Later on, some yogis of late 19th and 20th century tried to simplify the complex method of yogic exercises, meditation, and pranayam, so that it is be feasible for the household people also. That Kriya Yoga is popular nowadays in that context. So if you if you advance your research, later on you can accommodate that aspect in your research.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Correct, sir. I will take that suggestion. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Sir, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Sir, can you hear me?
Of course. Yeah.
Sir, I am curious to suggest if we had already consulted Piyush ji, the structure of Indian thought by Ramakant Senari ji.
Right. So I am currently not in that phase of the objective one. I'm going through Indian philosophy currently with the help of Dr. Shivani Sharma. But the thing is that basic idea is not to do a comparative analysis, because there are many schools in the Darshan school in Indian philosophy, but I am looking for some reinterpretation of the what you call as philosophical tradition. So it's not I'm not emphasizing on some what schools of the philosophy were proposing at that time. My main objective is to reinterpret what we call as Vedic philosophy or even the prior one as a phenomenological analysis. So that's the main objective. I'm not going into the philosophical frameworks which have been proposed by the later schools like yoga, Sankhya, and others. That is not my interest currently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Piyush ji.
Thank you.
Actually, it took half an hour to complete one presentation. It was very interesting, I must say. But at the same time, I like to assert one point. If in this way we can complete 14 presentations in 7 hours, so which is not at all possible for us. So I like to request our presenters to be brief in their presentation so that we can give a chance to all of you. So with these words, I'd like to invite the next presenter, Pooja Devi ji. Earlier she was not here, now she has connected. So Pooja Devi, kindly present your paper. Pooja Devi. Are you hearing me? Pooja Devi.
Hello.
Kindly begin your presentation without any delay. Yeah, carry on.
Yes. Yes, yes, sir. सर सबसे पहले तो ये ICPR 2020 का जो सेशन है इसमें मार्गदर्शन करने वाले सभी गुरुजनों को मैं सादर प्रणाम करती हूँ। और सर इसके बाद मैं सबसे पहले डॉक्टर सुशीम दुबे सर और पूरी ICPR टीम के प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करती हूँ कि इस कोरोना संकट काल में भी आप सभी ने हमारे शोध कार्य को प्रगति के लिए मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए ऑनलाइन। हेलो।
हाँ
सर
कैरी ऑन
सर। यस सर।
बोलो बोलते रहो। हाँ
सर मेरा नाम पूजा देवी है। मैं इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय के दर्शन शास्त्र विभाग के प्रोफेसर ऋषिकांत पांडे सर के निर्देशन में अपना शोध कार्य कर रही हूँ। सर मेरे शोध का विषय है आत्मा के अमृत संबंधी सिद्धांतों का समीक्षात्मक अध्ययन भारतीय एवं पाश्चात्य परिप्रेक्ष्य। सर मैंने अपने जो मेरा शोध का टॉपिक है शोध प्रबंध के विषय को 5 अध्यायों में विभाजित किया है। इसमें पहला टॉपिक है आत्मा का अमृत, जिसके अंतर्गत मैंने ये बताने का प्रयास किया है कि मृत्यु के उपरांत और शरीर के विनष्ट हो जाने के बाद भी आत्मा का अस्तित्व किसी न किसी रूप में कायम रहता है। यही विश्वास समर्था कहलाती है। यह केवल ईश्वरवादियों की समस्या नहीं बल्कि अनिश्वरवादी भी बहुत हद तक इस अवधारणा से प्रभावित दिखाई देते हैं। सर ये आत्मा की अमरता में जो विश्वास है यह केवल धर्म पर आधारित नहीं है बल्कि ये जीवन के प्रति एक उचित दृष्टिकोण पर भी आधारित है। अतः इस भावना का परित्याग करने का अर्थ है धर्म के साथ साथ जीवन के प्रति उचित दृष्टिकोण का भी त्याग कर देना। आत्मा के अमृत की मूल समस्या यह है कि क्या मरणोपरांत आत्मा का अस्तित्व अवशिष्ट रहता है या शरीर के साथ साथ आत्मा भी विनष्ट हो जाता है। इस संदर्भ में मुख्यतः 2 दृष्टिकोण प्रचलित हैं। पहला, मरणोपरांत सब कुछ विनष्ट हो जाता है और कुछ भी अवशिष्ट नहीं रहता है। इस मत का समर्थन प्रमुखतः जड़वादी दार्शनिक करते हैं। दूसरा दृष्टिकोण है जो ये मानता है कि तो दूसरे दृष्टिकोण के अंतर्गत यह माना जाता है कि आत्मा के अमृत के पश्चात सब कुछ नष्ट नहीं हो जाता है बल्कि हेलो।
हाँ पूजा जी।
हाँ सर, मैं आत्मा के मृत्यु का दूसरा दृष्टिकोण बता रही थी कि शरीर तो समाप्त हो जाता है किंतु आत्मा का अस्तित्व बना रहता है। इस मत के अनुसार आत्मा का केवल देहांतरण होता है बल्कि इसलिए यह जन्म और मृत्यु से परे है। सर मैंने अपने जो द्वितीय अध्याय का विभाजन अपने शोध प्रबंध का जो दूसरा अध्याय बनाया है वो ये है कि आत्मा के अमृत के विभिन्न प्रकार। इसके अंतर्गत यह स्पष्ट किया गया है कि जब हम विभिन्न धर्मों के ऊपर विचार करते हैं तो हम पाते हैं कि आत्मा के जो अमरता है इसको कई प्रकार से माना गया है। तो एक दृष्टिकोण के अंतर्गत यह माना गया है कि एक जैविक अमरता और एक सामाजिक अमरता होती है। तो जैविक अमरता के अंतर्गत यह माना जाता है कि जो संतानोत्पत्ति करते हैं ये अमरता को हम पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी प्रेषित करते जाते हैं। उसके बाद दूसरी अमरता आती है जो सामाजिक आती है, जिसके अनुसार व्यक्ति जो समाज में अपने सामाजिक मूल्य और नैतिक मूल्य के आदर्शों की स्थापना करता है, इस प्रकार से वो अमर हो जाता है। सर एक और जिससे इसका उदाहरण है गांधी जी और विवेकानंद जी। सर एक और दृष्टिकोण है जिसमें अमरता को शारीरिक और शारीरिक इन 2 भागों में विभाजित किया गया है। शारीरिक अमरता वह है जिसके अंतर्गत यह माना जाता है कि यद्यपि मृत्यु के उपरांत व्यक्ति का शरीर तो विनष्ट हो जाता है परंतु आत्म चेतना से युक्त उसका व्यक्तित्व बना रहता है। पुनश्च शारीरिक अमरता को भी 2 भागों में बांटा गया है। पहला यह है कि एक व्यक्तित्व पूर्ण अमरता है, दूसरी निर्वैयक्तिक अमरता है। व्यक्तित्वपूर्ण अमरता वह है जहाँ यह माना जाता है कि मृत्यु के उपरांत भी मनुष्य का आत्मचेतना से परिपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व बना रहता है। पाश्चात्य परंपरा में जसिया रायस और मैक्टेगर्ट तथा भारतीय दर्शन में वैष्णव वेदांतियों ने व्यक्तित्वपूर्ण अमरता को स्वीकार किया है। वैष्णव वेदांतियों के अनुसार मोक्ष व्यक्तित्व का अंत नहीं बल्कि अहंकार का अंत है। द्वितीय निर्वैयक्तिक अमरता की संकल्पना है जिसको भारतीय दर्शन में आचार्य शंकर स्वीकार करते हैं। आचार्य शंकर के अनुसार जब जीव को मोक्ष प्राप्त होता है तो ब्रह्म से पृथक उसका व्यक्तित्व समाप्त होता है। अर्थात जीव का साक्षात्कार हो जाता है, जीव को ब्रह्म का साक्षात्कार हो जाता है। तो इसके विपरीत एक दूसरी शारीरिक अमरता की अवधारणा है। इसके अंतर्गत शरीर मुक्ति की परिकल्पना की गई है। इस मत के अनुसार मृत्यु के उपरांत व्यक्ति का पुनर्जन्म नहीं होता है, परंतु वह शरीर न्याय दिवस के दिन ईश्वर के समक्ष उपस्थित होता है, जहाँ पर उसके कर्मों का मूल्यांकन होता है। इस मत का समर्थन मुख्यतः इस्लाम, यहूदी और ईसाई धर्मों में किया गया है। फिर एक और दृष्टिकोण है जिसमें व्यापक किया गया है। तो एक मानते हैं कि अमरता सीमित होती है, जिसमें यह माना गया है कि यह अमरता केवल और केवल मनुष्य को मिल सकती है और वो भी केवल अच्छे कर्म करने वाले मनुष्यों को मिल सकती है, जिसको इस्लाम, यहूदी और ईसाई धर्मों में माना जाता है। दूसरी एक व्यापक अमरता का प्रकार बताया गया है, जिसमें माना जाता है कि एक न एक दिन सभी व्यक्तियों को अमरता मिलेगी, चाहे वो अच्छे कर्म करे या बुरे, लेकिन जैसे जो अच्छा कर्म करेगा उसको जल्दी मिलेगी, जो अच्छा कर्म नहीं करेगा उसे देरी से मिलेगी। क्योंकि ये जीव के साथ साथ मनुष्य के साथ साथ सभी जीव जंतुओं की अमरता में विश्वास करते हैं। ये मुख्यतः हिंदू धर्म में माना गया है। फिर अपने टॉपिक का मैंने जो तीसरा विभाजन किया है, अपने शोध ग्रंथ का जो मैंने तीसरा अध्याय बनाया है, उसमें मैंने आत्मा के अमृत संबंधी जो भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में प्रमाण दिए गए हैं, जैसे कि गीता, उपनिषद और हमारे भारतीय दर्शन, उन सभी की विस्तृत चर्चा मैंने की है। उसमें जिन लोगों ने इसको अस्वीकार किया है, जैसे कि चारवाक में, तो उसका भी हमने अपने गीता के माध्यम से, जैसे गीता में श्री कृष्ण ने कहा है कि वासांसी वीणाम यथा ध्याय, ये इसको चर्चा करके जिससे उन्होंने बताया है कि हमारी आत्मा अजर अमर है। और उपनिषदों के माध्यम से हमने बताया है, अपने तमाम भारतीय दर्शन में है, जो भी हमारे यहाँ आत्मा की अमरता को, चारवाक को छोड़कर लगभग सभी मानते हैं, तो उसकी चर्चा मैंने अपने इस तीसरे अध्याय में की है। अपने चौथे अध्याय में तो मैंने पाश्चात्य दर्शन में जो आत्मा की अमरता के बारे में बताया गया है, वहाँ पे जो लोग पाश्चात्य दर्शन में आत्मा की अमरता में विश्वास करते हैं, उनके बारे में मैंने चर्चा की है। और वहाँ भी जिन लोगों ने इसका विरोध किया, तो फिर कांट की युक्ति देकर और प्लेटो, इन लोगों के माध्यम से हमने चर्चा की है कि कैसे मतलब आत्मा की अमरता को हम प्रमाणित करने का प्रयास करते हैं। और फिर मैंने जो अपने शोध का एक 5वां अध्याय बनाया है कि विज्ञान क्या कहता है आत्मा की अमरता के बारे में। उसमें मैंने ये दिखाने का प्रयास किया है कि एक तो परमाणुवैज्ञानिक युक्ति है, हालांकि उसका कोई बहुत मतलब प्रयोगशाला में तो प्रमाणित नहीं किया जा सकता है, किंतु आत्मा की अमरता के बारे में ये कहा भी जाता है कि ये तर्क से नहीं जानी जा सकती है, तो इसलिए उसके लिए एक परमाणुवैज्ञानिक युक्ति भी दी जाती है। फिर एक और है जो उसमें मानते हैं कि जैसे शरीर में, जैसे कि किसी मशीन में हम एक चिप लगा देते हैं और वो काम करता है, तो उसी तरह से मनुष्य शरीर में भी आत्मा जो है एक चिप की तरह काम करता है। आत्मा का विनाश नहीं होता है, किंतु शरीर का ही विनाश होता है। और सर इसके एक और जो मैंने दिखाया है एस्पेक्ट कि जो विज्ञान में माना जाता है कि आत्मा ऊर्जा का नहीं होता, का केवल रूपांतरण होता है। जैसे भौतिक विज्ञान में 2 प्रकार की ऊर्जा मानी जाती है, एक गतिज ऊर्जा और दूसरी स्थितिज ऊर्जा। तो इसमें गतिज ऊर्जा का स्थितिज ऊर्जा में रूपांतरण होता है और स्थितिज ऊर्जा का गतिज ऊर्जा में, लेकिन ऊर्जा का ह्रास नहीं होता। इन दोनों का महायोग सदैव स्थिर रहता है। इस प्रकार से ये माना जाता है कि ही ऊर्जा का एक है, तो ये इसका ह्रास नहीं होता है, इसका रूपांतरण होता है। तो इस प्रकार में 5 है अपना। और इसके आगे एक पेपर वहाँ पे प्रस्तुत किया में से, उसमें मैंने देखा है समकालीन आत्मा की क्या है, मैं भी इसी सब टॉपिक पे चर्चा किया। राठ महाविद्यालय वहाँ जोड़ के आत्मा की अमरता के बारे में, तो उसमें भी मैंने पेपर प्रेजेंट किया था। मैंने दिखाया था कि पर्यावरण से कैसे मानव अस्तित्व जुड़ा हुआ है, तो उसके थ्रू मैंने अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट किया था। सर यही है। हेलो हेलो
हेलो, हो गया
आप बोलिए, आवाज आ रही है आपकी, बोलिए।
हाँ सर, यस सर, यस सर। सर अभी यहाँ पे प्रयागराज में एक लाइब्रेरी है, सदंगनाथ झा लाइब्रेरी, वहाँ से मैं एक बुक ले आई थी, वो उदयनाचार्य की आत्मतत्व का अध्ययन कर रही हूँ, और ये इतना मैंने बनाया है। बाकी सर आप लोग सजेस्ट करिए कि क्या करें। हो गया
Sir, over to our resource persons now for comment.
आप मुख्य रूप से जो आत्मा का विचार व्यक्त किया है भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में, भारतीय दर्शन के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, तो आत्मा को अब द्रव्य लेकर चली है कि आत्मा एक द्रव्य है, सब्सटेंस है, वो जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं कि अंडरलाइंग यूनिटी है, जो हमारे सभी ज्ञान और अन्य सभी वस्तुओं का अंडरलाइंग यूनिटी है, सब्सटेंस है, द्रव्य। तो लगभग यही विचार हम, जैसा आपका जो चौथा चैप्टर है जिसमें आप ग्रीक फिलॉसफी को डिस्कस कर रही है, हम आपको सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे कि चौथे चैप्टर में आप प्लेटो को, अरिस्टोटल को, लॉक को, बर्कले को थोड़ा विस्तृत करके और जोड़िएगा, क्योंकि ये चारों दार्शनिक पाश्चात्य दर्शन में, ग्रीक दर्शन में वैसे हैं जो जिनका विचार मेल खाता है भारतीय दर्शन में, जो आत्मा का विचार है, वो भी द्रव्य के रूप में और अंडरलाइंग यूनिटी के रूप में प्लेटो भी लेते हैं, अरिस्टोटल भी लेते हैं फॉर्मल कॉज के रूप में, या फिर बर्कले भी लेते हैं, बहुत हद तक लॉक भी लेते हैं सबस्ट्रेटम के रूप में। लेकिन वहीं पर आपको थोड़ा अंतर भी दिखा देना पड़ेगा। कांट थोड़ा चर्चा आप की भी है, कांट के ट्रांसेंडेंटल ईगो और एम्पिरिकल ईगो में अंतर दिखाना पड़ेगा आपको, क्योंकि कांट बड़ा ही स्पष्ट शब्द में कहते हैं कि स्पिरिचुअल सब्सटेंस, आध्यात्मिक द्रव्य को, आत्मा को या आध्यात्मिक द्रव्य को स्वीकार करना पर्सनल और सेल्फ कैरेक्टरिस्टिक। तो ग्रीक दर्शन के वैसे दार्शनिकों को आपको लेकर चलना होगा जिनकी समतुल्यता, जिनका भारतीय दार्शनिकों से दिखाया जा सकता है, और ग्रीक दर्शन के वैसे दार्शनिकों को भी लेकर चलिए, विशेष तौर पर कांट को अपने चौथे अध्याय में, जहां पर वो डिफर करते हैं भारतीय दर्शन से भी, प्लेटो अरिस्टोटल से भी डिफर करते हैं, क्योंकि वो ट्रांसेंडेंटल ईगो को तो कहते हैं कि एकदम नहीं जाना जा सकता है, वो ज्ञान का विषय नहीं है। एम्पिरिकल ईगो को वो मानते हैं कि वो ज्ञान का विषय है। इस बात पर थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा अपने चौथे अध्याय में, ये सजेशन है मेरा।
ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Pooja ji. Now I like to invite Mr. Siddharth Srivastava. Earlier he was absent, now he has joined. And Mr. Siddharth Srivastava, are you hearing me?
Yes. Is my voice audible to everyone?
Yeah, now it's audible. Carry on. Begin your presentation.
Very good afternoon to all the professors and my fellow researchers. The title of my research is A Critical Exposition of Change and Causation in Greek Philosophy. And my ongoing work, the ongoing research, is guided under the supervision of Dr. Prashant Shukla, Department of Philosophy and University of Lucknow. I would like to provide the structure for my presentation, as in the first half of it, I would like to explicitly expound upon the learnings from my readings that I've done so far, and And in the second half, in the latter part of the presentation, I would like to draw all of your attention towards the structure of my research proposal and the problems that I have to encounter in the study, and as well as the methodology that I'll be deploying so as to conclude. The first chapter, the entire research proposal is, as of now, is divided, is classified in 5 chapters. The very first chapter is belongs to the century-long debate that occurred between the Ephesians, primarily Heraclitus, and the Eleatics, primarily Parmenides and Zeno. The debate was basically between the notions of being and becoming. As we all know, the Heraclitus of Ephesia supported his favored strongly for the notion of becoming, and his on the contrary, Parmenides was the one who supported the notion of being. So my attempt so far in the chapter 1 is to account for the criticism that has been majorly taken up by Aristotle and Plato upon Heraclitus on his notion of becoming, and how strongly is that criticism able to uphold itself. So in the beginning, what I kind of came across, that ancient interpretations tend to portray Heraclitus in and successions in which other kind of well like placed. So one important thing that I would like to mention that I came across was that the flux doctrine of Heraclitus is neither an empirical discovery nor a mere inheritance from earlier Ionians. Heraclitus sees it as implicit. The notion of flux doctrine, Heraclitus sees it as implicit in the Ionian theories and simply makes it an explicit condition of the world. The major critique of this particular work of Heraclitus was Plato, and the Plato's interpretation seems dependent on that of Cratylus. When I went through the Cratylus, a close reading showed me that what Plato and Cratylus understood of what Heraclitus was primarily trying to say in his text was kind of very different from what Cratylus and Plato get out of it. I'll be putting out the arguments for these claims that I'm making, and so basically, what I personally felt that the attention to the literary and the rhetorical devices that Heraclitus uses allows us to find out a good deal of information that earlier readers seems to have missed. So here are some of the allegations put forth by Plato. So both Plato, Aristotle, they kind of apprehended the theory of Heraclitus as kind of confusing and incoherent. The reason for Plato to basically say that initially was that he saw Heraclitus saying reality is both one and many, which again wasn't exactly how Plato perceived it to be. I'll break it down a little ahead. So the very first allegation put forth by Plato on Heraclitus was that Heraclitus understood in a radical flux in which all things are changing all the time. So just in order to clarify, I would like to draw all of your attention to initially what Heraclitus of Ephesia and Hippasus of Metapontum basically began by claiming fire or positing fire as the source. So once they have chalked out the fire to be the source of everything else, so they conclude fire to be the element and all things are an exchange for fire. So, with the help of the, rarefaction and condensation that Heraclitus kind of relied upon to explain the changing phenomena and the elemental changes between the earth, air, water, fire. So he placed fire to be the center of it, and so as to support these understandings, uh, I'll just say what it was written about Heraclitus in the book Clement Miscellanies, also known as the Stromata, which was a book by Clement of Alexandria. So in that he mentioned that Heraclitus was indeed talking of the elemental changes and their causes. So through in his words, he said the turnings of fire, first sea, and of sea half is earth, half fire burst, and how the death of fire is the birth of air, and the death of air is the birth of water. It is death for earth to become water, and death for water to become air, and death for air to become fire. So all these things, in the words of Heraclitus, are an exchange for fire and fire for all things. As goods are for gold and gold for goods. So noting what Heraclitus had to primarily say about the elemental changes, and it's basically in this very context that you find that Heraclitus does indeed believe in a flux, probably of elemental changes, where he speaks at how the earth is transformed into water and vice versa. And also, unlike Cratylus, he sees a flux as compatible with, or even the cause of the stability of higher structures, which I think Plato wasn't able to comprehend, as he only, fixed his criticism on the elemental changes and how and what kind of a radical flux Heraclitus was initially talking about. But on a bigger picture, Heraclitus was also talking about the flux that is constantly shaking the stability of higher structures. And it is only in this point that the second allegation that was put forth by Plato on Heraclitus gets resolved, in which he says that Plato in Cratylus, he writes that Heraclitus understands or Heraclitus is a believer in the identity of opposites. So according to which contrary conditions such as hot and cold or wet and dry are really identical with one another. So this was the allegation that was put forth by Plato in his understanding of Heraclitus, which obviously wasn't entirely true, as Heraclitus talked about that these contraries or the opposites are not to be equated with each other. Only it is to be understood that he sees these opposites as equivalent and interchangeable, but not as identical. They make a unity, as part of a connected process. So it's basically in these Heraclitus's paradoxical statements, that the double meanings which connect, with the phenomena is kind of apparently incompatible statements. That that both can be true. That both of these statements can be true when understood properly and in the right context. So these allegations put forth by Plato I believe they kind of might be put forth on a shakeable grounds, but also at the very same time, I do believe, when I'll be explicitly moving with Plato and Aristotle, I think that the criticism of Plato might be just enough to shake up the whole theory of Heraclitus. But as of now, I think that these and so many allegations that were put on from Plato and Aristotle also, when I was reading the Marcus Aurelius and the Aristotle rhetoric, and also Aristotle on the word. So there was this one particular very interesting statement that I kind of came across, in which Aristotle was the one person who kind of first attacked Heraclitus on the very logical strains, whether the argument that was being put forth by Heraclitus was it actually logically sustainable, like we see in the philosophy of Aristotle, as he was highly as being great highly motivated by the logic. And so he actually was able to defend the paradox of Heraclitus, a very famous one, in which we see that how Heraclitus explicitly, like he says that that you cannot step twice in the same river. So it is a very contentious debate sentence, but Aristotle, I came across just this statement. I'll just read it out.
Mr. Siddharth,
yes,
sorry
sir.
for interruption. Just try to conclude, sir.
So I'm just finishing off the last allegation, and after this, I'll move on to the problem and the methodology that I've been using.
No, it's already more than 10 minutes, so try to conclude, please.
Absolutely, sir. So Aristotle on that particular statement given by the paradox of the statement of Heraclitus. So he basically mentions that he talks about the collections, Aristotle, and it's very important to understand the collections from him perspective. Like he says that the rivers are collection of water, and what I perceive of it is in accordance and support to the paradox of the impossibility of stepping twice into the same river. And he says, the words of Aristotle, that collections, wholes and not wholes, brought together, pulled apart, sung in unison, sung in conflict, and from all things one, and from one all things. And then I'm currently in process of continuing this debate to its second end, where I'll bring in the Parmenides, and I'm trying to understand Parmenides, and then as most of the work is in poet form, it's in poem, and it's kind of the prominence of cosmology that you kind of perceive in Parmenides' poem makes it very strong, I think, epistemologically, a very good testament. So I am in process of kind of concluding, and we all know that how I'd also like to kind of inquire upon that whether the Parmenides' rejection of change was complete, so as to bring down the whole pillars of becoming established by Heraclitus. So I'll just have something to present.
Try to conclude, sir, because we have 11 more participants.
Absolutely, sir. I just want to present the screen in which I've mentioned the problems of the study and the high methodology that I've kind of employed, sir. So what I'm sharing right now, is it visible in everyone's screen?
It's visible.
So the second chapter is on Plato, and then I'll be looking to all the translations of Plato and his work, majorly like the translations that we have from Cooper and Hutchinson. So I'm reading all the dialogues and the books that are available from Plato's end, and then of course for the criticism for the notion of change, I'll be looking into Aristotle in my third chapter. I am definitely trying to locate a problem in the study where I would like to simplify. My whole attempt right now is to simplify the structures that basically led to the foundation of the ontology of becoming that we know as of today.
Mr. Srivastava, kindly conclude now.
Surely, sir. I'll just mention the methodology that I'm using is a second order vocabulary, and it's purely analytical and hermeneutical, and so the analysis is so. Sir, I think that will be also.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now it's over to our resource persons, Professor Shailesh Kumar Singh. Would you like to comment?
Yes, I would like to comment.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
First of all, I would like to I would like to suggest Mr. Siddharth that his title is title covers the entire Greek philosophy with regard to causation and change. But more or less, in his presentation, he remained confined to Heraclitus and few early Greek thinkers. Basically, in his research, he should add the notion of substance, the notion of change, that what is the correlation between substance and change, in what context. Siddharth, I think you should take into account these things, that in change, substance is normally considered as something which is permanent. And change is taken as modes or attributes or qualities. But at the same time, there is a relation between the two. Substance is essence, it is changeless, but substance is not an essence without modification or without attributes. Similarly, there can be no attributes or modification without substance. So we have such a concept or such a relation between cause, which is normally taken as substance, and change, which is regarded as modes or attributes. Substance also implies the notion that it is the center of all efforts, energy, and activities. Everything is there as potentiality. And when what you call becoming, it is already in the substance as potentiality, and it is just it is actualized while taking the shape of becoming. So there is a correlation between substance and change, or in the relation between essence and attributes or modifications. So whether you talk of Heraclitus or Plato or Aristotle in Greek thinkers, or even Kant, who take it as a category, you should include these philosophical concepts in your research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So can I just add to what you have said right now? So like the point that you're, I think if I'm able to comprehend it correctly, so you're trying to, disintegrate the whole idea of substance, as in like what we see in Aristotle, that he basically, in his notion of causation, and he basically classifies that there are three attributes of substance. That is, it has a form, there's a matter, and then there's a moving cause. So these three attributes together bring in the change in the substance. So the like when we speak of it, I do have a certain problem with it. So when I was going through it, so I wasn't able to understand that how the changeability of form can occur, because the form is something that is not susceptible to any changes, though the matter is definitely changing. And once the matter has changed, so the form of course, I think, has evolved. So then there's a moving cause. So this was the basically understanding of how Aristotle logically clarifies that how a substance is able to undergo any kind of a change. So like your primordial point that why I've mentioned that the entire Greek philosophy in my research proposal, and I'm only dealing with the specifics of it, is basically the adjective that has been associated with Greek philosophy is change and causation. So these two things is something which is not common to also. Most of the works of the pre-Socratic philosophers, thinkers, is kind of restricted.
Mr. Siddharth, the reason I suggested you, the title of your work is Greek philosophy, not pre-Socratic philosophy. And when you have such an elaborate title, you will have to take into account the issues involved in Plato, in Aristotle, and in other thinkers. And the moment you talk about change and causation, you will have to deal the notion of substance, then as a being, then as a becoming, the notion of attributes, moods, then what is the relation between the two, how they are interrelated, how they ontologically um, um, influences each other. So you you have began well with the pre-Socratic philosophy. You have a good foundation, very good foundation. You spoke well and you elaborated well. But when you will be adding other Greek thinkers, you will have to add these things also. That is what I wanted to suggest.
Yeah.
I'm certain
Thank you.
of this
Thank
that
you.
I would be including Plato, Aristotle in the coming chapters. So this was only the chapter 1 that I've kind of like expounded it to you all. But in my future work, that of course that I'll be pulling off in the second and the third and the fourth chapter would solely restrict to Plato and Aristotle, as they have a lot of work in the ontology of becoming, and so like I also intend to include some of the medieval thinkers. So maybe it's not entirely Greek philosophy, but just trying to understand whomsoever has spoken whatsoever on the ontology of becoming, and would definitely make an attempt to include all of their philosophies, and just to straighten out the intricacies, sir.
Thank you, Srivastava
Thank
ji.
you.
Thank you, sir. So I
Thank you,
like
sir.
to invite our next presenter, Mr. Nasif Khan. Be brief and try to conclude before completion of 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
try to be brief. Yeah.
Okay. I briefly
Yeah.
explain. Okay, sir. Okay. First of all, good afternoon to all of you, sir. My name is Nasif Khan from HNB Garhwal University, and I am doing research project under the supervision of Professor Indu Pandey Khanduri. First of all, I explain regarding with my research proposal. There are many problems I can find, and the objectives and the research relevance of modern scenario. So the present study has a plan to take up the examination and understanding of the epistemological, metaphysical, and moral theories of René Descartes on the one hand, and see the importance of Descartes' thinking on the contemporary philosophical discourse. These attempts require following problems to be understood and addressed. The first problem is related with understanding the psyche or mindset which compelled Descartes to take a different track from that of his predecessors. The main problem of Descartes was to scrutinize the unexamined religious belief as the foundation of epistemic and metaphysical assertion of the medieval period. Having a mindset of mathematician, his problem was to search certitude of every established knowledge. The second problem, which is important for understanding the edifice of Descartes' philosophical journey, with what tools and device the existing discourses in epistemological are to be examined and scrutinized. The use of mathematical method for understanding the epistemological and metaphysical issues are the related problem in Descartes' philosophy. Could mathematical method be applied to philosophical issues in similar way? It is applied to the field of numerical or geometrical field. Identifying the aspect of mathematical method for his objective is one of the key epistemological problems here. And the next one is the third problem of Descartes. Philosophy has been to examine up to what extent metaphysical assertion regarding status of mind-body relation, cogito, external world, and arguments for proving the existence could be examined and established through mathematical method, incorporating doubting method and deductive method. The next one is, in all the major studies focus on Descartes philosophy have deal with the epistemological and metaphysical issues, but hardly have paid attention on moral discourse available here. The problem is to explore the moral implication of Descartes' epistemological and metaphysical discourses. The last but most important problem of Descartes' philosophy is to explain and establish the impact of his philosophy on the contemporary philosophical thinkers. The cogito of Descartes' philosophy either rejected, accepted, or modified and prolonged effect of philosophical discourse. And the aims and the objectives of my proposed research work, is First one is to see the historical background and factors to shape Descartes' mindset for departing from the preceding trends of thought and making a new venture of applying scientific and mathematical method to resolve the philosophical controversies. The second one, to explain and analyze the major issues in his epistemological thinking in terms of method, rationalism, and criterion of knowledge. And the next one is to explain and examine the metaphysical theories of Descartes and expose the inconsistencies involved into it. The next one is to deal elaborately with the foundation from where the moral theories could be explained and its connection to epistemological and metaphysical positions. And the research proposed such a topic almost incorporate a holistic study of Descartes' philosophy theories. The following could be major areas of study. The major areas in epistemological discourse would be focused on mathematical method, deductive and discursive reasoning, doubting method, criterion of knowledge as clear and distinct. And the second one, the major areas in metaphysical exposition would be focused on dealing the concept of cogito, mind-body dualism, the notion of external world, and the arguments regarding proofs of God. It would be an interesting area to discuss the debate whether Descartes' metaphysical dualism has any root in epistemological thinking. If the answer is yes, it would be important to see those conditions. If the answer is no, it would be objective to examine the consistencies of his philosophical thinking. And the area would be to explore and examine Descartes' inherent moral thinking in his writing. There is an inevitable connection between the epistemological, metaphysical, and moral aspect of any philosophy. Descartes' views on the well-being, happiness, emotion, and mechanism to regulate human emotion for better living and balanced relation with surrounding will constitute the structure proposed study. Besides, the study will also examine the major impact of the contemporary philosophical thinkers. The broad areas of study would incorporate the related areas of Greek and medieval philosophy on the one hand and contemporary philosophical discourse having the positive or negative approach toward the Descartes philosophy. And my proposed research work has importance and the relevance of a modern scenario. The importance of the proposed work could be stated the three reasons. First, it's important for presenting a holistic study. Secondly, it's important in tracing the historical background and understand the theories from their roots and not in segregation. Thirdly, the study would be important for exploring the unexplored aspects of moral thinking from meditation, discourse on the method, apart from the passion of the soul. The proposed theme of thesis is relevant for interpreting the philosophical thoughts, philosophical trends of thinking. It is relevant for searching the moral strategies to address the problem of suffering, one of contemporary concern of entire society. And my chapterization of my proposed research work, I have chapterized divide in five chapters. The first one is historical background, in which I confine three sections. The first one is life and works of René Descartes, foundation of Descartes philosophical thoughts, problems of Descartes philosophical thought. The second chapter is Descartes epistemological views, in which I also divide I also confine three sections. The first one is Descartes method of philosophy, Descartes description of knowledge, and last one is Descartes rationalism and source of knowledge. And the third chapter is Descartes metaphysical views. I confine three sections also in this chapter. Descartes' theory of substance, Descartes' views of external world and human being. The last one is Descartes' arguments for the existence of God. The fourth chapter is Descartes' moral views. I also confine three sections in this chapter: nature of passions, mechanism for regulation of passion, and ideal. The last one is ideal mental state and its importance. The last chapter is Descartes' impacts on contemporary philosophical trend. It is very important chapter, and I also confine in three sections in this chapter. The first one is I comparatively study between Descartes and Rawls. And the second section is Descartes and Ayer. And last one is Descartes and Derrida. And I also explain what I have done in last 6 months, 2 installment period. I have done work with. During the first installment period, December to February, I have submitted the final draft. It is my progress report, sir. So I explain. During the first installment period, December to February, I have submitted the final draft to the first chapter to given my supervisor for making review. And in second installment period, March to May, I collected a second chapter's material, and I consistently doing reading regarding my proposed research work. And now I am summarize my first chapter, which I done. I am summarizing an essay of my first chapter. Firstly, I explore. So basically, I associate the full chapter a single frame, which is start with the Plato and Plato till now till Descartes. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is so long. So
Thank you. Sir, now over to Professor Shailesh Kumar Singh for comments, sir.
Yes, Nasif, you basically presented the metaphysics, ontology, and the epistemology of Descartes. You directly or indirectly referred to his innate ideas or intuition, his methods.
Yes, sir.
And at the very outset, you yourself said that there is not much something concrete like morality or moral philosophy in Cartesian philosophy. But there is a big implication of his epistemology on ethics. Descartes very categorically says that cogito, that is part of his method of doubt, cogito applies only to the thinking being. He says that cogito doesn't apply to non-thinking being. It doesn't apply to animals. Of course, it cannot be applied because it is I think, therefore I am. It cannot be applied to animals. But his opinion that cogito cannot be applied to the animal gives rise to the ethics of anthropocentric ethics. That nowadays, in modern days, anthropocentric ethics is not acceptable to people, to the modern mind. And this is the biggest problem of Cartesian ethics, which is because of his assertion that cogito is not applicable in case of non-thinking being. It is not applicable in case of animals. So in his philosophy, we see the rise of anthropocentric ethics. And this is a problem for modern thinkers like Descartes, who is said to be the father of modern philosophy. So how do you see this problem can be resolved? Maybe that in course of your research, you can tackle this issue. This is a subject matter which I am also suggesting to you, that you should take into account this subject matter, that whenever you deal his ethics, his moral philosophy, you should take into account that in his philosophy, somehow or the other, the anthropocentric ethics has crept in, has entered into his ethics, which has been objected by the modern thinkers of days.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Actually, we are lucky to have Professor K.C. Pandey sir with us. So, may I request Professor K.C. Pandey ji for comment? Sir, are you hearing me? Professor K.C. Pandey ji.
Yes, Chakraborty ji. Yes.
Sir, one comment from you.
Yes, that's wonderful. And congratulations to the scholar. I visited your department, and it was good to visit your department. And you are working on a very good issue, that you are assimilating so many things, epistemological, metaphysical, and then ethical into Descartes. It's wonderful. And
You're following the text, basic text. That's also wonderful. And Professor Khanduri is guiding you well. Keep it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Out. We'll have further discussions later on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So
Thank
without any further delay, I like to invite Miss Evie Bargohai. Evie Bargohai.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Please.
Hello?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay,
Begin,
sir.
begin.
Okay, sir. Yeah, sure, sir. So please give me 2 minutes to prepare my PPT. Yeah. So is it visible, sir? Hello?
Hello.
Sir, is my
I
PPT
think just-
visible?
No, not at all.
Sir, is it visible now?
No.
So let me check. Sir.
Leave the PPT.
Yeah, it's visible now,
Now
sir?
you are visible now.
Oh,
Just
okay,
carry
okay,
on.
sir.
Carry on.
Yeah, sure, sir. So I have prepared my PPT. Okay, sir.
No, that. Leave it.
Sir, is it visible now?
No.
Is it visible now, sir?
No.
Okay, sir, no problem. I'll leave the PPT then.
Yeah, leave the PPT and present in this way.
Yeah, sure, sir. So, sir, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Ivy Borgohai, research scholar from the Department of Philosophy, Northeastern Hill University. I'm working under Professor Javier Mao. My topic is Neo-Vaishnavism of Assam and Animal Rights, a critical study. So, the Neo-Vaishnavism of Assam, pioneered by Mahapurush Sri Shankardeva, offered an entirely new way of looking at the non-human animals. Through his newly found Neo-Vaishnavite faith, Shankardeva immeasurably influenced the social, cultural, and spiritual life of Assam. Before the advent of Neo-Vaishnavism, Assam's social and religious sphere was full of chaos. During that period, the practice of idol worship, animal sacrifice was prevalent within some particular sects. Sacrificial animals mainly included goats, pigeons, buffaloes, ducks, etc. In some temples of Assam, the practice of human sacrifice was also present. The cult that practiced this kind of sacrifice was Shaktism, which was a dominant cult in Assam from the ancient time to the advent of Neo-Vaishnavism. Hence, the religious practices that were prevalent at that time were mostly violent and heterogeneous in nature. Philosophically, Shankardeva was an Advaitin who sought to replace all these practices with a non-violent monolithic religion. This means that Shankardeva prohibited idol worship. Shankardeva prohibited animal sacrifice and emphasized on bhakti as the sole way to achieve the grace of God. He proclaimed that God is everywhere in every living being. Since we all are the creation of the same Creator, so we should treat all the beings equally. Hence, he said that we should treat each of them with the same consideration and should not kill or harm them. Shankardeva encapsulated this thought very succinctly in his seminal work, the Kirtan Ghosa, which is Ukuro Shrigalo Godorvoro Atmaram Jania Hobako Pori Koriba Pranam. Which means the Lord resides even in a dog or a fox or an ass, and hence pay reverence to each living thing in equal measure. So, in this respect, his thought has a lot of similarities with the ethical teachings of Kabir, whose teachings contributed a lot to the Bhakti movement. As Kabir said, मांस सब एक है, मुर्गी हिरनी गाय, आंखें देखी नर खत है, ते नर नरखी जाए. और मांसाहारी मानव प्रत्यक्ष राक्षस जान, जीव ना मारो बपूरा, सबके अकेई प्राण. So, embracing the same ideology, Shankardeva also urged people of Assam, not to kill animals for any purpose, not even to offer them to God. In Shankardeva's Nimi Navasiddha Sambada, it is said, Namariba Pokhuko Eribe Magho Akha, Deboku Uddesi Pohu, Nokoriba Hinkha, which means do not kill animals and give up the greed for their flesh. Do not commit violence to animals even in order to offer them to gods. Thoughts such as these influenced many people who previously followed Shaktism. So one of the remarkable influence is the conversion of the Shakta scholar Madhav Deva, who later on became the great apostle and the most redoubtable exponent of the tenets of Shankardeva. Among many other things, the growing influence of Neo-Vaishnavism in the Brahmaputra Valley resulted in a gradual and profound change in people's attitude towards the non-human animals, and it resulted in a sharp decline in the practice of animal sacrifice among the followers in the doctrine. As a result, many animals got exempted from unnecessary death and suffering. Shankardeva and Madhavdeva popularized the idea of non-violence and equal consideration of all living creatures through their teachings and writings, which were mainly in the form of devotional songs, dramas, and poems. Such a reverential consideration of the intrinsic value of all living and non-living beings makes the philosophy of Neo-Vaishnavism very significant in present times, and it calls for an urgent revaluation of the same in the lights of contemporary developments in the areas of animal studies and eco-criticism. So the problem here is theologically and philosophically, Neo-Vaishnavism proclaims the equality of all living beings, which places even a most insignificant creature such as a dog, a fox, on the same footing with humans. As all living beings share the essence of the same God, Neo-Vaishnavism says all animals are to be treated with same reverence. The conceptual equality is one of the most distinctive and important features of this creed. On the practical level, this percept is as an injunction against the slaughter of animals or the offering blood sacrifice. However, when we move from philosophical generalization to concrete representation of non-human animals in Neo-Vaishnavite texts, we are faced with a number of contradictions. For instance, in the texts, we see non-human animals mainly used in purely anthropocentric thought system to convey various existential and metaphysical concerns of human being. In such uses, animals, or more precisely, the idea of animal is deployed primarily as a foil to the idea of the human, and the human life is considered ultimate and most desirable culmination of the soul's evolution. In this context, animality is mainly equated with the negative and undesirable qualities. Now, while human life is considered as positive and desirable, so such anthropocentrism is very much integral part of Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism. So, the proposed study will try to explore the position of non-human animals in Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism, and to find ways to resolve these apparent contradictions without diluting the inherent philosophical and theological complexities. Some of the questions this study seeks to answer are: what are the moral status of animal in Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism? This will include the theological status as well. Are they treated as living beings with proper individuality and autonomy, or are they considered mere abstract philosophical concepts? Is there any difference between the ethical and theological position of animals in this doctrine? How Neo-Vaishnavism defines the category of animal and the human, and what is the relation between the two, and what is the ecological relevance of this philosophy? So the aim and objective of this study is investigative rather than prescriptive. The study will discuss the nuanced position of non-human animals in Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism and consider both its moral and theological aspects. It also aims to understand how this creed encourages its followers to adopt a sympathetic attitude towards animals, which constitutes one of the core values of this movement, and uses various theological arguments to achieve this end. It also seeks to find out, however briefly, the points of departure and the points of conversion between between Neo-Vaishnavism's appeal to sympathetic treatment of all living beings and the Western animal ethics movement's stress uh, in legal and ethical equality of all. How Neo-Vaishnavism affects its ideal equality of all living beings in practice, and the moral implications of such praxis. With these objectives, this study will try to critically analyze the Neo-Vaishnavite philosophy of Assam, composed in Assamese and Brajavali by my I have divided my topic into 5 chapters. The first one includes the introduction, which deals with a brief history of the Neo-Vaishnavite movement, with special reference to the research question, that is the theological and ethical status of non-human animals in Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism. Apart from the history origin, in this chapter, I'm trying to trace the philosophical and theological roots of the movement with special reference to its emphasis on non-violence and reverential treatment of animate nature. Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism mainly derived its devotional theologism from Bhagavad Purana and the Gita. The concept of equality of all animals in Neo-Vaishnavism is much influenced by the Bhagavad Gita, which states the wise see the same reality in a Brahmin endowed with learning and culture, a cow, elephant, a dog, and an outcast. The chapter 2 will discuss the rights of animals.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Burger. Try to conclude now.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah.
Sure. The second chapter is about the rights of animal and Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism. The third chapter will discuss the concept of human and the concept of animal in Assamese Neo-Vaishnavism. And the fourth chapter will discuss the soul of the animal, and the fifth chapter will be the concluding chapter. So, so this is the work I have been doing so far. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over to our resource person, Professor Shailesh Kumar Singh ji.
A very simple query. You gave us a new information so far as this new sector, New Vaishnavism is concerned, which is the uprising sector of Assam. I think it came as a method of worship, as antithesis of the method of worship of the Sattas, those who worship the Sattas. Now, what is the impact of this method of worship on the Sattas, or the worship method of the worshipper of Kalis? Is there any influence on them also of it, or it's a separate sect? I think it's a separate sect, but do you see any impact of it on them also? That
on the practitioner of the Shakta cult.
Yeah.
So Shaktism was very much prevalent in Assam from the ancient time to the advent of Neo-Vaishnavism. But the thing is that when Shankardev came with the concept of Bhakti movement or the Neo-Vaishnavite movement, then the thing became different. So the practitioner of Shakti cult, they were like mainly involved in those kind of animal sacrifice and killing and all those and various which is also called tantrism in Assam. So so those were practiced, and even human sacrifice was also present at that time period. So after the advent of Neo-Vaishnavism, yeah, that was a like though the change was like gradual, but yeah, the change has arrived in the situation. And now there is Shakti cult in Assam. They still practice as we have Kamakhya Mandir, yeah, in Assam. So there they practice animal sacrifice still now, till now. So there is influence of Neo-Vaishnavism on Shakti cult, though there are many people who left Shakti, left their cult and they have joined this Neo-Vaishnavism. Yes, sir. So and now in Assam, Neo-Vaishnavism is a very living faith, living belief, and it is very popular in Assam because it is open to all. It is not confined only to some caste or creed. It is open to all. From all caste and creed, Shankardeva had his followers, even from all tribes, from all religions. So it is like very popular in Assam, and yeah, it is very
That's
dominant.
fine.
We can say.
Now, one small query: why is it called Neo-Vaishnavism? How is it different from the traditional Vaishnavism that we call it Neo-Vaishnavism?
Yes, sir. So Vaishnavism, so before Shankardeva, pioneered this Neo-Vaishnavism, there was Vaishnava practices in Assam as well. But this is called Neo-Vaishnavism in Assam. Neo in Assamese means new. So though there were practices of Vaishnava cult, so this is the new thing Shankardeva introduced to the people of Assam. So in Assamese, Neo-Vaishnavism is called Nabo Vaishnav Dharma, which means the new faith, the new belief. So I think, that is the thing. Yeah.
No, that's true that it's new. Just I want to know that, do you mean that in traditional Vaishnavism in Assam, there was a practice of animal sacrifice? Do you mean that in traditional Vaishnavism or
No. I don't think so.
Then what
sir.
is
In
the
traditional
demarcating line
Vaishnavism,
between traditional Vaishnavism and Neo-Vaishnavism? Why do we call it Neo-Vaishnavism?
Yes, sir. So in traditional Vaishnavism also there were like different pujas, like Salgrama pujas, any multi pujas we can call So those things were replaced by Shankardeva's this Neo-Vaishnavism. So the traditional Vaishnavism practiced those idol worship, and that was like kind of too more complicated for those people. And the people, they found Shankardeva's Neo-Vaishnavism interesting because Shankardeva mainly focused on the idea of devotion or bhakti. We don't need anything any other thing to get the grace of God. We only need to show reverence to all creatures, and we only need
I got it. You had said that he had idealized Kabir and the Bhakti movement. So he has reduced the complexities of rituals. So it is called Neo.
Yes, sir.
I got it. Sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I say a word, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to congratulate the paper writer Ivy Borogohan. I'm sorry for not being able to pronounce her name. This is very good. This is a very welcome study about Neo-Vaishnavism coming from Assam. And you said that Shankardeva was originally an Advaitin, you said. Later he became the founder of Neo-Vaishnavism. And you please pay attention to what Professor Shailesh Kumar Singh ji said. That will be very helpful if you pay attention to the exact nuances as to why and how it is considered to be Neo-Vaishnavism. There must be some very nice fine points. So please take note of that and include that in your research work. It will be very helpful. Yes, he has given you very, very fine insight into your work. And then, I am from Andhra Pradesh. Even in Andhra Pradesh also, there is a saying that Shankara himself, the original Shankaracharya himself, turned many of these bloodthirsty goddesses into sattvic goddesses. And animal sacrifice was practically stopped with his coming and interference. So such a kind of is very prevalent in Andhra Pradesh also.
Yes, sir.
I'm very yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So please complete. You please complete, sir. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm very happy to see that because it agrees with my kind of thinking because I am interested in history of religions. So this is very good. I congratulate you. Please continue to do this work and take seriously into consideration what Professor Shailesh or Kumar Singh said, because that's a very important point to define very correctly why and how it is a Neo-Vaishnavism as a Renaissance Vaishnavism. Okay, thank you. God bless you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank
can
you,
I add
sir.
some more? Yeah. Can I add some more? Sir, I was about to say this that Shankardeva's Neo-Vaishnavism in Assam, the Bhakti movement in Assam was not an isolated thing that happened in Assam. His Bhakti movement was much influenced by the Neo-Vaishnavite, by the Bhakti movement that started in South India systematically by Ramanuja. So Shankardeva's Neo-Vaishnavism, we can call it is a part of the All India Neo-Vaishnavite, All India Bhakti movement. So we can call it a part of that, sir.
Thank you, Professor Krishnaya, and thank you for nice presentation, Barguai-ji. And now I like to invite Ms. Madhurima Bhaumik. Madhurima Bhaumik. Yeah.
Chakraborty ji, Professor Nath would like to say something. Please, Professor Nath.
Okay.
Sir, kindly unmute your mic, sir. Sir, kindly unmute your mic.
Animal sacrifice is bad because they have right to live. Sir, I want to say that animal sacrifice is bad because they have right to live. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. So we can proceed right now with Miss Madhurima Bhaumik. So just without any further delay, try to present your paper. Miss Madhurima Bhaumik.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, carry on.
Very good evening, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank all the members of ICPR, and I would like to thank research person and guidance, our moderator and assistants. सभी गुरुजन and विद्वत व्यक्तित्वगण को मेरा दिल से प्रणाम. My name is Madhurima Bhaumik, pursuing PhD in North Bengal University under the supervision of Professor Jyotish Chandra Basak sir. My topic is meaning of human life, some reflections. My proposed chapterization, first introduction, and then a study of classical philosopher view. Chapter 3, an examination from religious point of view. Chapter 4, looking through the lens of Indian philosophy. And chapter 5, conclusion with critical examination. Now, during last 6 months, I went through a number of research articles and books relevant to my topic. And I also made a field survey from fellow research scholars of various departments of this university and also from some elderly people residing in our oldest home to elicit their opinion on this issue. In the present answer, I would like to highlight some of my findings from this survey and insight that I gathered from the aforesaid article. I also presented a paper on this issue in the national seminar in February on this year. Now I will explain some philosophers' view who have tried to give meaning to life. Epicurus want to make clear that happiness brings meaning to life. Now the question comes, what is happiness? क्योंकि व्हाट इज हैप्पीनेस सुनते हम लोग को माइंड में आ जाता है क्या कुछ सर्टेन क्राइटेरिया है जिसके थ्रू हम लोग हैप्पीनेस को अचीव कर सके. But Epicurus beautifully explained about happiness. He explained happiness or pleasure is not any sort of pleasure that is sensual pleasure. He defined pleasure or happiness as absence of pain in our body and travel in our soul. Life and death are Epicurus mutually exclusive because when we are alive, death has not come, and when death occurs, we are not alive. There are times when people try to avoid death, considering it as one of the greatest evils. Again, there were oceans when people want death as a relief from evils, an instant of denouncement of life. One should enjoy his life in a most pleasant way. By holding above the view, he paved the way for distinction in hedonism, actually, in terms of quality and quantity. Because he pursued the pleasurable life, he argues us to pursue a pleasurable life, not a longish life. I believe a good life is long enough, but a long life may not always be good enough. He defines pleasure very succinctly by saying that it is the absence of pain in body and of travel in the soul. Explaining it further, he says that for leading a life of pleasure, we need to lead a life prudence, honor, and justice. From this definition and subsequent explanation given by him, it becomes evident that Epicurus denigrates gross hedonism and espouses a refined hedonism. It is not a physical pleasure, rather a philosophical pursuit of wisdom which brings meaning to life. Now Richard Taylor explained the meaning of life through explanation of the myth of Sisyphus. Sisyphus' activity of a repeated rolling of a stone to the top of the hill which rolled down again is a meaningless and pointless activity. But कोई भी काम हम लोग आनंद सहित आनंद पूर्वक करते हैं तो उसके अंदर of course definitely meaning होगा. For Taylor, meaningful life should be a creative one because meaning is not a thing that is given from without, rather it is given from within. Now the pessimist philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer find no meaning of life on account of vortex of change. Human are never satisfied in his life because one desire is satisfied, another desire crops in our mind. And if I can't satisfy our desire, then we makes our life unhappy. But if we satisfy our desire easily, then also if we feel bored. So कोई भी situation, कोई भी circumstance, human are never satisfied in his life. Only because of desire. So desire makes our life dissatisfied. Now, we know the famous book Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl shared his story of survival in Nazi concentration camp. इस बुक के दौरान हम लोग को पता चलता है 90 से 95% लोग को उस टाइम में मार दिया गया नाजी कंसंट्रेशन कैंप में. Now the question, how to survive Viktor Frankl? This मतलब उस पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन में विक्टर फ्रैंकल कैसे सर्वाइव किया? He gives the credit to his logotherapy technique for his survival. इस लोगोथेरेपी में हम लोग 3 लिसन मिलता है. विक्टर कहता है, he who have why to live for can bear anyhow, जिसका मतलब किसी के पास जीवन जीने के लिए डेफिनेट रीजन और स्ट्रॉन्ग रीजन, डेफिनेट पर्पस होगा तो वो जीवन जी सकता है. मुश्किल से मुश्किल हालत से भी वो जीवन को जी लेता है, क्योंकि होपलेस जीवन को अपने लाइफ को खत्म कर सकता है. सो कभी भी टाइम पे होपलेस नहीं होना है. लिसन टू, लव इज द अल्टीमेट एंड हाईएस्ट गोल टू व्हिच अ मैन कैन एस्पायर. सो प्यार होना चाहिए, क्योंकि प्यार हम लोग का जिंदगी में मुश्किल सिचुएशन को भी सर्वाइव करने के एक मोटिवेशन मिलते हैं प्यार के थ्रू. सो प्यार इस फैमिली के और दोस्त के जो कोई भी प्यार होना चाहिए लाइफ में. एंड लिसन 3, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. Why ourselves change? Because now I will just give an example. Now situation is COVID-19. We can't change our situation, but we change ourselves. हु जैसे कि हम लोग का इंफॉर्मेशन दिया, उस इंफॉर्मेशन को मान के हम लोग को चलना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी हम लोग के पास सिचुएशन चेंज करने के लिए हम लोग के पास ऑप्शन नहीं है। तो कोई भी मुश्किल टाइम पे भी होपलेस नहीं होना है अकॉर्डिंग टू विक्टर फ्रैंकल, क्योंकि जिंदगी जीने के लिए और इसको जीना चाहिए। Now, theist philosophers try to show that this universe is a creation of God and He has a purpose in doing so. So God created us with His own plan. We are nothing. We are nothing in the sense इस संसार में हम लोग आया सिर्फ गॉड का पर्पस फुलफिल करने के लिए। According to Soren Kierkegaard, only entire relationship with God can give our life a purpose, a meaning. Albert Einstein also said once, what is the meaning of human life? For that matter, of the life of any creature, to know an answer to this question means to be religious. Before we enter into the further discussion on either of the above lines, I would like to illustrate some concrete view of some people that I have come across in recent past. Usha Chamar's life, a lady of Alwar district, who once worked a manual scavenger, was a miserable one with a lot of hardship and afflictions. However, with the favor of an influential person, and of course, with her toil, she has now become a president of School of International Society. Not only that, this year, that is 2020, she has been chosen by the government of India for prestigious Padma Shri Award. Having heard this news, this social activist said to media that now my life has become meaningful. That means किसी के लिए success life को meaning दे रहे। And now another, Horst Mandar, a former civil servant and presently a social activist, once wrote after a long narrative in a newspaper article that he found meaning to life in doing his assigned government duty with his utmost sincerity, whereas another civil servant once wrote only doing his duty like others can bring little meaning in his life. Rather, he considers doing something more may bring worthiness in his life. Now I decided to share my concern with others. I went to different departments to discuss the issue with them. Some friends of mine who happen to be research scholars of those departments gave answer to my riddle. Some said, for example, that life is a mystery. Meaning is to be found is a success of your pursuit. Some said life is an experiment. Some opine not to be bothered about this question, as we need to participate in life, it whether way it comes. And I then thought that these answers are coming from younger people who are working persistently with a lot of hope to become successful, that is, to have a good career. Now, I decide to elicit the views of older people on this brain teaser. After a lot of thought, I ventured into old age home, and there I discussed the issue with some person who are almost counting their inevitable days. After discussion with 3 persons that is old age home, I could not hold back my tears. I left the home. Coming back to hostel, I spent almost a sleepless night thinking only, is there any way to alleviate the immeasurable pain of these dejected and languid people? Somewhere I heard that majority of societies judge by how we take care of old, infirm and invalid ones. I came under the impression that my small effort can do little for their pain alleviation. Suddenly it cropped on in my mind what I do to alleviate their pain. Prime facie answer comes is, I shall derive happiness out of that. That is, if I see that these people are also in a position to share their woes, grades, and some caring and touch, etc., I shall feel happy. That means there are a lot of paths. So I think happiness is a path that makes our life meaningful. जैसे कि मैं एपिक्यूरस को देके स्टार्ट किया, अकॉर्डिंग टू एपिक्यूरस हैप्पीनेस मेक्स आवर लाइफ मीनिंगफुल। आई थिंक हम लोग भी को किसी मतलब जो भी काम करता है शायद अपने आप को हैप्पीनेस को ढूंढता है। थैंक यू सर, इन शॉर्ट इन ब्रीफ माय प्रेजेंटेशन। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Madhurima ji. Now over to our resource person, Professor Dwarkanath ji. Would you like to comment?
Very satisfactory, sir. Very satisfactory. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, any suggestion, please give me. Then I will develop my topic, sir.
Okay, can I come in little bit?
Yes, sir.
Sir, of course. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Develop your ideas. Develop your ideas.
Yes.
So, Madhurima,
yes, sir.
that's wonderful presentation. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, sir.
I had opportunity to deliver lectures in your departments for about 4 days. Thank you for that. Also listening in that time. Only 2 points I'll make. Number one, if you read my paper, Meaning of Life, published in Journal of Indian Council of Philosophical Research. That is very relevant for your PhD thesis. That paper is on meaning of life.
Meaning of life, yes, sir.
Number two, happiness, when you define in your context, in this context, happiness is to be elaborated as to what kind of happiness and what is the definition of happiness you are talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And in this connection, if you try to read a particular book, I would like to recommend, and that book is by John Cunningham, and the title of the book is On the Meaning of Life, published from London in 2003.
The Meaning of Life, sir, published on?
By John Cunningham.
John Cunningham.
Is from London, 2003.
Done 2003. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And in this Oxford very short introduction titles, there is a small title on the meaning of life by Terry Langton.
Sir, by
Terry Langton. Like this book. See this book.
Okay.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
This book you have? No, you buy it. Good for you. And that book, Cunningham, that is good for you, and that my paper will lead you in your researches. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I will take care of your FD sentence. I will take care.
Very fruitful suggestion, very precise suggestion. Try to remember and follow, and you will be benefited, I think. Our next, I like to invite Miss Gurvinder Kaur. Gurvinder Kaur. Hello. Hello, Gurvinder ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Try.
Good evening,
please.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Wait. Sir, is my slide visible to you? Hello?
Yeah, it's visible.
Sir. Okay, sir, fine. So my title of my research is Niche and the Nature of Moral Values, a Philosophical Critique. My supervisor is V.T. Sebastian from Department of Philosophy, Panjab University, Chandigarh. So first of all, why I have chosen this topic and particularly Nietzsche's philosophical approach, I am inclined to this topic of moral philosophy because our very lives are directly related to our cultural values, rituals and traditions. Further, these all things are directly proportional to religion, so our moral life is deeply rooted in our religious conditioning and on the ways of leading a moral life suggested by philosophical moral theories. For this, my attempt is to analyze the history of moral philosophy and to comprehend the religious moral concepts because both are concentrating on the idea of God, considering it as a basis of moral life. Since the ancient philosophers, numerous ways to lead a moral life has been discussed and contribution to the concept is being done till today. But in 19th century, German philosopher Nietzsche openly comes to reject the concept of morality. It's been my curiosity to know that why he is denying the central notion of human life and mainly by deconstructing the idea of God and criticizing the Christian morality. Nietzsche criticism is not about any specific moral theory, but the very core concept of morality. In my thesis, my attempt is to understand the critical attitude of Nietzsche in denial of God and his criticism of Christian notions of moral life. Here I am discussing problems of my research that why the observation of predefined theories of morality is considered not necessary for mankind and how these tends to create obstacle in human development. Is there any possibility for man to set his own parameters of morality or moral life and to live without moral concepts? What is the role and importance of moral philosophy of Nietzsche in contemporary world? And what is Nietzsche aim to establish by rejecting the fundamental basis that is God, or by deconstructing this metaphysical entity? To deal with these problems, my research objectives are to study in detail the historical development of the concept of morality and theories proposed by the moral philosophers since ancient period. Next one is to re-evaluate the nature of morality as understood and discussed by Nietzsche in his writings, especially in genealogy of morals. Thirdly, to elaborate and examine the important concepts in Nietzsche's moral philosophy, will to power, moral nihilism, death of God, value and truth-free sentiment, Superman. And fourth objective is to explore and critically analyze the nature of morality of medieval times as propounded by Christian theologians. As Nietzsche was the constant critique of Christian morality and especially institutionalized religion of that time. The last objective is to critically examine the conception of morality, which is unconstrained by an authority as claimed by Nietzsche, to investigate the moral theories of Nietzsche. Sir, for this purpose, I have chapterized my thesis in five sections. First one is historical trajectory of moral issues and introduction. Second is Nietzschean specifics of moral concepts, in which I am going to study the whole concepts of Nietzsche. And in third chapter, basically the criticism of Christian morality. And in fourth, genealogy of morals and Superman, which is the philosophy established by Nietzsche. And in conclusion, I have to elaborate or further investigate my topic in contemporary philosophers. Sir, in next slide, my first chapter, historical trajectory of moral issues and introduction. In this, I am discussing about the historical development, as I mentioned in my first objective, the theories of good versus evil, or pre-Socratic philosophers and sophists, from why Nietzsche was in favor of those philosophers. And then I comes to early Greek philosophers, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, because Nietzsche was in denial of these philosophers. And then next, medieval philosophers, and then modern European philosophers. And I am also taking some concepts of Indian philosophy in my first chapter. My second chapter is Nietzschean specifics of moral concepts. As I already mentioned in my objectives, that I am trying to study Nietzsche's moral philosophy. While I am studying this chapter, the main purpose is to explore the terms used by Nietzsche, like will to power. As I read, I have understood that will to power is a new theory or vision of life by Nietzsche. The concept of will to power, I noticed that Nietzsche talks about all forms of life instead of a human life only. The main points that I get to know while reading, that human consciousness, which is taken as highest thing of existence, or sometimes as we identify it as a metaphysical reality like God. However, it is named as a total consciousness, but it is not the reality, but a particular aspect of someone's life followed by others, or we can say one's subjective experience is believed by others as their own. Then there is domination of others' opinions. It lacks the capability and potentiality of creativity in human life. So when one subjective experience is followed by others blindly or without resistance, so it makes hierarchy in form of life, which Nietzsche explained by master and slave morality, by his conception of master and slave morality. So there are some common. There is one common factor of all forms of life is to increase the power rather than enlightening oneself morally and spiritually. Nietzsche is against the Christian morality. So I am going to discuss about significance of the study. My study will surely inspire to inquire the pre-given moral, traditional, and religious approaches. Encourage mankind to believe in themselves rather than any metaphysical entity. It is helpful to recognize human capabilities, potentialities, or one can interpret his her own life rather than depending on others. It offers a new style of thinking beyond foundational concepts of morality. There is a space for deconstruction of moral metaphysical entities and space for reflective morality. My research will surely transform the psychology of humankind.
Thank you, Gurvinder ji.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now over to our resource persons.
Gurvinder ji, thank you for the brief you presented. You have repeatedly mentioned that Nietzsche is opposed to Christian morality. And somewhere in your presentation, I found that you have also mentioned that moral life should be without authority. So, do you mean that since Christian morality is based on religion, on the religious values, because you have also referred to St. Augustine and St. Aquinas of the medieval period. So, does Nietzsche mean that morality should be situational or should be based on human thought? It should not be guided by any authority, supernatural being like God. That is why he was opposed to Christian morality. Would you like to give some feedback?
Sir, could you please repeat? Sir,
okay, let me have some brief. You have repeatedly mentioned that Nietzsche was opposed to Christian morality.
Yes.
Does this mean that since Christian morality was more or less based on religious values, so Nietzsche was opposed to Christian morality?
Sir,
because the reason I am asking, a hint for you, because in your PowerPoint presentation, I have also seen that you have mentioned that moral life should be without authority. Moral life should be without authority. It means there should be freedom of the individual. There should not be any authority to guide your action. You should act by your own choice. So, since Christian morality is based on supernatural being or on the church, dictates of church, so this was the reason that Nietzsche was opposed to Christian morality.
Sir, Nietzsche was in opposition of institutionalized religion. Sir, if we look at before Nietzsche, Martin Luther also criticized the Christian morality that in the hierarchical hierarchical institutionalization of the religion in church, like the offering to God, to forgive forgiveness of their sins. So in this way, Nietzsche is uh, extensively in opposition of Christian morality, because it makes us human to limit their creativity and focusing only on other external things for to forgive them, or it,
Basically,
sir,
basically,
absolutism
right. Right.
is denying
Basically,
absolutism.
it reduces the freedom of human will. It reduces the freedom of human will or human action. So, might be
Yes, sir.
this was the reason that Nietzsche was opposed to Christian morality.
Yes,
Please,
sir.
please work on this aspect. Please take into account this aspect in your research, that why Nietzsche was opposed to Christian morality.
Right, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I say a word, sir? Hello?
Yeah. Carry on,
Yeah.
sir.
Madhurima Baumek, this is a very good project. I like it. And if you continue to do this in a thorough way, you will become an expert on this topic, on Nietzsche. And you mentioned about Superman concept. Are you aware of anybody in modern Indian thought who's talked about such a similar concept of Superman?
Sir, Shri Aurobindo in Indian thinker.
Exactly, very good. I'm
Iqbal
glad you
is
know
also
that.
talking about this.
Excellent,
So
excellent.
my name is
It would
my
be
name
nice
is
if you...
Gurinder, not...
Oh, good. And please remember, there is a book by Professor McDermott. The title is Six Pillars. It contains a wonderful essays. If you are not already consulted, you please do that. And also, Bertrand Russell has written a wonderful essay in his History of Western Philosophy. That will be also very helpful to understand, especially for the question just now Professor Shailesh Kumarji asked you about it is not just only Christian religion. He is per se against any religion as a basis for moral activity.
Right.
Okay, very good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I think
Thank you,
sir is referring to the essay of Russell, Why I Am Not a Christianity. Why I Am Not a Christian, I think. Russell has also written Why I Am Not a Christian.
That is a separate book, sir, but yes, that's a separate book, but in this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next presenter is Mr. Vivek Kumar Radhakrishnan. Yeah, Mr. Radhakrishnan, kindly proceed and present your paper. Try to be brief.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I just share my screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
No.
Is my screen visible?
No.
Is it visible now?
No.
It was visible for a brief moment, but now not visible.
Okay.
For a brief moment, it was visible.
Okay. Right there. Just a second. Is it visible now, sir?
Yes, now almost visible. Try.
Is it good?
It will come.
Yeah. Now it is visible.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I am Vivek Kumar Radhakrishnan. I am doing my PhD in Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Karnataka. My research is on Kant's theory of moral motivation. What I'm going to do here is to present a very brief account of the first two chapters of my thesis. The objective of the first two chapters of my thesis is to understand the problem of moral motivation as it occurs in Kant's moral philosophy. My aim is also to situate my understanding of the problem of Kant's moral motivation within the secondary literature on the issue at hand. Before going to the problem of moral motivation, I would like to briefly introduce the divergent sets of debates that are around the topic of Kantian moral motivation. From within Kant's moral philosophy, scholars of Kant are divided into intellectualists and affectivists in their interpretation of Kantian moral motivation. Intellectualists argue that moral actions are solely motivated by moral law alone. That is, they do not believe that a feeling of some sort plays any active role in moral motivation. Affectivists argue that moral feeling of respect too plays an active role in moral motivation. There are also thinkers in metaethics who primarily work in metaethics, and these people are divided into two different strands in their interpretation of Kantian moral motivation. Motivation internalists argue that moral motivation is internal to moral maxims. That is, moral maxims without the aid of external forces can move agents to perform moral actions. Motivation externalists argue that feelings such as feeling of respect external to moral maxims can move agents to perform moral actions. This is just a very brief general overview of the debates on Kant's theory of moral motivation in the secondary literature. Against the backdrop of these debates, my objective was to study how these scholars understood the very problem of moral motivation in Kant's moral theory. In particular, I took up a scholar named Christine Korsgaard's influential understanding of the problem of Kantian moral motivation. Korsgaard, in a paper titled Skepticism About Practical Reason, published in 1986, calls the problem of moral motivation as motivation skepticism about practical reason. Motivation skepticism about practical reason refers to expressing doubts regarding the motivation efficacy of practical reason. That is, how is it possible for practical reason to move agents to perform moral actions? To apply this particular question in Kant's moral theory would mean a rephrasing of a question. The question could be rephrased as, how is it possible for pure practical reason to move all the rational agents to perform moral actions without exceptions? Now, in understanding the nature of this problem, Korsgaard argues that the problem of motivation skepticism about pure practical reason is not an independent philosophical problem, but it has psychological relevance alone. That is, the question of how it is possible for pure reason to move all the rational agents to perform moral actions does not have any philosophical validity, but only has psychological relevance. Korsgaard gives two arguments for this. The first argument is the argument from internalism requirement. This argument goes this way. Internalism requirement requires that in a moral theory, if there are practical reasons, then they must be capable of motivating all the rational agents to perform moral actions. Now, applying this requirement to Kant's moral theory means that categorical imperative, which has unconditional authority, would bind all the rational agents to move them and perform to make them perform moral actions. If that is the case, then it is impossible to express doubts regarding how categorical imperative can move agents to perform moral actions. The second argument is the argument from true rationality. That is, when we fail to perform moral actions, then the failures to perform these actions should not be attributed to the moral law of pure reason. Rather, it should be attributed to the psychological conditions or defects or errors in individual subjects. These errors could be anything like rage, passions, greed, depression, etc. Now, let me briefly bring out an example to understand these two arguments. From Kant's moral theory, one of the moral commands of the categorical imperative is one should not break promises even in desperate circumstances. Applying the first argument to this example means that when I actually keep up my promises, the motive underlying that particular action is the moral command which says one should not break promises. Applying this example to the second argument means that when I actually break promises, then the failure to keep up the promises should be attributed not to the moral command, rather it should be attributed to my own subjective individual conditions. So this is Korsgaard's argument, and taken together, these arguments lead to a conclusion that the problem of motivation skepticism or practical reason in Kant's moral theory is only philosophically relevant, and it's not philosophically relevant, but only psychologically relevant. That is, the question of how categorical imperative can move agents to perform moral actions must be understood and dealt with from within the psychological domain and not within the philosophical domain. Second important implication of her course thesis is that it sort of sidelines the secondary literature debates to the realm of psychology. That is, discussions on how categorical imperative can actually motivate us to perform moral actions will be pushed to the realm of psychology without any philosophical validity. It should be noted that Court's thesis is quite influential in the secondary literature. Very important scholars of Kant like Karl Marx and Owen Ware share a very similar thesis to that of Court's. In the second chapter of my thesis, I want to establish motivation skepticism over pure practical reason is indeed an independent philosophical problem, and not just the fact that it holds psychological relevance. My central argument to establish this claim is that the problem of how we get motivated to perform moral actions belongs to Kant's larger philosophical project of proving that pure reason is practical. Let me briefly explain this. Throughout his works, Kant's main project is to identify the correct supreme principle of morality. That is, Kant was interested in the question of what makes an action right and what makes an action wrong. Kant believed that such a principle, the supreme principle of morality, must not only be able to make us correctly judge what is right and what is wrong, but it should also motivate us to perform moral action. Now, if that is the case, and if Kant is arguing that categorical imperative is the supreme principle of morality, then burden of proof is on Kant to show that how categorical imperative can move all the rational agents to perform moral actions. So the question still remains: how is it possible for categorical imperative to perform moral actions? Now, although I cannot show textual justifications for this, I would like to point out that throughout his works, both in pre-critical and the critical period, Kant very often expresses worries regarding how the pure law of reason can motivate all the human agents to perform moral actions. One of the implications of my position here is that it reinstates the philosophical value of the debates that are going on in the secondary literature. That is, discussions that are happening between intellectualists and effectivists and between internalists and externalists are quite important, philosophically important from Kant's moral theoretical point of view. Another important implication is that the onus of explaining how we get motivated to perform moral action now lies with Kant's moral philosophy. That is, Kant must be able to explain to us how we can be motivated to perform moral actions if categorical imperative is the moral law of pure reason. Now, the next chapters of my thesis, I would like to understand how Kant has addressed this very problem of moral motivation in his works, and I would like to situate my interpretation of Kantian moral motivation amidst the debates in the secondary literature. Thank you.
Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have referred to the psychological aspect.
Yes, sir.
I think there are two domains in the ethical concept of, there are two realms in the ethical concept of Kant. One is the realm of goodwill, and the other is the realm of holy will. So far as the realm of goodwill is concerned, it is a kind of internal struggle within the individual to impose or to implement ethical values in his life. And repeated implementation of goodwill, repeated effort to implement goodwill leads to holy will. Holy will is more or less like sthit pragya or niskam karma. So just a suggestion that you should deliberate on these issues also of the realm of goodwill, that how it is an internal struggle, psychological struggle to overcome the bad aspects or the unwanted aspect of life from the moral point of view, and to impose upon oneself good values, and its repeated effort leads to holy will.
Sure, sir. I'll keep that in mind.
Second suggestion is that there is a very good book which includes all the three legendary works of Kant: Critic of Pure Reason, Practical Reason, and Critic of Judgment. It has been written by K.C. Bhattacharya, but the book is in Bengali. You might have a language problem. Recently, this book has been published in Hindi by Rajkamal Kasar. The same book has been translated. But again in Hindi, maybe you have problem in Hindi also, but there is a very good preface in this book of roughly 150 pages. It has been written by Professor A.D. Sharma, Professor Ambika Dutt Sharma. Try to go through.
Sure, sir. Sure. I'm already going to refer, because K.C. Bhattacharya also refers to Kantian moral motivation in his lectures, which is translated in English. So I'm already referring to that. I will also definitely look into this book as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Dwarkanath ji, would you like to comment?
Highly satisfactory, sir. I agree with him.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Then we should move to the next presenter, Mr. Tripurari Upadhyay. Mr. Tripurari Upadhyay. Yeah.
आवाज आ रही है सर? हेलो,
आवाज आ रही है, बोलिए।
सभी गुरुजनों को मेरा प्रणाम। मेरा टॉपिक है उत्तर आधुनिकता के संदर्भ में गांधी दर्शन का अनुशीलन। मैं अभी डॉक्टर हरि सिंह गौर यूनिवर्सिटी सागर मध्य प्रदेश से रिसर्च कर रहा हूँ। मेरी गाइड प्रोफेसर सविता गुप्ता है। सर, उत्तर आधुनिकता और गांधी को लेकर के मेरा ये रिसर्च है। सर्वप्रथम उत्तर आधुनिकता का प्रयोग 1917 में जर्मन दार्शनिक रूडोल्फ पेनविज ने आधुनिक सभ्यता की आलोचना के संदर्भ में किया था। उनका विचार था कि यूरोपीय प्रबोधन पर आधारित साहित्य, संस्कृति एवं दार्शनिक भौतिकतावाद शून्यवादी है और इसका आगे चल करके 1934 में इस प्रयोग फेडरिको दे ओनिस ने साहित्यिक आधुनिकतावाद के खंडन में किया था। 1939 में ब्रिटेन के बर्नार्ड इंसिंग बेल और अर्नोल्ड टॉयनबी ने इन विचारों को आगे बढ़ाया था। इस आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि आधुनिकता के विरुद्ध प्रतिक्रिया 20वीं सदी के प्रारंभिक चरण से ही दृष्टिगोचर होने लगती है। यही समय गांधी के सार्वजनिक जीवन की सक्रियता का भी है। उन्होंने 1909 में अपनी पुस्तक हिंद स्वराज में आधुनिकता के केंद्रीकृत विचारों का विरोध किया था तथा उससे उत्पन्न आधुनिक सभ्यता की सीमाओं को रेखांकित करते हुए इसे शैतानी सभ्यता की संज्ञा दी थी। गांधी जी ने अपने संपूर्ण जीवन में सत्य के प्रयोग द्वारा एक वैकल्पिक आधुनिकता की तलाश की जो उत्तर आधुनिकता से सतही तौर पर साम्य रखती है। उत्तर आधुनिकता फ्रांस में 60-70 के दशक में जीवन के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों कला, साहित्य और दर्शन में आई। इसके प्रतिनिधि विचारक डेरिडा, फूको, लेतार्ड, वोडेराद, डेल्यूज आदि थे। ध्यातव्य है कि इन विचारकों में ज्यादातर अपने आप को उत्तर आधुनिकतावादी नहीं मानते थे क्योंकि ये किसी भी वाद की स्थापना और महाआख्यान के विरुद्ध थे। अक्सर गांधी जी भी गांधीवाद जैसी किसी भी विचारधारा के अस्तित्व का खंडन करते थे।
त्रिपुरारी जी।
जी सर।
हेलो।
जी सर।
आप क्या कर रहे हैं? आपका इस रिसर्च में क्या योगदान रहेगा और आप किस उद्देश्य से इसे शोध का विषय बनाए हैं, इस पर प्रकाश डालें।
जी सर, आगे मैं बता रहा हूँ। आधुनिकता की आलोचना जो है सर, गांधी और उत्तर आधुनिकता दोनों एक साथ करते हैं। प्रश्न उठता है कि आधुनिकता की आलोचना में गांधी जी द्वारा दिए गए तर्कों से उत्तर आधुनिकता कितना सहमत है और क्या गांधी जी जिन विचारों के आधार पर उत्तर आधुनिकता का खंडन करते हैं, क्या उन सभी विचारों को उत्तर आधुनिकता मानती है? जबकि उत्तर आधुनिकता का दौर गांधी जी के मृत्यु के 1-2 दशक उपरांत आता है और और गांधी जी के विचार इतने महत्वपूर्ण हैं कि देश और काल के में समय समय पर उसकी अलग अलग विचारधाराओं के अनुसार उनको अलग अलग कसौटियों पर देखा जाना चाहिए। इसी आधार पर सर मैंने इस विषय का चयन किया था।
आपके रिसर्च
इसके लिए मैंने सर विश्लेषणात्मक और तुलनात्मक शोध प्रविधि का प्रयोग किया है। सर चैप्टराइजेशन के लिए मेरा पहला चैप्टर जो है वो आधुनिकता और उत्तर आधुनिकता है। दूसरा चैप्टर उत्तर आधुनिक विचारक और उनके सिद्धांत। तीसरा चैप्टर जो है वो गांधी दर्शन की मूल अवधारणाएं। चौथा चैप्टर आधुनिकता की आलोचना में गांधी एवं उत्तर आधुनिकता। और पांचवा चैप्टर गांधी दर्शन और उत्तर आधुनिकता में साम्य एवं वैषम्य है। और छठवां चैप्टर गांधी आधुनिक उत्तर आधुनिक ही है।
ठीक।
इस 6 महीने में सर मैंने 2 पेपर प्रेजेंट किए और अभी ये पेंडिंग में है। पहला था सामाजिक व्यवस्था के रूप में सर्वोदय और दूसरा था वर्तमान पर्यावरणीय संकट और गांधीवादी समाधान। और अभी सर मेरा पहले चैप्टर पर काम चल रहा है। पहले चैप्टर का पहला पार्ट जो आधुनिकता का है उसका मैंने अर्थ परिभाषा, ऐतिहासिक सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि और आधुनिकता की विशेषताओं में बुद्धिवाद, सार्वभौमिकतावाद और व्यक्तिवाद पर जो आधुनिकता के पिलर्स हैं इनको लिखा है। अब आगे मैं ये आधुनिकता की कुछ चीजों को लिखते हुए उत्तर आधुनिकता पर आऊंगा। अब आप गुरुजनों से आग्रह है कि कुछ दिशा निर्देश करें। हेलो हेलो
हेलो।
हाँ सर।
हाँ, thank you. Over to our resource persons for comments and suggestions. Professor द्वारकानाथ जी। सर
आपने जो चैप्टर्स बताए हैं, चैप्टर्स तो सभी अच्छे हैं, प्रासंगिक भी हैं, उसी के लिहाज से उसका चयन हुआ है। लेकिन इन बातों को आप ज्यादा रेखांकित करें कि गांधी के संदर्भ में उत्तर आधुनिकता और आधुनिकता का, उस पर आपने पूरा प्रकाश नहीं डाला है ना। इसलिए इसको और आप डेवलप करें तब जाकर के ठीक होगा। अभी चूंकि आपका काम प्रारंभ हुआ है इसलिए आप ऐसा कर ले जाएंगे और हम लोग देखेंगे आगे। हाँ
जी ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
विशेष तौर पर जब आप बार बार यह अपने प्रथम अध्याय में ये बतलाने का प्रयास किए हैं कि गांधी आधुनिकता के विरोध में थे और वो उससे बाहर निकलना चाहते थे, तो फिर उत्तर आधुनिकता के प्रति उनका क्या दृष्टिकोण रहा होगा या रहता, यह समझने का जरूरत है। क्योंकि वह काल का एक बहुत बड़ा अंश गांधी के मृत्यु के उपरांत आता है, तो वैसे दृष्टिकोण से क्या अप्रोच होता गांधी का, इसको आपको समझने की आवश्यकता है। और आपने अच्छे किताब का चयन किया है। सबसे पहले आपको हिंद स्वराज को ही ढंग से पढ़ना होगा क्योंकि वहाँ उसकी बहुत झलक मिलती है।
जी सर।
हिंद स्वराज को सबसे पहले आप आत्मसात कीजिए, उसके बाद काफी पुस्तकें हैं जिस पर आपको ध्यान देना। ठीक है, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। और नेक्स्ट
क्या एक
प्रेजेंटर
छोटी सी टिप्पणी कर सकते हैं?
सुमित।
क्या एक छोटी सी टिप्पणी के लिए अनुमति मिलेगी सर?
या बी ब्रीफ, छोटी सी, थोड़ा जल्दी कीजिए।
Yeah, sure. I would just like to ask the research that, of course, we all know that postmodernism is taken as a critique of modernization. But in the field of philosophy, we do not take modernism as a symbol of industrialization, westernization, and Eurocentric mentality. Rather, we take it as an opposition of the spirit of modernism, which has been reason, science, and progress. Was Gandhi against reason, science, and progress, or was he simply against the process of industrialization and commercialization? Whatever option you choose, you have to justify your statement. Only then this thesis would make a perfect sense to us. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next, I like to invite Mr. Sumit Raut.
Yes, sir.
Sumit Raut ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm Sumit Raut from University of Hyderabad, and my research topic is philosophy of science. Philosophy of science. In philosophy of science, my topic is scientific realism and natural ontological attitude. So here I start. Uh, Scientific realism debate in philosophy of science is a time-honored debate, and it is more in like I mean, both in analytic and continental tradition, both the realist and anti-realist debate pertains. But the thing is that in analytic tradition, the scientific realism debate is a time-honored debate, and it has basically three tenets. One is metaphysical dimension, second one is epistemological dimension, and third is semantic dimension. So in my thesis, I'm concerned with this metaphysical dimension. So in my thesis, I'm trying to shed light on the realist and anti-realist debate. So and I have taken, actually the thing is that realist both so like the bone of contention of my thesis is neither the realist nor the anti-realist camps are tenable. Uh, for instance, for the scientific realists, they consider, I mean, in order to acquire the scientific knowledge, we must include the unobservable entity of the world in the scientific domain. But on the other hand, anti-realist, the anti-realist, they consider that no, we don't need the unobservable entity to I mean, we don't need the unobservable entity to define the scientific knowledge. Okay, so the thing is that in a way we can say that scientific realists, the like Karl Popper and like so many, so they are, I mean, they are concerned with the, I mean, the nobility and depth of scientific knowledge, whereas the anti-realists like Larry Lord Orton and uh, Putnam to some extent, they are concerned with the breadth and like, I mean, like scientific realists, they are concerned with nobility and depth, whereas the anti-realists are concerned with breadth and certainty of scientific knowledge. Because scientific realists, I mean, they are I mean they go like beyond the observable entity, beyond the observable entities to the unobservable entities. For instance, like Kant, like, I mean, for say Kant's nomenon and phenomenon. So this realist people, they are concerned about both the nomenon world and the phenomenon world. But the anti-realist people, since they are empiricists, they are strictly empiricists, they are only concerned with the phenomenon world. So I mean, this debate has like it has its own spring. I mean, it has started with this empiricist, I mean logical empiricist tradition, and there are so many contributors to the debate like William Whewell, and then there are so many contributors to the debate. But recently, I mean, in the recent times, people like Arthur Fine. Okay, so I mean, he is concerned with no. I mean, what he is trying to say is neither the realist people nor the anti-realist people and their positions are tenable. So he finds one like alternative to. I mean, he finds one. I mean, a way out to this debate. Like, and he has coined one term that is natural ontological attitude. So this is how I am like I have planned to like write my thesis. And in my in my first chapter I have completed my first chapter. In my first chapter I have like decided to write, I mean, the historical, the preliminaries of the debate. In the second chapter I have decided to include the various positions like realist positions, anti-realist position, instrumentalist position, then internal realist position, external realist position. So, and in the third chapter I have decided to include this Arthur Fine's position, that is natural ontological attitude. Basically, the whole of my thesis is like based on the like what we use to gain a knowledge. Suppose, I mean, for say the realist people would say that we consider this correspondence theory of truth to know something about the scientific knowledge. But on the other hand, this anti-realist people, they might like they might consider either pragmatic theory of truth or coherence theory of truth. But the thing is that Arthur Fine, like in a order to way out of this whole debate, he suggests that no, like in order to resolve this problem, an anti-realist problem, he suggests there is a middle path, like I mean natural ontological attitude, like uh, I mean like like we should I mean according to this natural ontological attitude we should uh, I mean we should not fall into either of these camps, like neither to realist camp nor to anti-realist camp. He suggests that okay, so in order to do science or in order to get scientific knowledge in this world, we should follow the natural, I mean the only standards of knowledge, and for that we should, I mean we should apply the, I mean correspondence theory of truth. That is my whole plan, and apart from this, I want to include in my thesis one small thing, problem of induction. So that is how I am planning. So I need your kind suggestions if any.
Okay, okay. Thank you for your presentation. Nice presentation. Now we have among us Professor G.P. Das. Professor Das, are you listening me? Okay. Yeah, sir. Over to you for any suggestions, sir. Yeah.
Now I have one two things to get clarified. First of all,
yes, sir. Sir, could you please speak loudly? Actually, you are not audible properly. Hello.
Yes, it is near my mouth. The microphone is very clear. Is it all right?
Yes, sir. Tell me.
Yes, sir. So, where are you doing your research?
Sorry?
University of Hyderabad.
Yes, sir.
You are from Odisha?
Yes, sir. I'm from Odisha.
Huh?
Yes, sir. I'm from Odisha.
Utkal University or Radha? Utkal or Raven, sir?
No, sir. I was doing my master's in Pondicherry University.
Acha. Oh, thank you. Like, what do you mean by natural ontological attitude?
Natural ontological attitude is a way out of this realist anti-realist debate suggested by Arthur Fine. And according to this, we should not fall into neither of the camp.
What other ontological attitudes are there to which this is a contrast?
Other ontological attitude yet like so far I didn't come across any other kind of natural attitude. This is the only thing like I have come across, and I want to like
then what is the reason for doing emphasis on this? Okay. And moreover, your way of putting things is like this. You should follow the natural ontological attitude. Who are you dictating to?
No, sir.
Are you giving an ethical statement? You should do, should not do, or you are giving a philosophical statement?
No, sir. I don't intend to say anyone to follow this thing. No. The thing is that I want
why
to.
Do you say we should follow?
Sorry, sir.
See, you can support one position by giving arguments.
Yeah.
You are not to prefer something and advise others to say you should do this, you should not do that.
No, sir. I don't advise anyone to do this.
Now, your dictionary like that. Your dictionary is like that. You presented like
sir.
this, na?
No, sir. I don't intend to do
yes,
like.
Sir. Yes, sir. I am listening to you very closely. You said it like
I
this.
don't intend to say that we should follow this or this. What I want to say is the natural ontological attitude suggested by Arthur Fine is a way out of this realist anti-realist debate in philosophy of science. And on that topic, see, sir, let me complete. And on that topic, I want to extend. I want to see
how is this attitude, natural ontological attitude, different from the attitude of the realists?
Because realists, in order to get the knowledge of scientific endeavor, they follow correspondence theory of truth. But on the other hand, natural ontological attitude says we should not follow only this correspondence theory of truth. At times we can follow
again you say should. Again you are saying should and denying that you are not saying. Why we should? You must give arguments in support of one view or arguments against another view. Why should and should not?
No, sir.
You are doing philosophy of science. Philosophy of science is a very tough area. You should be very careful about that.
Yes, sir. See,
over to you. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestion. And I would request Sumit Raut ji to follow those suggestions. And I'd like to invite our next presenter, Ms. Neda Parveen. Neda Parveen, are you listening me? Yeah, just.
Yes.
Yeah. Begin.
Okay. मेरे शोध कार्य का शीर्षक नैतिक अंतःप्रज्ञावाद का आलोचनात्मक अध्ययन रैल्फ कडवर्थ, जोसेफ बटलर, जॉर्ज एडवर्ड मूर और विलियम डेविड रॉस के विशेष संदर्भ में है, यानी कि अ क्रिटिकल सर्वे ऑफ एथिकल इंट्यूशनिज्म विद स्पेशल रेफरेंस टू रैल्फ कडवर्थ, जोसेफ बटलर, जॉर्ज एडवर्ड मूर एंड विलियम डेविड रॉस। मैंने अपने शोध कार्य को तकरीबन 6 चैप्टर्स में डिवाइड किया है सब।
जैसे पहला चैप्टर है वो बट ऑब्वियस उसके इंट्यूशनिज्म के नेचर से रिलेटेड है कि इंट्यूशनिज्म का नेचर क्या है। एंड सेकंड टू फिफ्थ चैप्टर सर वो थिंकर बेस्ड है, जिन थिंकर्स ने क्या क्या चीजें बताई हैं इंट्यूशनिज्म को लेकर, जैसे रैल्फ कटवर्थ का भौतिक अंतःप्रज्ञावाद है, जोसेफ बटलर का अंतर विवेक सिद्धांत है, फिर जॉर्ज एडवर्ड मूर का अंतःप्रज्ञावाद है, उसी प्रकार विलियम डेविड रॉस का। अब मेरा छठवां चैप्टर सर कंक्लूजन होगा। ओके सर, मेरे जो शोध कार्य का जो ये एम है ये कि सर अंतःप्रज्ञावाद का स्वरूप अच्छे से समझ में आए, क्योंकि आज का युग है वो एक वैज्ञानिक युग है और इस साइंटिफिक युग में हम चाहते हैं कि मतलब एक सॉलिड प्रूफ हो किसी भी चीज को प्रूफ और डिसप्रूव करने के लिए। तो उसी बीच हमारी जो मेंटल स्टेट है, हमारी मेंटल एक पावर है, उसका उसका हमें वो हमको बताना है कि उसका क्या आज के ज़माने में, आज के युग में वो है, यूज़ है उसका, उसकी क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है सर। तो मेरा शोध कार्य इसी से रिलेटेड है सर। शोध कार्य में जैसा कि हमने बताया कि 4 थिंकर्स को हमने कंसीडर किया है, तो उनके चिंतकों के जो तर्क है उनका विश्लेषण करेंगे, उनके गुण दोषों की विवेचना करेंगे, उनकी तुलना करेंगे। इस प्रकार स्पष्ट है कि इसमें गुणात्मक शोध की विधि प्रयुक्त हुई है। सर पिछले 6 महीने में अपने शोध कार्य की हमने प्रथम एवं द्वितीय अध्याय शोध कार्य का लेखन कार्य हमने पूर्ण किया। सर द्वितीय अध्याय हमने अभी स्किप किया हुआ है, उसका वजह ये है कि सफिशिएंट मटेरियल मेरे पास नहीं था उसकी स्टडी के लिए, इसलिए हमने रैल्फ कटवर्थ को अभी कंसीडर नहीं किया। अभी हमने सिर्फ पहला और तीसरा चैप्टर ही पढ़ा है। ओके सर। तो सर पहले चैप्टर में ये है कि सर कुछ वस्तुएं ऐसी होती हैं, ऐसे स्वरूप की होती हैं जिनकी ज्ञान का आधार प्रत्यक्ष होता नहीं अनुमान होता है, लेकिन फिर भी हम कहते हैं कि हम उनको जानते हैं। जैसे कि अगर हम एग्जाम्पल ले तो हम कहते हैं ईमानदारी को हम उचित मानते हैं, या किसी के साथ अन्याय करना को हम लोग अनुचित मानते हैं। तो इसी के उत्तर में कुछ दार्शनिकों का कहना है कि नहीं, इनका ज्ञान प्रत्यक्ष अनुमान तो नहीं है, लेकिन इनके ज्ञान का आधार बेसिकली एक हमारी एक अंतर्चेतना है। तो फर्स्ट चैप्टर में हमने इसके अंतःप्रज्ञा के स्वरूप को विवेचित किया है। एंड सर उसके बाद अंतःप्रज्ञा की कई सर वो है रूप हैं, जैसे कि कुछ ने उसको बौद्धिक शक्ति माना है, कुछ ने उसको भावनात्मक शक्ति माना है, कुछ ने उसको अंतर्विवेक शक्ति माना है। तो हमने विभिन्न जो चिंतक है उनके क्या क्या
एक्सक्यूज मी एक मिनट।
यस
प्रोफेसर द्वारकानाथ जी से रिक्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ कि इनका वीडियो थोड़ी देर के लिए म्यूट कर देंगे, क्योंकि वो आ रहे हैं स्क्रीन में।
ओके सर, ओके सर।
वीडियो थोड़ी देर के लिए
सर क्या?
हाँ, कैरी ऑन। हाँ प्रवीण जी, हाँ
ओके सर। तो फर्स्ट चैप्टर सर मेरा इन्हीं पे है कि अंतःप्रज्ञा का स्वरूप क्या है, और प्राचीन से लेकर कॉन्टेम्परेरी युग तक किन किन चिंतकों ने किन किन आधारों पर अंतःप्रज्ञावाद का समर्थन किया, वो हमने अपने फर्स्ट चैप्टर में बताया है। सर मेरा थर्ड चैप्टर जोसेफ बटलर के अंतर्विवेक सिद्धांत के स्वरूप पर है। तो बटलर का जो अंतर्विवेक सिद्धांत है वो बेसिकली उन्होंने मानव स्वभाव पर बहुत अधिक ध्यान दिया है। उनका मानना है कि ने मानव स्वभाव का विश्लेषण किया है, और उनका मानना है कि मानव स्वभाव का विश्लेषण करने पर उसमें 4 प्रकार की प्रवृत्तियां हमें उसमें दिखाई पड़ती हैं। तो प्रथम को उन्होंने विशिष्ट प्रवृत्तियां माना है। विशिष्ट प्रवृत्ति ऐसी प्रवृत्ति होती है जिनका उद्देश्य क्षणिक होता है। जैसे कि हम उदाहरण ले तो भूख या प्यास। अब जैसे कि भूख और प्यास का उद्देश्य क्षणिक होता है, हमने प्यास लगी, पानी पी लिया, तो मेरा ये उद्देश्य खत्म हो गया। इसके अलावा प्रत्येक मनुष्य में आत्म प्रेम और परोपकार की भावना भी होती है। आत्म प्रेम यानी सेल्फ लव, परोपकार यानी बेनेवोलेंस, कि हमें दूसरों को जब हम कष्ट में देखते हैं तो मेरे अंदर भी एक भावना होती है कि उसका कष्ट हम दूर कर सकें। ठीक है सर। तो बटलर का मानना है कि इन सब में एक और शक्ति होती है जो हमारी अंतर विवेक शक्ति होती है, जो उपरोक्त तीनों के से मतलब उच्चतर है, हायर होती है, क्योंकि इन सब में कहीं ना कहीं हमको विरोध देखने को मिलता है, कहीं ना कहीं हमको संघर्ष देखने को मिलता है। तो इनके जो बीच जो संघर्ष होता है उसका समाधान हमारी अंतर विवेक शक्ति ही करती है, और वही कर्मों के औचित्य और अनुचित्य का निर्धारण करती है। सर थर्ड चैप्टर मेरा बटलर के अंतर्विवेक सिद्धांत के स्वरूप पर ही पूरा है। और सर आगे मेरा ये प्रयास रहेगा कि जो मेरे और जो शोध कार्य के जो शेष जो अध्याय हैं सर, उनका अध्ययन और लेखन कार्य है सर हम पूरा करें। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Veda Parveen Ji, for your very brief presentation. Now, I would like to request Professor Dwarkanath Ji for comment and suggestion, please. Yes, sir. Professor Dwarkanath ji for suggestion and comment, sir. Hello, are you listening me, sir? Hello? Anyone? Any comment? Any suggestion?
Yes,
sir.
For some reason, Dwarkanath ji is not available. So
Okay, sir. Carry on, sir.
I would like to suggest to the researcher scholars. He has presented very briefly, but very methodically, and it was a good presentation. Since he is dealing with intuition, क्योंकि तुम अंतर अनुभूति बात से डिस्कस कर रही हो, जो कि जिसके माध्यम से हम नैतिक मापदंड को जानते हैं, नैतिकता के मापदंड को जानने में यह सिद्धांत बहुत ही कारगर होता है। थोड़ा सा स्टडी तुम इमोटिव थियोरी ऑफ इथिक्स का भी करो, एजेआईआर का, एजेआईआर और स्टीवेंसन का, जो कि लैंग्वेज ट्रूथ एंड लॉजिक में है और इथिक्स एंड लैंग्वेज में है स्टीवेंसन का। और अगर संभव हो तो उस इमोटिव थियोरी ऑफ इथिक्स और इंट्यूशनिज्म में थोड़ा कहीं अपने चैप्टर में जहाँ गुंजाइश हो, अगर आप डालते हैं इमोटिव थ्योरी ऑफ इथिक्स को और आयर और स्टीवेंसन का, आपका इंट्यूशनिज्म का सिद्धांत और भी परिपक्व होगा। ये हम आपको सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे। ठीक है,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Parveen ji, and thank you, sir, for your suggestion. Now I would request Richa Kela ji. Richa Kela.
Ji, sir.
For her presentation. Yes, begin.
Good evening, everybody. The title of my dissertation is Euthanasia and the Question of Death, examining with special reference to Kathopanishad. So before coming to the elaboration of my chapters and dissertation, I would like to tell you my progress as an academician. So during the 6 months, I have presented one paper at AIPGC at University of Delhi. And secondly, recently I have published an article at University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. So now, sir, let me share my screen.
Yes.
Sir, 1 second. Sir, my PPT is visible?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 minute, sir, only. Now, sir?
No. Yeah, little bit.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So, I have divided my dissertation into 4 chapters. So, right now, I'm simultaneously working on chapter 1 and chapter 2. The chapter 1 is on euthanasia, a philosophical debate, where I'm trying to look at euthanasia from empirical perspective. Like, from empirical point of view, what are the issues that are prevailing right now? What are the debates that I can go further? Like, so I started with my meaning of euthanasia. That what is good death. We generally refer to euthanasia in simple words as good death. But what is good and what is death is difficult to define, as it involves many factors, including with it. So, besides that, there is so much plurality that the language to look at the end of life issue is also complex, because there is which strand there are different perspectives to look at the problem. Then again, I have tried to look at the aspects of euthanasia. So it is active euthanasia, passive euthanasia, which are further classified into voluntary, involuntary, and non-voluntary. I won't go into the details of this because these are the common aspects, and I think I can detail it. I can further explain it at the end. So then it is a consequentialist position where I try to look that there the people consider no difference between active euthanasia and passive euthanasia. More or less, they take the same, that the death is the end. So if morality is determined by the consequences, then there is no benefit in even in further investigating the action. Like, what if consequences can be reversed by some positive action? Then it becomes an essential issue or a debate to look at what is morally relevant. What action, what kind of action could be referred as positive? So I have elaborated 2 examples here. Like, first is of the case of a disabled infant. Like, doctor had told the parents that he can live maximum up to 15 years of age, but and he is more or less dependent more on the family and the medical equipments. But what will be the positive approach here? Like, utilitarianists like Peter Singer will say that there is no purpose in serving the child who can't serve the future, who can't serve the society in future. So, but the parents cannot just simply let him to die because they are attached with him. So what will be the positive approach there? I also consider further what is the legal reality in India going on, especially after the case of Aruna Schonborg, which laid in vegetative state for 42 years. So she raised a question on humanism and dignity of person. Simply, also I have tried to see the Constitution of India, what they are saying, like we have a fundamental right to live, but actually the right to live give us the assumption or that there will be dignified death also. So I worked on the same. Later in the section, I have also deal with the ethical issues and dilemma. One is of autonomy. Like, if a person has so much freedom on the things he has, so why don't he have a freedom on his life or his death in taking his decision? Secondly, on the professional ethics of a doctor, like about the integrity of a doctor. And third is on an unforeseen death and a doctrine of double effect. A doctrine of double effect which talks about the intention and will behind the actions of doctor. Fourth is dignity and quality of life. Then again, I have taken utilitarianism approach, like maximum number of happiness to maximum number of people takes back the individual's right. What is individual quality of life if we look only at the maximum happiness? And lastly, intention and will behind human action. There I have talked about unintentional killing and intentionally killing. In the later part, I have also talked about nature of human towards life. Like, where do the common people find happiness? Why there always exists the fear of death in everyone's mind to the extent that no one wants to discuss about it? Basically, human has so much complexities in his mind that but I think mainly people are mostly attached with the ignorance and attachment that there is. They find that they will become more vulnerable if they see the people or the things that are closely attached with him will snatched away. I talked about the religious views on euthanasia. Like, there are Eastern Western tradition does not believe in the concept of karma, rebirth, or existence, or immortality of soul. But Indian philosophical perspective, apart from Charvak, they believe in the possibility of rebirth, karma. But what we found, these are the outer aspects of religion. The inner aspects of religion, not about just limited to the rituals of life or death of ceremony, but also examining the internal core. Who am I? What is the meaning of life? So I have not completed my first chapter because there are a lot of issues still in the chapters that I am trying to cover and conclude it. But I've started my interest in reading the existentialist philosopher more, so which developed my writing towards the second chapter. So the second chapter I have written on the existentialist perspective on death, Western and Indian perspective. So death as a metaphysical concern highlights insights such as existence per se, self-understanding, and concerns of who I am. such kind of questions are raised by various existentialists. But in this particular dissertation, I focused or limit only to two existentialists, that is Karl Jaspers and Martin Heidegger, because I think that if I get it into more further, then my Indian perspective of looking at Kathopanishad will be more limited. So I try to limit in them only, in the two only. So here I try to acknowledge the role, starting from the role of conscience in everyday life, like how conscience and rhetorical arguments help us in operating or developing our thoughts to have a meaningful existence on this earth. Like one has to daily battle in everyday life by giving attention to conscience so that being can manifest itself. And this manifestation is more applied in the by Heidegger through the method of phenomenology of human existence. Being not separated from the world. He further argues that I am aware that I exist. I am aware of its awareness. Then also there comes a question: who am I? This is a question which arises out of self-reflectiveness. So one has to take the role of language also in Heidegger, and I also try to structure the Dasein so that Heidegger imparts the necessary structure of Dasein, which is a pure of soft for others. This is a structure essential to understand the nature of being. So I extend the existence, practicity, wholeness towards how this existence of meaningful living also gives the more idea towards the death and towards nothingness, towards the unauthentic living and authentic life.
Excuse me, Ms. Risaji, try to conclude, please.
Ji sir, only in 1 minute. So next I have tried to cover the Jasper and the call of science on the same on that. Here also he tries to structure the concept of being through three methods, and also I have tried to see the Jasper point of view from medical perspective also, like how in the face of suffering and how this pain diminishes itself when you reflect more and more into yourself. In the later part, I have decided try to do the Indian and Western philosophical thought both on the reflection on existence. So there I am taking Martin Buber and Upanishad philosophy, so that I can later lead it towards my third chapter and fourth. So my third chapter will be based on the dialogue between Nachiketa and Yam, and fourth will be on immortality. So this is my presentation right now, and this is my work right now that I have done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now over to our resource persons, Professor Dwarkanath ji. Would you like to comment?
What is the difference between euthanasia and suicide?
Sir, hello, sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
What is the difference between euthanasia and suicide?
Sir, suicide is basically when people have like they don't want to live their life. They are not suffering. Basically, euthanasia is given in the rarest case when people are suffering physically, mentally. They have the root cause of suffering. But in euthanasia, people are more towards the depression, anxiety. In suicide, people are more towards the anxiety and depression. So there's I would say there's a very small or line between euthanasia and suicide. They are very different with each other.
May I say a word? May I add a word, please?
Yes, sir, sure.
Sir, okay. Richa Kela, I believe is your word. I have a pertinent issue here, which I noticed. The absence of the name Albert Camus, a very powerful thinker and writer who wrote about the philosophical way about suicide. You got to include that necessarily along with other names.
Okay,
and also please note Simone de Beauvoir's work, Old Age, and some of her other works.
Okay,
and also
sir.
from Indian side, you cannot afford to miss Jaina concept of Sallekhana. And similarly, from a Vedanta side, Chandogya Upanishad stands for the eschatology of Vedanta and talks about, in a very nice way, since you already talked about Upanishad. So you have to take all these things also into consideration for the benefit of a good presentation of your thesis.
Okay,
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you, sir. Actually, my focus is more on Kathopanishad, so I can take Albert Camus and Simone de Beauvoir in my first chapter. But later in the third, fourth chapter, I have to do more with the Upanishad part.
Hello, Mrinmaya.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Keep doing that. God
Okay,
bless
thank
you.
you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Mrinmaya.
Professor, yeah. Tell me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Richa,
Yes, sir.
the problem of euthanasia
Yes,
is a
sir.
problem in applied ethics.
Yes, sir.
The problem of death is a problem in ontology primarily.
Yes, sir.
How do you relate these two problems in the Kathopanishad?
Okay, sir.
In the Kathopanishad, there is a dialogue between Yama and Nachiketa
Yes, sir.
about immortality.
Yes, sir.
About immortality.
Yes, sir.
But how do you relate these two problems to Kathopanishad dialogue?
So this is just my attempt to look at like taking a model of Kathopanishad towards the euthanasia. I am not saying that this is only the one model, because if I read Kathopanishad, like I will be more clearly specifying in the third chapter. But right now, when I have read, so I thought that it is about how to see the nature of death also. It is not important to see that only the immortality perspective, but towards the meaning of life also. Towards the meaning of life.
But you see these two problems. One problem in applied ethics, the other problem is in metaphysics.
Yes, sir.
Both these are not there in Kathopanishad.
Sir, I understand.
It is problem of immortality.
Yes,
and
sir.
In the Gita, Bhagavad Gita,
yes, sir.
there is some discussion about death, and there is also some discussion about immortality.
Yes, sir.
That is it.
Yes, sir. You are absolutely right that they are from metaphysical perspective, and here we are euthanasia. We are talking from empirical perspective, but there are issues like ignorance, attachment that that do not let us to take the rational decision in towards the euthanasia perspective, because
when you have taken up the Kathopanishad, try to link the concept in such a way that the discussion does not become very loose and irrelevant.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir.
Over to you.
So I'm mainly taking the ignorance and non-attachment theory of Kathopanishad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Richa ji. Now our next presenter is Mr. Sanjay J. Kunnumpuram. So, Sanjay J. Kunnumpuram, kindly present your paper, please.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah,
Hello?
audible, of course.
Okay. Richa Kelaji, please, could you please stop your presenting? I want to present the PPT. Hello, Richa Kelaji.
Richa ji.
Sanjay, you begin your presentation, it will remove automatically.
Okay, sir. My PowerPoint is visible, sir, or not?
No, PowerPoint is not visible.
One second, sir, 1 second. Now is it visible, the PPT?
No.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. 1 minute.
Yeah. Begin.
Good evening to you all. Loving and respected Professor R.C. Singhaji and all my dear professors and my dear colleagues of ICPR. I am San Joyce, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Aesthetics and Philosophy, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. I am a third year research scholar of the university and a first year as a ICPR junior research fellow. My research topic is that intersubjectivity and the other in the thought of Gabriel Marcel, Martin Buber, and Emmanuel Levinas. This is the board of studies for my research, including my supervisor, co-supervisor, advisory, and chairperson for my board of studies. The objectives of today's presentation, this 10 minutes presentation, I want to introduce the research topic, its nature, scope, and research methods and its background only, and also to elaborate the thoughts and findings related with the first and second chapters of the thesis, because other chapters is only going on, that is not finalized now. After the discussion of the approval of supervisor, I can to inform to ICPR. To express the details of ongoing research work and other details on last 6 months, from December 1st to May 31st, that is a 6-month report. As an introduction, my topic, these three thinkers, Marcel, Buber, Levinas, are part of contemporary Western tradition or contemporary continental tradition. So here, in Eastern philosophy also we can see this type of concept, interhumanism and intersubjectivity like that. But before that, the self-realization is considered as that, because the intersubjectivity with the other is leads us to self-realization. So that is the main point of that. Self-realization is considered as the primary aim of human life, and relationships are an inevitable aspect of self-realization. In this present world, every human being is characterized by dehumanization. Man is very much busy with himself. He has no time for the other. In the situation, the philosophy of intersubjectivity with the other has a greater role in one's life. Everybody exists in a world of objects. That is the main problem. Because we are existing in a world of objects, we want to exist in the world of subjects. We can discuss in next slide. If you see each other as an object, then humanity has lost relationships. Here, I-thou relationship helps us to maintain good relationship through intersubjectivity. The other has a vital role in the formation of self. The other on the basis of the other. All types of our personal identities formed on the basis of the other only. Without the other, I do not exist. Ultimately, we can say existence is the problem of human life. His full life is for the existence. And we can say intersubjectivity with the other leads us to self-realization. It is a method of self-discovery. In Indian tradition, Eastern tradition also, there is a Atma Sakshalkara is there. But this is, my topic is completely based on Western tradition only, Western thinkers. This is a chapter on research methodology. Now I concentrating my first 2 chapters only and elaborate what is there. And first chapter is heading is ontology of human existence and introduction. And second chapter is philosophy of being and the other. The main contents, the main key points of these chapters we can see in the slides only. The research methodology is a systematic way to solve the research problem. The research methodology which I like to follow in my study to analyze the fact first. That means the fact, what is the problem first, then to solve from factual questions to foundational question. The research methods advocating for my research is mainly phenomenological, and with phenomenological, hermeneutical, critical, and comparative study also I am using for fulfillment of my research process. Here we can see that human is a being and becoming. Generally, human is considered as a rational being, social being, political being, religious being, cultural being, etc. But in all these realm, all these field, one thing we can see, what is that? That is being. That means being is in everywhere. What is being? Philosophical definition of being is that the concept of I, what is exist in the universe or world, that is being. So being is in everywhere, in social or political or religious or cultural. In everywhere, the being is existing there. Generally, we think that human only have consciousness, because normally in this world, not only human being is existing, lot of other species, animals and plants also existing here. So what is the main difference from them? The main difference of human being from that type of being is that the human only have the consciousness power about his consciousness. So human is a being, at the same time he is becoming. Being is constructed by the other. So he is a becoming. And also Gabriel Marcel point out that, and also the metaphysics of my entire thesis is that I am neither superior nor inferior to other human beings, and it also implies that other is neither superior nor inferior to me. That is the main dictum of this intersubjectivity theory. I am neither superior nor inferior to other human beings, and it also implies that other is neither superior nor inferior to me. So here, human beings are a product of becoming. We already said that after the birth, we are born from a human father and human mother. The Homo sapiens, our species, is known as. But after the birth, we are entering to the family. The family, through family, society, politics, law, culture, religion, caste, lot of things, tradition, race, education, sexual orientation, socio-economic status. We are created. The concept of I created by these type of element. So the concept of self or I after the birth is created or formed by these things. So our all type of personal identities is formed through this family, society, politics. After the birth, it is created. So the levels of personal identity, generally we are called, this first circle you can see, the inner circle. The human is considered as a person, the human is considered as an individual, the human is considered as a being. But that means the human is sometimes in our family, in our friend circle, the human is considered the personal. That means person, the word itself showed that. And the individual means public realm. We are entering the society, and especially as I am a citizen of India. That means we are the part of our country or nation. That time, that is known as the public realm. But the being a philosophical realm, we are called the human as a being. But we cannot separate it for academical purpose. For easy understanding, I can separate it, but we cannot separate it. It is personal or individual or being. But this full philosophical realm, it is included. The individual and personal realm also included. These are the main works related to Gabriel Marcel. I read it on the basis of for my first and second chapter. The Marcellian. This is our primary source of my research, Gabriel Marcel. And this is the Martin Buber's original works related to, especially concept of I, though, and between man and man. And here we can see the Immanuel Levinas main work I read, especially the ethics and infinity and other time and the other. And here the intersubjectivity. In my topic, there are two top parties there. The first part is intersubjectivity, other is other. So intersubjectivity is a key to humanism. Humanism means that the most of these existential thinkers are humanist. So they are said that their primary concern is human. The methodology of philosophy shift from factual questions to foundational question. In personal level also, I am criticized from other discipline students normally, because they are saying that philosophers are living in this world, but they are only considering abstract world only. But totally, they have no idea about these problems. They are not sharing, consider the problems which we are facing in our day-to-day life. But I think that I am opposite of that point of view, because as a philosophy student, first we should understand the fact. That means the problem which we are facing. But that is not a last step. On the basis of that last step, we want to arise a foundational question or fundamental question. That is a primary question. In our research, we have a primary question is there, fundamental question. In my two chapters, there are two fundamental questions. Who am I and who are you? If I am asked, who am I? You can ask that. Who am I? Then I will say, I am this, I am that, my name is that, I belongs to that. If I ask you, who are you? Then you will be saying, I am part of this, my designation is that, my affiliation is like that. But there is one word is repeating. What is that? The I. That means answer. Question is different, but answer is the other. That means being in the world with others. Every human being is fundamentally a being in the world, at the same time being in the world with one another. I am a man among other human beings. That is the foundation stone of human intersubjectivity. Means I am one, not full. I am a one among that other human beings. Human beings is constructed subject, not constructed object. Constructed subject by the other. And last two slides only more. I-thou relationship as a dialogue. What does it mean? The dialogue, it is not a monologue. Monologue means communication by only one. This is a dialogue, means the dialogue between I and the other. That is the intersubjectivity. So Martin Buber is propounding I-thou. His work is that I-thou. But Gabriel Marcel also point out that. So in I-thou philosophy, other makes us and being in the world. Because of the other, because of the thou, I am existing here. Human is free. That means he has the power to choose, but he is intersubjective. I-thou relationship is a way to self-discovery. I-thou is derived from the concept of we. That means harmony between the I and the other. That is the intersubjectivity. There is a harmony between I and the other. I treat thou as treat I myself. Most of the religious philosophy also point out this philosophy. There should be two dialogue between I and the other. They have a shared reality. That means this whole world is shared by
Mr. Sanjay, please try to conclude.
2 minutes, sir. Within 2 minutes, I will finish. Two types of relationship. That means I eat and I do. That means I eat, we consider the other person is an instrumental value only. I do is the intrinsic value only. What is the nature of other things, person in my life that we can philosophy without the this here I am a subject, other is an object, other is a subject, I am an object. Here the superior position is there, here inferior position is there. But this is the intersubjectivity realm. I am also subject, other is a subject. One problem is rising here. There is a connection. That means intersubjectivity between this subject and this subject. And the last findings, I-centrism is a foundation cause of all problems. Self-realization is the ultimate goal of human life. Through the 1 minute, sir, last minute, through the realization of the other, we can know realization of ourselves. Intersubjectivity is the key to know the other. Humanism is a subjective being of the objective world. Intersubjectivity is dialogue between man and another. How it practice love, through love and fidelity, mutual openness, self-giving and hope for the foundation of that. The main thing is that, my conclusion, I-centrism is a problem, but I am not a problem. Other-centrism is a problem, but other is not a problem. Other is not a problem. Intersubjectivity between I and the other is a solution to all the problems. Last slide is that. So love the other. That is the main thing. If you are looking into the mirror, you can see the other. That means not literally, philosophically, because you are the other. Our whole type of personal identity because of the other. This is the last slide. 3 pictures we can see here: self of external integrity, self of intimacy. But here there is no much more connection between the I and the other. Here only based on intimacy. But here we all are interconnected and interdependent. This is our general references. And the last 6 months, library visit is over. I present a teaching experience in my university is over, and paper presentation with the All India Philosophy Graduate Conference Delhi, organized by ICPR. I presented one paper related to my research, and 7 national level webinar is over. Thank you. This is the main thing. Here we can see that our whole hand is there. The whole world, especially in the corona problem, we should practice the intersubjectivity. We all are here. Through the intersubjectivity, we can know the other. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Now it is.
Sanjay, you said that intersubjectivity is key to self-realization.
Yes, sir.
Can we say, in very brief, philosophically speaking, that intersubjective relationship is not mechanical, rather teleological? Then, can we enlarge this concept to include nature also? That intersubjective as well as our relation with nature is key to self-realization.
Yes, sir.
Because you have referred to Shankaracharya and all absolutists also. So, just a clue to you that can we include nature also within the domain of intersubjectivity?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. According to my thinkers, they are humanist, means they are considered human only. I agree with Shailesh Kumar Singh ji, sir, because yesterday also one postdoctorate student already presented that, because we should accept the other beings also, means our nature, the animals, plants also. That means eco-philosophy. There is a holistic approach is needed, but according to my thinkers, means these 3 thinkers, they are concentrated human existence only. Their primary concern is that. But I am accepting that. Here I raised that I-centrism is a problem. But according to this eco-philosophical point of view, anthropocentrism is a problem. Means human-centered, wholly we consider. Remove the anthropocentrism, accept the whole. That means other species also, because they also have instrumental value. We don't consider the other species with an instrumental value. They have intrinsic value. That means value in itself. I agree with that, but these things is not going out that. But related to my research, I will be definitely related to my conclusion. I will be definitely point out that things also, sir.
May I add one word, sir? Sir, may I add a word?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Krishna, yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
From your presentation, I understand that your work seems to be bordering and all, but joining on the modern psychological trends, especially in transactional psychology. When you said about I am no better than or no less than the other person, almost equal to saying that I am okay, you are okay. Such kind of statements, such statements coming from the modern psychological trends. It is good. It is good that you are doing it. And the I-thou relationship about which you talked about, it's a moral issue. It's a moral issue that you have to continuously commit yourself to treat the other person as a person, but never as an it. We all know about that. So that is the most sacred thing that we have to cultivate in our attitude. I shall send some information to Dr. Dubey for you on intersubjectivity. I know a Catholic father who wrote a nice book. I'll send that information here and request him to forward it to you. It's good work. Please continue to do that. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are subjective, but we are living in the subjective, but we are living in the objective world. So we should practice the intersubjectivity.
Okay,
This is
God
not
bless you.
practical. Thank you, Krishna, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay ji, and all our experts. Now, our last presenter is Ms. Diksha Shukla. Diksha
Okay,
Shukla.
thank you, sir.
Diksha Shukla. Are you listening me, Diksha Shukla?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, of course.
Yes, sir. Now am I visible?
Yeah, visible.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening to all the professors and fellow colleagues of mine. So my name is Diksha Shukla, and I am from University of Lucknow. And I am pursuing my PhD under Professor K.C. Pandey, sir, HOD of the Department of Philosophy of University of Lucknow. Sir, can I start my PPT?
Yeah.
One minute, sir. Just 1 minute. Sir, is my PPT visible?
Yeah, visible, little bit. Yeah.
One minute, sir. Okay, sir. Just 1 minute, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Yeah. Completely visible. Carry on.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, I have opted for research. My research title is A Critical and Comparative Study of the Concept of Integral Humanism. So, since I have started my research in 2019 December, that's why I have worked only on the introduction part and chapter 3 of my thesis. Sir, now I'll begin with my introduction. Sir, Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji propounded the concept of integral humanism in his 4 lectures in 1965, delivered in Bombay. After that, there is a discussion and debate about the exact definition of the concept of integral humanism. After his delivering lecture, there were many questions raised about the exact notion of integral humanism. Could it be found in Upanishads? What contemporary thinkers such as R.D. Ranade, Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda ji have to say about it? Such questions will be taken for exploration in the thesis. The concept of integral humanism is very broad and inclusive and has not been much explored yet. This encompasses the issues of human life such as social, political, religious, economic, and etc. In my proposal, I have divided my thesis into following chapters. Chapter 1, that is the introduction. Second, the background of integral humanism in Upanishads. Chapter 3, that is Deen Dayal Upadhyay and various aspects of integral humanism. Chapter 4, contemporary India and integral humanism. And chapter 5 is conclusion. Now I'll begin with my chapter 3, on which I have worked. That is Deen Dayal Upadhyay and various aspects of integral humanism. Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji, in his lecture delivered in Bombay in 1965, brought the concept of integral humanism. Although prior to these lectures, it was available in Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, and other scripture as well, like Mahabharata, Ramayana, etc. In this chapter, I am going to discuss integral humanism. A, section C and D, and further subdivided these sections into various subsections. Now we are going to deal with these 4 sections. Section A. This section is based on the first lecture and further subdivided. First lecture of Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji, and further subdivided into subsection 1, integral humanism and uncertainties. Until we were ruled by the British, we had no definite ideology of progress and development. Deen Dayal ji begins with urging people to accept integral humanism wholly and completely. Deen Dayal was concerned that even after 17 years of independence, we didn't have any definite ideology or we can say direction for progress. Whether Bharat, at that time there was a chaos and conflict. There were many different ideologies, various ideologies, but we don't have any certain ideologies. So the situation of India was not that much good. The confusion about our goal and direction is mainly responsible for chaos. If there can be a magic box which contains a cobra and the mangoes living together, it is India. Subsection 3, the root of our problems, neglect of the self. Under the alien rule, our national identity was suppressed. We have lost national identity and natural instincts. That's why our abilities were deteriorated. Subsection 4, opportunism has shaken the confidence people in the politics. Politicians have become very opportunist and undermine the welfare of public who elected them. Subsection 5, what should be our direction? There was a conflict regarding this because of various ideologies. The rise of European nation at that time, ideologies in the European nation were rising, like nationalism, democracy and socialism, etc. The birth of democracy in Europe. French Revolution paved the way for birth of democracy in Europe. Periodic movements in England, and the common man of these countries attracted by the ideals of equality, fraternity and liberty. Individual was exploited. The Marxist theory of exploitation of worker class. Dictatorship of the proletariat, private ownership of means of production, and Marx's analysis of dialectical materialism. Social revolution, workers' revolution, rights of workers was accepted gradually. Welfare state was accepted as an ideal state. Realization of capabilities of the country. Now we are going to deal with the section B. The contents of this section have been taken from the second lecture given by Deen Dayal Upadhyay and is further subdivided into subsection 1, that is modern versus ancients. There were two groups relevant at that time who were ready to start from where we lost our independence, and the second who considered Western culture as the only way to the progress. Since we were ruled by the British, we cannot disown our past. It was impossible to neglect our past and had a fresh beginning. Foreign ideologies are not universal. Those who were really very much impressed by the foreign ideologies, they considered the foreign ideologies as very good. So here arises the question there arises in certain foreign ideologies arises in certain specific time and situation, so they could not be considered as universal. Our country and our problems. Every individual country has their own specific social, political, religious, cultural, historical and economic problems which could be handled only by their respective leaders. As for example, as Ayurveda states, for the disease in each place, remedy suitable to that place would be effective. Subsection 5, human knowledge is a common property. We must absorb the knowledge and gains of the entire humanity so far as eternal principle and truths are concerned. We should absorb the wisdom of the others and avoid their mistakes. The conflicting ideas. World unity is much more important for the progress of countries than their particular ideologies. Individual ideologies would lead to global conflict. There were a situation like world unity versus nationalism of the individual countries. Bharatiya culture is integrated. Unlike West, Indian culture considered life as an integrated whole. We have accepted the existence of diversity and plurality, but have always made attempts to go towards unity. For examples, like scientists describe the universe in the form of principles, chemists in the form of few elements, and physicists went a further step and showed that the entire universe is only in a form of energy. Seeds, for example, second example is that seeds find expression in different forms. For example, roots, trunk, branches, leaves, flowers, and fruits, but they all are united through seeds. Mutual conflict, sign of cultural regression. Unity in diversity, central thought of Indian culture. If we wish to progress, we have to stay away from the cultural conflict. Mutual cooperation, vegetation, vegetation and animal life keep each other alive. Civilization efforts to make human life mutually sustaining. In animals, by lack of memory, relations are short-lived. Principle of ethics are not framed by anyone, but they are discovered. For example, law of gravitation by Newton. Do not tell lie. We can see the principle of ethics. It is not we can say it is not, it is discovered, because lying is a bad habit. These principles constitute dharma. These principles of ethics constitute dharma, the law of life, which brings about harmony, peace, and progress in the life of human. Individuals considered as physical body and bodily comfort as happiness. Mental worries destroys the bodily happiness. For example, of mental happiness and imprisonment. If a man is imprisoned and he's taken care of, if he's given very good food and good clothes and all things, but his mental peace would not be stable because he is imprisoned. The example of Lord Krishna's treatment at Hastinapur by Vidraj, right? When Lord Krishna went to Hastinapur, Krishna invited him at his palace, but he refused his invitation and went to Vidraj's house. Given him the banana skin for having and thrown away the but he accepted the hospitality more than Duryodhana's. Intellectual happiness and mental happiness. The example of Leonard, because intellectual happiness is the highest happiness.
Diksha ji, excuse me. Diksha ji, try to conclude now. Actually, your internet connection. Yeah, try to conclude now. Your voice is not clear. Is it over? Okay. Thank you, Diksha ji, for nice presentation. Now it is over to our resource persons for comments and suggestions, please. Professor Dwarkanath ji, would you like to say something?
Good presentation, sir. Congratulations.
Okay, sir.
Good luck, sir. Good luck.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
May I say a word, sir? Hello, sir.
Yeah,
sir.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, sir. Diksha ji, this is a good topic. I learned something about Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyaya's philosophy. I thank you very much for that. Since you are talking about integral humanism, and also your director is Professor K.C. Pandey, whom I know is a very competent research director and writer. You please ask him if he should also know something about Eric Fromm and humanism, to somehow put it in the thesis if possible. Ask him; he will be able to direct you properly. And there are in interesting books about Eric Fromm, like Sane Society, Industrial Man, etc. They should help you in this. How integral humanism has shaped up in the West also. This is a good work. I like it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So this was the last presentation of this session, and I would like to invite our Dubeji, Dr. Sushim Dubey, for a few words, concluding words. Are you listening?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Well, it was a very, I think, a successful presentation, and as we have conducted 3 pre-sessions with all our fellows, how to present online with their mobile, with their PowerPoint file, with their PDF file, so they have been successful. So for me and to the resource person also, to have witness that our fellows also are coming online with their all research presentations. So this is one thing good. And our chairman, Professor R.C. Sinha ji, is perhaps he has joined, and if he is there, that we can request him. Yes, already our chairman, Professor Sinha ji, is there. Sir, if you are listening, then final remarks may be invited from our honorable chairman, Professor Sinha ji.
Okay. So, I was present. I listened some of the presentations. In the morning, I was in a webinar that was a different situation, because in webinar we have to present our paper or something like that. So, but this sort of fellows meet has got different texture. Certainly, I was wondering that how ignorant I am. So after listening, very good presentation, and certainly experts have done marvelous job. They have suggested well, they have suggested rightly, and they have given directions. I listened some of the remarks of the experts, and I listened to Professor Krishnaya, Professor Das, Professor Dwarkanath, Professor Shailesh Kumar, and in the morning also, yesterday morning also I joined that. I joined only because I wanted to know what is the standard of presentation, and out and out it is a very successful, and I must congratulate in spite of all the limitations, and I know the limitations. I cannot say to others, but I know the limitations. But in spite of all limitations, the team of the ICPR, they have done a marvelous job, because such type of serious presentation, and the experts, they cooperated a lot. Since morning to evening, the session is being conducted, and I must personally thank the moderators, and Dr. Sushim Dubey, Dr. Pooja Vyas, and Chakraborty Da. I say him Chakraborty Dada. So naturally, his dedication is also complete, and it is rather a pleasure for me to see that he moderated well, and I must congratulate. The researchers. The wonderful presentations. Though I have got some reservations. Naturally, some of the presentations were not very clear, because the main findings or the contributions, they might be knowing, and they are in process. So that reservations and that relaxations we can give. That is but most of the presenters, they have got very clear idea what they are going to contribute. What the findings have been spelled out in some of the presentations, and some of the presentations are in progress. So certainly, the only thing that I have got to say, that those who have presented, they should be they should not be in haste to leave this fellow's meet. And because you can learn from others. And I do learn. I confess it, that most of the very many things I did not know, and very many suggestions given by the experts, marvelous suggestions, and so naturally the fellow should try to be present, because that is also one point which I want to insist. If you listen others, then only you can learn. You can present it, that's all. You have presented now. You have presented in a very good way. But to be present in the meet, that is also expected. And senior professors, they are present. Senior and Professor Das, Professor Krishnaya, Casey, I don't think that whether he's present or not. He is a vibrant one.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. So he is also very much vibrant, and what I like most, that he has got ready-made books. He can show to the researchers that these are the books which you need to consult. So naturally, Shailesh ji, he had been my student, but his suggestions and his as an expert, I was expert in his professorships, but I saw that he acted, rather he suggested well and performed well in Dwarka ji. So I am obliged because I am also committed to the cause of philosophy and the philosophical council. And hopefully, the only thing that which I feel that researchers should visit our library. I am insisting on that because we have got international, very good library that has got international stature. So if you visit our library and the fellows meet, I hope if the COVID would not have been, if we were not under coronavirus, we might have conducted this fellows meet in the premises of the Lucknow Academic Center. Though we have got limitations, but in spite of limitations, some of the books, rare books, are there. So naturally I impress upon all the researchers to visit Lucknow, visit our library, and rare journals are there. So you will be benefited. With these words, it has become very late. It is getting 7 o'clock. So I must thank from the core of my heart to everybody, and especially to the team, the entire team, including experts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Namaste, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And we very much thank to Professor Biadyanath Labh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nalanda Mahavihar, for his benign presence. Although due to his heavy preoccupancies, he could not continue till the last. And onward to Professor Shailesh ji, Professor Dwarkanath ji, Professor K.C. Pandey ji, and Professor G.P. Das ji, Professor Krishnaya ji, and all those who came in between also from various departments, as well as who joined with us in our live streaming of this program nationally. So they are all, we profusely thank to them, and also our postdoctoral fellows who continued to join in our program, and all our JRFs. So thank you all for your participation, and we may end up with this note that tomorrow is the last day, and let us have more from our experts to learn with this fellows meet. So tomorrow 10 a.m. we will again reunite with this our meeting of largest national conclave of fellows for research presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.